Hansen shouted, "Don't go yet. I am going to take down Blood River Shelter and save you all." Shui Yuqing heard him say this and said, "You have no idea how powerful a king-class shelter is. Simply sending a message will do." After that, he continued driving the boat away. Hansen did not blame him for thinking this way. He might not have even heard of Hansen, and it was highly unlikely he had learned that Hansen had taken down an emperor's shelter. Hansen remained in that place and waited for nightfall. Then, he donned the night cloak to sneak into the shelter. Hansen had an advantage for now, but if he called for his companions to come, he'd lose it. Furthermore, he'd be risking the loss of Thunderhell Shelter. And if Saint Fan had been biding his time, waiting for the moment Hansen left the shelter unguarded, he could take over and ruin the teleporter inside. If that occurred, the shelter would indeed be rendered useless. Hansen planned to observe the goings-on of Blood River Shelter for a bit and come up with a viable plan of attack. If he could one-hit kill Blood River King, that would be wonderful. Hansen snuck to the island as unnoticeably as he could. The river was a few hundred miles wide, and the island itself was rather large. The castle there was not all that different from Devil's Nest. Near the river, Hansen saw a giant tentacle making waves. Hansen was not sure what it was, but it had to be around 50 meters long. The tentacle came out from the water and kept patting and splashing the surface of the river. Inside the shelter, there were many strange fish with legs. Their mouths were filled with crocodile-like teeth, too. Luckily, Hansen had the night cloak to shield him from their vision. Then, not long after, Hansen felt the presence of a familiar life force nearby. Yiksha. Hansen saw two people walking through the castle's garden. One of them was Yiksha. It had been a while since Hansen last saw him, and he clearly hadn't been idle in the time since. He was now much stronger, and he'd be a far more formidable foe this time. Yiksha was one of the 8 generals and had been, once upon a time, at the same level of strength as Xiang Yin and Sky King. It was only a matter of time before he recovered, and if he recovered any further, defeating him would be far more difficult. Besides Yiksha, there was a king spirit. He was clad in red armor. He had a red cloak, and 2 swords crossed behind his back. That must be Blood River King, Hansen thought to himself. I hope you can give me an answer. If you let this opportunity to pass you by, it may be tens of thousands of years before you get another, Yiksha said. Hansen leaned closer in an attempt to hear what the two were discussing. Blood River King said, "Emperor treasures are good, but that vine has no difficulty eating berserk super creatures on a whim. Even with our spirit stones intact, 'tis a dangerous venture to consider." Yiksha said, "I am well aware of how powerful the aqua vine is, but we can just go there to steal the kill." "What do you mean?" Blood River King asked, with visible surprise. "Do you know the flying dragon fish?" Yiksha asked. Blood River King said, "You mean, the flying dragon fish that has opened 10 gene locks in the empty river?" "Yes, it has 10 gene locks open. And what's more, it can go past the 10 steps of the holy door. It can go there, but it is intent on searching for the aqua vine. If it ate the aqua fruit, it could become a demigod, no problem." "You mean," Blood River King began. Yiksha said, "We have to wait until they are both injured. We can get the fruit without issue. And if we play our cards right, we might also get the fish. If this is as easy as you say it is, why do you implore my assistance with this? Why do you want me to join you so badly?" Blood River King wasn't entirely trusting. Yiksha said, "The aqua vine can restrict my powers. And it can self-destruct before anyone gets what it holds. But you are fueled by the element of blood. You might be able to pick them up." Yiksha also went on to say, "There are 7 aqua fruits for the taking. If you grab them all, I'll keep 2. If you obtain fewer than 4, I'll have 1. We can give it a try. But when will the dragon fish be back on the move?" Blood River King said. Yiksha smiled and said, "I know the answer to that. If you are truly interested, come with me. Yiksha did not tell him the exact time, as he was worried Blood River King might abandon him. Hansen thought to himself, are they talking about the lantern fish and the purple vine? This is great. The vine on the peak had almost killed the lantern fish. And what's more, the fruit or treasure that might have been up there was of great interest to him. Hansen listened for a while longer, but there was nothing more useful he could learn. As for the shelter, he decided to delay his attack on it for the time being. Hansen was going to wait for Yiksha and Blood River King to take the vine. At that point, he would either attack the shelter or try to claim the fruit. There were two choices, and Hansen still had to weigh the pros and cons of each. Hansen poked around the shelter for a bit, wanting to get a look at the super creatures that inhabited it. Although it was not an emperor's shelter, Hansen knew he should still maintain caution and not be so foolish as to underestimate the threat of those that resided inside the shelter. Hansen walked towards a tree and saw a human pouring the blood-like water of the river on it. Seeing his skin, Hansen knew he was one of the Shui family members with the incorrect learning of jade skin. That one must be Shui Qin. I wonder what he possesses that is so important. Hansen wondered to himself what it might be. Hansen used the night cloak to enter the shelter, and as much as he would have liked to ask him, he knew he couldn't risk doing so. It could jeopardize the lives of the two and blow his cover. So, Hansen found out where he lived and then decided to leave the shelter. Even if Hansen did go and meet him, he didn't think the man would give him whatever he was holding on to. So Hansen returned to the riverside and looked for a cave he could camp out in for a few days. When the time was right, he'd go out and take the vine for himself. There were loads of mountains around, and when he found a cave, he brought Bauer in with him. Even if there were creatures inside, Hansen could defeat them with ease and not bring awareness to his presence there. The cave was very dry, though, and neither was there any discernible odor. That told them it was creature-free, and as a result, hassle-free. The cave was only 60 meters deep, and the only exit was the one they had used to enter. Strangely, however, Hansen did find something there. Despite there being no telltale signs of a nearby creature, or one that had paid a recent visit, there was a bird's nest that had been crudely built from wood. The egg inside looked rather like a goose's egg. The nest looked old, though, and the egg was caked in a layer of dust that obscured its true color. Bauer, we're in luck. Hansen grabbed the egg and examined it. Holding it in his hands, he thought it must have weighed around a kilogram. Hansen gave it a scan, but he could not sense the presence of a life force within. Hansen wondered to himself, is this a rotten egg? After wiping the dust away, he noticed the egg was red. What's more, it was decorated with a number of symbols. The symbols were similar to waves, and not unlike a representation of the blood river. Meh, I'll cook it first, anyway. Hansen brought his cooking tools and utensils out of the cruel bottle. He decided to boil the egg in hot water. Perhaps it was because it had no life force, but Bauer showed no interest in the egg. Instead, she just grabbed her jerky and snacks to munch on. Hansen grabbed his flagon and started to drink near Bauer. Since they were in a remote location, and Hansen had hidden their presence there, he didn't think anyone would come poking about. The best thing about the cruel bottle, he had recently discovered, was not the fact you could hide creatures and spirits within. No, it was the fact he could store tools and utensils. It sure helped lessen his load. Cheers, Dad. Bauer used her milk to raise a toast. Cheers. Just as Hansen was about to drink from his flagon, its bottom collapsed. The drink that was within all fell out and soaked his clothing. Hansen was shocked, and his first reaction was to look around for a potential troublemaker. But he could not detect anyone or anything nearby. Hansen saw a gaping hole in the bottom of his flagon, and its bottom looked as if it had been cut out perfectly. Tang Jinliu gave him this flagon, and he told Hansen it had been crafted by a master craftsman. It was the work of a legend, and it had been forged from Z-steel. It was supposedly one seamless item. He must have gotten tricked. This thing isn't seamless, and now his foolishness has had me waste all my drink. My wife gave me this. Han-sen's mind was in a bit of a state. Han-sen was willing to lick the drink from the floor, but he held off from doing that for now. The thought of an enemy nearby hadn't completely escaped him, so he had to stay on his toes and remain wary. Han-sen put the flagon back and pulled out the whole bottle. Fortunately, the drink was not strong, and it could help keep one's eyes open. Pang! Before the bottle reached his mouth, the bottom of the bottle also broke. But he wasn't going to waste the drink this time, so he quickly pulled the bottle up and positioned his mouth below, so it'd all spray into his mouth. Han-sen quickly looked around, to try to confirm if there was trouble afoot. It couldn't be a coincidence that this had occurred twice in a row, so Han-sen decided to check out the surrounding vicinity again. The water was boiling by this point, and the egg was still intact amidst the bubbling water. It still looked as dead as ever, too. Was that just a coincidence? If so, that's a bad sign. Han-sen was not superstitious, but this sure made him think twice. He returned to the fireside and brought out another drink. As he held it in his hands, he stared at the egg. The egg looked fine, but Han-sen knew nothing was ever so straightforward. He had to be sure. As Han-sen continued to stare at the egg, he brought the drink to his mouth. Pang! The bottom of the bottle broke again. This time, Han-sen had been staring at the red egg that was still inside the pot. He couldn't sense a life force within the egg, but the moment the bottle shattered, Han-sen saw a light swiftly beam out from it. Han-sen was shocked. His Dongxian Sutra was stronger than ever, but it hadn't been able to sense anything. His plain old eyesight, however, could. Must I suffer trouble even if all I want to do is boil an egg? Han-sen mused as he eyed the egg with a soured look. Something is wrong. Han-sen then realized that the drink that had been spilt on the floor was missing. The cave wasn't particularly warm, so it didn't make sense for the ground to have dried up already. As Han-sen frowned, he suddenly smelled the scent of alcohol. Because the bottle broke, Han-sen hadn't taken immediate notice. The fragrance he detected now was coming from the bubbling pot. Is this thing boiling itself with alcohol? Han-sen wasn't quite sure what to think. The egg was strange, that much was certain, but Han-sen was not worried about the mischief it was causing. Even if it turned out to be a hostile super creature, he knew he could take it down. Han-sen had Disloyal Knight and Little Angel by his side, so slaying a super creature would be a trivial task. The egg showed no more activity in the pot, but that scent of alcohol was unmistakable. Han-sen turned to take a look at Bauer on her airbed, but she was still merrily drinking from her bottle of milk. It looks like the egg's not interested in breaking bottles. Maybe it really is just fond of going after alcohol. Han-sen grabbed himself another drink. This time, Han-sen poured it into the pot. After doing this, the symbols on the egg began to glow brighter. It seemed as if something would soon hatch. But still, Han-sen could not detect a life force. And if he didn't know any better, he'd still believe the egg to be dead. Strange. Han-sen had a lot of confidence in his Dongxian Sutra, so this puzzle was perplexing to him. It might make sense if an emperor was masking its presence and avoiding detection of the Dongxian Sutra, but this was just an unborn creature egg. Not even berserk super creatures could avoid his detection. I need to find out what you are, you little blighter. Han-sen grabbed a few more bottles and emptied their contents into the boiling pot. He would be better off if the creature was born, Han-sen believed. If he could then kill it for a life Geno essence, he could nab a few more super Geno points. So, Han-sen wanted to see what was inside it. Han-sen summoned Disloyal Knight and Little Angel, and then the three of them all stared at the egg intensely. Something strange was going on, that much was for sure. But all of a sudden, the red color of the egg vanished, and only the pure, clean color of white remained. Strangely, though, it almost looked like it was bleeding. The color red was returning slowly. The white egg began to run red, but the red only appeared around the strange symbols. Against the plain white, the color red now really stood out. Hansen knelt closer, wanting to get a better look at the egg in the water. Regardless of what was inside, Hansen was determined to kill and eat the creature. Catcha! A lot of small cracks began to form across the white of the egg, and they were spreading quickly. It wouldn't be long before its entire surface was webbed. But strangely, the area of the symbol with waves was completely free of these cracks. Hansen pulled out Taya and Phoenix sword. Then, he summoned the ancient devil soldier beast soul, which granted him his devilish horns and wings. Little Angel clasped her angel sword, while Disloyal Night shone with a blue light that illuminated the entire cave. They all stared at the egg intensely, ready to kill at the moment the residing creature was born. The alcohol and water mixture was still bubbling and boiling, and Hansen thought that if a chicken emerged, it'd taste delicious. Catcha! The egg cracked even more now, and its surface was nothing but a webwork of crevices. Even the red portion of the egg was cracking now. The red areas were beginning to peel and fall into the pot like thin strawberry flakes. The red part only covered 30% of the egg, so Hansen still had trouble trying to determine what was within. He tried scanning the egg again, and weirdly, he could still not ascertain what the creature was or what it was going to be. Catcha! The rest of the egg broke. The entire egg began to fall away and collapse like a jigsaw puzzle, leaving something behind. Hansen saw it, and all he could ask himself was, why in the sanctuaries would something like this be inside an egg? Hansen had seen many strange things in his time in the sanctuaries, but this was most certainly winning the award for the strangest thing to emerge from an egg. Inside the pot, amidst the broken shell, was a bronze goblet, a Jew. The surface of the Jew was decorated with an array of beautiful engravings and symbols. It was filled to the brim with an alcohol that looked like warm, red wine. The Jew was submerged in the water of the pot, but the water did not mix with the red concoction inside the Jew. It remained separate. Hansen had initially wanted to eat the egg, but he did not expect that this would emerge from it. The Jew did not have a life force, and it was more akin to a physical item than a creature. Hansen stared at it. All he knew was that it was a goblet or vessel for pouring alcohol, and that some people said it could be used for rituals of sorts. Aside from that, Hansen didn't know much about what it was, exactly. It looked like an ancient Jew, from time immemorial, due to it being perched on a small tripod. Hansen couldn't believe it that the egg had contained a Jew. It didn't move while in the pot. It remained where it was like an inanimate object, as the water around it continued to boil and vaporize. Not long after, the last of the water boiled off. The red liquid remained where it was in the Jew, having not been disturbed by the water one bit. No matter how hot it had gotten, or how wild the water of the pot had bubbled, the substance inside was fine. The pot was now completely dry, and the Jew remained exactly the same as it had been. Hansen gave the alcohol inside the Jew a good sniff, and he was taken aback by how pleasant its fragrance was. He wasn't much of a drinker, but he most certainly wanted to partake in that drink. The Jew creeped him out, though. And he wasn't so silly as to start drinking without knowing any better. Bauer was different, however. She had finally shown some interest in the contents of the egg, and after crawling over to the Jew, she reached in and grabbed it. Careful. Hansen still didn't know what was inside the Jew, and if the beverage inside was poison, it would be a poor decision to drink it. Hansen wanted to take the Jew away from Bauer, just in case, but before he could reach for it, she drank it all. "Bauer, are you okay?" Hansen asked with concern, finally pulling the Jew away from her. Bauer's face looked red and flushed, as if she was drunk. Hansen examined her a little closer. She was indeed drunk, but that aside, she did not look at all harmed. The contents of the Jew seemed to have caused no damage. Hansen held the Jew in front of him, waiting for it to move or at least do something. Unfortunately, nothing occurred. The pot was burning hot, being atop the fire for so long, but the Jew was surprisingly cool to the touch. It has no life force, and it isn't aggressive. It doesn't do anything. Did this thing really come out of that egg? Hansen couldn't imagine a mama or papa Jew producing baby Jew eggs. But still, there was a prevailing absence of danger. Bauer continued to appear unaffected and just went to sleep, drunk. She didn't wake up until half a day later. Are you okay? Hansen asked. I'm fine. Bauer looked to the Jew that was still in Hansen's hand and said, I want more of that drink. This sort of drink is reserved only for adults. Children can't drink alcohol, Hansen explained. It seemed as if the alcohol had special properties he himself was keen to explore. He was indeed quite curious regarding its origins. Hansen remained there for many days, watching the Jew intently. He wasn't missing anything, though, as he had repeatedly checked on the whereabouts of Yiksha and Blood River King. They were still inside Blood River shelter. 3 days later, Hansen's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol and poured it into the Jew. The alcohol originally looked white, but it turned the sickly color of blood upon entering. The Jew smelled so very strong, and the scent was heavier than any white wine he had ever known. It prompted Hansen's saliva to go renegade. Bauer tried her best to grab the Jew that was held out of the reach of her arms, so Hansen pulled her by the clothes and lifted her up. As Bauer was in the air, her arms flailed in the direction of the Jew. She was desperate for more. You're just a kid. Let me drink it first. Hansen picked up the Jew. Hansen enjoyed another hearty waft of its fragrance, loving it. Hansen now knew the red wine was not harmful, so he had no qualms with drinking it. Hansen felt a sensational warmth descend his throat. The pores on his skin felt rejuvenated, as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. That's a nice drink. Hansen did not know much about alcohol, but he knew this was a belter. Hansen licked his lips, having enjoyed every last drop. As Hansen reflected on the mesmerizing flavor he had just experienced, an announcement suddenly played. The sacrificial wine has been consumed. The sacrificial ritual now begins. What? Hansen noticed his body begin to flare up with a red color. He saw an array of symbols get etched across his body, not too unlike the Jew. Then, the entire cave turned red. Hansen did not know why nothing occurred when Bauer drank it, but something bad seemed to be happening with him. And amidst all this, he looked at Bauer, who was still in his arms, and noticed how she was still perfectly fine. Boom! Most of Hansen's body was set ablaze as the red symbols branded themselves across his skin. Blood River King stood at the tallest rampart of the castle, overlooking the river. The Blood River ran fast, and the banks sometimes burst, but flooding had never been this bad before. Much of the shelter had been submerged. My king, does the river always behave this way? Yiksha asked, as he approached and also looked out over the river. There had been no rain, so it was a most peculiar phenomenon, witnessing the river flow at an increased pace and volume to such a degree. Blood River King shook his head and confirmed, I have been here for 50,000 years. Never once have I seen the river behave this way. But what? Yiksha asked. Blood River King explained, before I first arrived here, a berserk super creature roamed beneath the waters of the Blood River. He was the leader of this place, and it was said that whenever he desired to eat, the river would flood and allow it to swim above land to eat its fill. When its hunger was satiated, the waters of the river would quell. And where is this beast now? Yiksha asked. It went to the fourth god's sanctuary. That was a long time ago. Truth be told, I wouldn't be here, had it not been for its ascension. I was fortunate enough to enter these lands after it had moved on, Blood River King admitted. Weird. If it rises randomly like this, something ill must be afoot. Do you know if the creature had any kids? Yiksha wondered. Not to my knowledge, but it is not out of the question. Perhaps we can search for it. Blood River King summoned the tentacle monster, bidding it to go out and look for another possible creature in the waters. After some time had elapsed, there had been no reports of such a creature existing. Nothing had been found, and the mystery of the rising river saw no elucidation. The river now submerged Han Sen's cave entirely, but strangely, no water entered the stone pocket. Han Sen looked all around him before recentering his vision on the Jew. After drinking the wine, Han Sen's body was dotted with peculiar symbols that were on fire. The fires eventually departed his body, floating through the air towards the Jew. Then, Han Sen's body returned to normal. The Jew for the wine was now like a lit oil lantern. But the flames within did not illuminate the cavern, and a greater darkness intruded. Beyond 3 feet in front of him, he could not see a thing. Han Sen held Bauer and checked himself for any further changes. Aside from his own life force appearing a little weaker, there did not seem to be any alarming changes. The Jew suddenly moved in another direction. Han Sen swiftly followed after it. Away from the Jew, there was only darkness, so he kept close to it. And out in the darkness, Han Sen could not escape the nagging feeling that someone was watching him. Han Sen did not fancy remaining in that darkness, so he made sure to keep close and follow the floating Jew. Bauer's hands clutched Han Sen's neck tightly, for she was deeply afraid of the dark. The Jew continued its airborne flight, and although he felt compelled to follow, Han Sen found it a touch suspicious. He remained alert and ready for anything hostile that came his way. Han Sen recalled the directions he was going should have led him to a dead end by now, for there was nothing special in that cave. But weirdly, they were able to keep on walking. And after miles of walking, they went on and on. There weren't any walls around them either, or so it felt. The sense that someone was watching him heightened, but he could still tell that it was just him being paranoid. There was nothing actually there. Eventually, after much walking, an exit could be seen far ahead in the dark distance. It was like a soul beacon, a soul puncture of light. As Han Sen got closer, he was indeed able to confirm that it was an exit. The exit was dead ahead, but Han Sen could not make out what lay beyond the blinding light. The moment he stepped out, though, all became clear. Bauer looked around in amazement. They were underwater, and as Han Sen reached his arms out to touch the water, his hands felt soothing coolness. The water had formed a dome, leaving the area inside completely dry. It was like an invisible wall was separating them from the water. In that place, there was a circular altar made of stone. There were 3 different statues on the altar, too. They represented the same thing, but all had differences to differentiate them from each other. The left statue looked like a mermaid. The statue on the right was a reverse mermaid. The middle statue was the creepiest, depicting a human covered in patches of scales. The Jew went to the left statue and lit it up. Within that flame, the statue opened its eyes with a frighteningly powerful aura. Han Sen frowned. The mermaid statue was alive. It slid down the altar with its scaled lower body. The red-haired mermaid formed her lips into an O, forming a number of bubbles that drifted over to Han Sen. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Night and Little Angel, and then, Disloyal Night covered everything in the vicinity with blue lightning. Boom! Disloyal Night leapt forward and punched the red bubble that was nearest to Han Sen. The bubble burst and sprayed Disloyal Night with blood-colored water. His blue armor was dyed red, and as much he wanted to continue breaking the rest of the bubbles that were bearing down on Han Sen, he could no longer move. He had been glued to the ground, with that blood water acting as some form of super-adhesive gel. Disloyal Knight's feet were locked in place. He struggled to move, but he might as well have been nailed down. He was completely stuck in place. Disloyal Knight tried to jump, and he seemed to get free for a moment, but the substance was like supremely elastic gum. After ascending a height of a few meters, the gel yanked him back. Pang! Disloyal Knight hit the ground with a snap, courtesy of the gum that had bested him. The glue was now all over his body, and he was down on the ground like a slinking gecko. Disloyal Knight continued to struggle, but it was all to no avail. Seeing the bubbles, and what they were capable of, Han Sen commanded Little Angel to fall back. But their numbers were many, and they were quickly filling up their stadium of battle. Hansen brought out his phoenix sword and Taya. He struck one bubble, unleashing the flood of red water. Of course, he now knew what to expect. So, immediately after it burst, he evaded the sticky spillage. Unfortunately, his phoenix sword had gotten some on it. Hansen pulled out a cloth and tried wiping it clean, but that did not help. As soon as he applied the cloth became stuck and was unable to be removed. If I introduce this stuff to the Alliance, all the smithies will be out of jobs. Who needs soldering when you can just use this as a dip? Hansen mused. He was not worried, though. He shapeshifted into a gold raven. Hansen opened his mouth and retaliated with an attack of his own. He spat fire across the arena to counter the bubbles and pop them from a distance. Hansen knew water was weak to fire, but he didn't expect this move to be that useful. Hansen breathed fire across Disloyal Knight and his phoenix sword, and suddenly, both of them were free, sharp, and battle-able once more. The mermaid was still firing bubbles towards Han Senator. To get her to stop, he flew directly towards her. The bubbles were of no threat to Hansen and his Blood Pulse Sutra, which had opened 9 gene locks. When they came into contact with the raging fires that cloaked Hansen's burning assault, the bubbles evaporated into nothing but steam. Catcha! The gold raven struck the head of the mermaid, causing the entire statue to shatter. However, it wasn't a super creature as Hansen expected it to be, for he received no announcement of its felling. But in the statue, there was a red gemstone that looked rather like a life genoessence. Hansen took it and noticed the presence of a mermaid swirling inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Genoessence. Now Hansen heard an announcement play. As much as he wanted to inspect the item, he didn't quite have the time to do so. The Jew flew over to the right statue, inciting the reverse maid to come to life. More action would inevitably unfold. The legs of this being were encircled with wild waves of blood water, and it threw a kick towards Han Senator. Hansen flapped his wings and soared forward to meet the incoming tide head-on. When the waves tapped Hansen's infernal fires, the substance became steam. Catcha! Little Angel flew past the monster and sliced its head clean off. The fish monster shattered like the mermaid had, and it too possessed a gem for the taking. Hansen picked it up and saw the image of that very same monster inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Genoessence. Why are these both here? Why are they achievable in the same manner? Are they Blood River Kings? Hansen found himself shocked at the implication. The Jew then flew towards the middle statue, prompting the fishman to come to life like the other two had. Strangely, it did not leap into battle. It stood where it was, staring at Hansen. Hansen thought it was going to speak, but it eventually raised its arms and formed an orb of water between its hands. The water continued to gather and build, but reached its maximum size fairly swiftly. The arms remained raised, however, as another facet of it began to increase. The power and life force of the water was still growing. Kill him. Whatever the fishman was doing, it was similar to saving money. Therefore, Hansen was quick to realize what was happening. If the fishy fiend maximized its power output, Hansen didn't think he'd have what it took to block the attack. The three of them launched themselves forward, trying to reach the altar so they could kill the enemy. But as they reached their foe, a red shield suddenly appeared to bar their way. The three of them battered the shield as best they could, but they were unable to break it. The fishman was free to build up power without interruption. Emblazoned across the red shield, Hansen noticed the faint outline of a fish. It was like a shark, but it was even more fearsome-looking than that. Behind the head of this image, there was a tentacle-like limb that reached over. From this tentacle, something hung. Hansen thought it was a human hanging from the tentacle. It was quite the unnerving picture. The aquatic monster's outline was large, and it encompassed the entire altar that was behind it, like some wretched sentinel. Is this an image of the king of the Blood River? Hansen wondered, as the trio were slashing against the barrier that repelled their attempts to attack the third statue. Now, they acknowledged their power was not enough. The shield had 10 gene locks powering it, that much was for sure. Ordinary powers weren't going to scratch it, let alone cut through it. Let's see who can hit harder, then. Hansen commanded his followers to stop attacking, then he activated his Super King Spirit mode. The holy, white light began to gleam. Hansen's body shone like a deity of light, one with a coin between his fingers. The number on the coin began to ascend, one by one, a signal of its increasing power. The fishman continued gathering its power, too, as Hansen did the same on the opposite side of the barrier. Both of their powers were like the rumbling and thunder from a couple of volcanoes preparing to erupt. The sheer volume of energy that whirled throughout that chamber was frightening. The fishman started to tremble. The power, cradled in the basketball-sized sphere of water, was equivalent to the amount needed to sunder entire mountains. Boom! The fishman lobbed the orb of water like a hydrogen bomb, leaving its legs trembling with exertion. Hansen's body was also trembling with the power he had been summoning into the coin. Its number had now reached an all-time high, hitting 21. The moment the sphere left its bearer's hands, Hansen let the coin fly. Within the tiniest fraction of a second, the orb and coin collided in midair. The power unleashed was crazy, and the shockwave caused by the impact was enough to send Little Angel and Disloyal Knight flying away. Amidst this carnage, Hansen saw the coin pierce through the orb of water and cause a massive shockwave. The coin did not stop there, however. It carried on through towards the fishman's head, obliterating it. And in the immediate aftermath of that, the suction of the coin began to pull everything towards it like a magnet. The altar was broken, and its remains all flew towards the coin as if it were a black hole. The red shield had been shattered, and the fishman was no longer visible. Boom! Just as it looked like everything was over, everything was cast away in one last bout of chaos. Then, to accompany the ruin, the water that had previously been held back began to pour inside. Hansen quickly grabbed the final red gem before the entire place flooded. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Hansen heard the same announcement play. Then, he grabbed Bauer and started to make his daring escape. The first thing to grace his eyes, following the dash from that bloody arena, was the glory of moonlight. It made for a delightful return to the surface. Hansen saw a very clear lake before where he stood now, and it did not at all seem associated with the Blood River. Hansen flew around with Bauer, but there were just mountains skirting the lake. There were no signs of that grand river. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight emerged from the lake, and when he confirmed there to be no immediate danger, he returned them for the time being. Hansen landed on the plush ground near the lake and noticed the Jew had been following him. It was now near his feet. The fire inside it had depleted, and it went back to looking fairly ordinary again. Now, it looked like little more than an antique. When Hansen picked it up, there was nothing more curious about it. It seemed to be what it looked like. Hansen decided to pour another drink into the Jew. Then he took a sip. It tasted just as good, but nothing wild or crazy occurred like it had last time. No more spooky symbols flared across his body either. Hansen wouldn't mind killing a few more statues to obtain Battle Geno essences, though. While the Jew was still able to formulate the delightful sacrificial wine, it was no longer able to begin the sacrificial ritual. Hansen summoned Dragon King. He was very knowledgeable when it came to peculiarities of the third god's sanctuary, and Hansen had frequently used him as an encyclopedia. Perhaps there was a chance he'd know what the Jew was. "What do you want from me?" Dragon King still had no body, and every time he was summoned, it cost him a little bit more of his true self. Needless to say, this upset him. "Do you know what this is?" Hansen knew he was upset, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly. Dragon King looked at it, and his mood perked right up. He shouted, "Holy crap! Where did you get this from?" Is that a good surprise or a bad surprise? Hansen wasn't sure whether the item was good or not. Dragon King looked at the Jew and said, that actually depends. Continuing the theme of duality, this thing can be good and bad. If you are a demigod, it is good. If you're not, it can kill you. So, what does that mean? What is it for? Hansen wasn't put off by the words he had just heard. Dragon King began to slink and speak mysteriously, saying, I'm afraid not many people in the third god's sanctuary know what this is. Fortunately for you, I am one of the very few who know. Me and Azura. Dragon King suddenly trailed off into silence. Is this related to the betrayal of ancient Devil Emperor? Hansen asked. It's not like that. Dragon King paused for a brief moment, and then went on to say, this thing has nothing to do with us, but I knew of an artifact that was quite similar. What would that be? It was painful for Hansen, being so patient with Dragon King's slow droning. It's a secret. I've told you many secrets in the past, but I've never received a single scrap that could benefit me as a reward. I'm at the end of my tether. Why should I continue helping you and not expect anything in return? Dragon King said. Hansen eyed Dragon King with a lethal look and asked, so you're no longer afraid to die? Is that what you're telling me? In that case, perhaps there is a favor I can perform for you. Dragon King rebutted, you never planned to fix my body, so death is coming for me, one way or another. When Hansen looked at him and saw clearly the crux of his issue, he conceded to say, I have actually been looking out for one for you. Don't give me that crap. I know you already found an egg up on that mountain. Do you think I'm stupid? Dragon King said. Hansen smiled and said, I did find one, yes. But you almost got me killed at the sky tree. If our roles were reversed, would you still give me an egg? Dragon King had an awkward look descend upon him, and he pleaded once more, it was a mistake. An honest mistake. Every time you ask me a question, I give you answers to the best of my knowledge. I never try to trick and mislead you. Hansen said, well, an apology isn't good enough. It sure doesn't suffice for you to receive a super creature's egg off me. Dragon King pointed at the Jew and said, I'll tell you what it is if you give me the egg. I'll consider the proposition, but if we're talking a trade, the bargain needs to be evaluated. It all depends on whether the secret of this Jew is decent. If it's some snob's wine pourer, forget it. Hansen said. I'm serious when I tell you that this thing is known only by very few people. I know what this is, and if I don't pass this knowledge on to you, you'll only end up harming yourself, Dragon King said, with a surprisingly alarmed tone. Fine. Tell me the secret first. If I deem the knowledge worthy for the trade, I'll give you the egg. Deal? Hansen made his offer. No. You say something like this every time, I swear. You have to promise me this time. Pinky promise. Dragon King spoke with distress. Hansen said, oh, come on. You make it sound like you're the only one who knows what this thing does. I am giving you an opportunity here. Are you suggesting you know what it does? If so, why don't you tell me? Dragon King said. Hansen said, it's an item from the fourth god's sanctuary. Dragon King looked shocked, but he balked, you are smart. But if that's the extent of your knowledge regarding this thing, what a waste of time to tell me. Knowing that means knowing nothing. You need to know what this thing is truly for. And me? I know. It's for a sacrificial ritual, Hansen then said. Dragon King, with a look that had been tarred with great disdain, said, that is not what you call a secret either. Then tell me what it is for. Hansen said, with a raised voice. Give me the egg and I'll tell you, Dragon King insisted. Hansen looked at the Jew and once again noted nothing special regarding it. If it was an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, it really was not something he wanted to get rid of. But if carrying it around with him brought harm, he didn't fancy that either. Hansen wanted to know what it was before he started carrying it around with him. But he couldn't keep an eye on it 24/7. I can promise you, I'll give you the egg. But only if the information is worth it. I'd sooner destroy the egg than give it to you, if you don't cough up something of value, remember that. Hansen issued a threat. You won't regret this. And I really need a body now. In the past, even if you offered me 10 eggs, I wouldn't have cared. Dragon King sounded confident. But the egg is not on me right now, just keep that in mind. When I return, you can have it. So, tell me, Hansen said. Dragon King said, it is from the fourth god's sanctuary, yes. Have you heard of demigod genes? Is a Jew a demigod gene? Hansen asked, while observing the Jew. Demigod genes were like super genes, but their proper name was demigod genocore. These were genes that could only be obtained by demigods. They were different than other types, like mutant or sacred blood genes. If a super gene was a computational command, then a demigod genocore was a hub that could execute a number of different commands. The progress of a genocore affected the very powers of a demigod. Hansen did not know much about this, because demigod genocores were a secret to demigods alone. Hansen had only heard scraps of information about this from the G family. Yes. It is a genocore that was created by a demigod creature. I have only seen such a thing once before. Where did you find this thing? Dragon King asked. Hansen explained how he managed to obtain the Jew and what he had experienced with the altar. Dragon King's expression warped, and he said, if I am correct, then this Jew is not a demigod genocore. It is still an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, however. Why isn't this a demigod genocore from Blood River King? Hansen asked. This Jew had opened a passage to an altar. This was all on the same island as Blood River Shelter, so Hansen found it quite peculiar, hearing that this did not actually belong to Blood River King. Dragon King said, Blood River King wants demigod genocores, sure. But he can only gain hold of them by doing what we all must do, ascending the 10 steps of the Holy Door. The only way he might have been able to create the demigod genocore in the third god's sanctuary was while walking the 10 steps and failing. Failure leads to death, mind you. That could be left in his absence. What makes you think Blood River King is not dead, though? Hansen frowned. If he was dead, you wouldn't be able to summon his altar. The ritual you had was one that summoned a demigod. If you activated it, then that means he is still alive, Dragon King explained. But that can't be right. My Jew summoned the altar, and that must mean the Jew was created by a demigod, Hansen said. That's why this is bad. Blood River King is still here, and the Jew must not be the true genocore he created. But it was able to summon the altar and almost summon the king himself. If you didn't destroy the altar, he'd be back. All these facts lead me to one startling conclusion. Dragon King's tone and look gained a significant amount of gravitas. What? Hansen asked. The Jew can summon other demigods. The workings of this thing are wild and unpredictable, it's too dangerous to carry around, Dragon King said. Hansen didn't think his time at the altar was all that special. He had managed to kill all 3 statues with relative ease, and he had obtained 3 battle geno essences for his trouble. If the demigods return, what can they do? Hansen asked. They were demigods, so it didn't seem as if there'd be a reason or purpose for them to occupy the third god's sanctuary. That is the secret. Give me the egg and I'll tell you. Dragon King hushed his lips after this. Hansen clicked his fingers and put Dragon King away for the time being. Hansen flew around the area he had ended up in, wanting to check it out some more. To the east were an abundance of hills, and to the west were thorny vines and a river. So, Hansen traveled to the west. A strange expression fell across Hansen's face as he realized the place looked similar to the area he had met the lantern fish. In the river, he saw them again. The stream was filled with the lantern fish, and they were all headed upstream. Nice. Yiksha wants to fight the kingfish and the vine, doesn't he? I should get ready to swoop in and aid Lord Fish. Hansen followed the stream up, hoping to catch up with the king. After flying a few hundred miles, he didn't find the fish king. What he did find, however, was a shelter. The shelter was nothing fancy. It was just a mere, solitary royal shelter. Hansen planned to take it over. Even if he had no need for it, it would allow future humans who spawned there to be safe. When he entered the shelter, though, there were no foes to rout. It had already been abandoned, and there was nobody there. The entire shelter had one teleporter inside, though, and it was in perfect working condition. Hansen returned to the Alliance and took a break with Ji Yanran. After that, he returned to the sanctuary. Hansen packed his stuff alongside Little Angel, when suddenly, something seemed to be coming through the teleporter behind him. A human is spawning here? Neat timing. Hansen was wondering who it might be. If it wasn't an enemy, Hansen wouldn't mind lending a hand for a while. He didn't want anything bad to befall humans, as there was a long road to go for them to occupy and govern a greater portion of control over the third god's sanctuary. And every new person needed all the help they could get. Seeing the dimensions distort, someone appeared. It was a woman with a rapturously gorgeous figure, and when Hansen pried his eyes away from her curves, he was shocked to discover who it was. The woman had a similar response seeing Hansen, and she too was surprised to see who she had immediately encountered. "It's you," they both said in tandem. Hansen had just spent time with her on Skynet, not so long ago. It was Qin Xian. Well, this seems too far-fetched to be a coincidence. Hansen thought the chances of her ending up there with him were a little too unlikely. It was an enormous world, yet she had ended up with Hansen in her first moment there. "I am so lucky to see you, aren't I?" "What are the chances?" "You are going to carry me, aren't you?" Qin Xian laughed. "That's no problem. I'm getting used to carrying people." Hansen smiled. Just as Qin Xian started to speak again, a number of loud, repetitive noises sounded from someplace not too far away. They were like the repeated drumming of a stampede. Hansen's face changed, so he flew up and had a look. Many creatures were coming from the river, and they looked terrified as they took refuge in the shelter. Above the water of the river, 1,000,000 flying fish had appeared. They were all following its winding course upstream. "It looks like the Fish King is on its way to tangle with the vine again." Hansen was surprised, and as he looked over, he saw the big, familiar fish. Its scales gleamed like a trove of gold in the sunlight, fitting for the king it was. Hansen wanted to send Qin Xian someplace safer, but there was currently no time. He put her on Golden Growler, and together they chased after the fish. What's going on? She had been in the third god's sanctuary for less than 2 minutes, and she had no clue what was going on. She was unnerved and almost scared about what might soon happen. Many monsters were escaping the river and its proximity to make way for the abundance of flying fish. It was a spectacle, for sure, but the power of everything around dwarfed her own. She was terrified. The Fish King is on its way to fight something particularly powerful. "I'm here to see if I can claim a few goodies," Hansen explained the long and short of it. "Will my presence prove a burden? Perhaps I should go back for now?" Qin Xian knew Hansen was the strongest human there, and the last thing she wanted to do was drag him down. She had only just arrived, so there'd be no chance she'd be able to fend for herself, after all. "We're only here to watch from afar, for now, anyway." "It'll be fine if you come along," Hansen said. Leaving Qin Xian there would be just as good as sending her on a death march. She could return to the Alliance, but Hansen did not know when he'd be able to fetch her. Hansen was also worried that the creatures would destroy the teleporter in their panic. If that happened, she'd have to end up respawning elsewhere. Hansen was going to remain in hiding, anyway. When Yiksha and Blood River King came, all he'd have to do was make sure she was extra hidden. Bauer wanted to play with the flying fish once more, but he stopped her this time. Hansen did not know where Yiksha was, currently, but it'd be difficult for them to avoid being spotted if they followed the fish too closely. They had to be as sneaky as possible. The Fish King was going at a slow pace, and there must have been quite a distance to go for it to reach the showdown it was headed for. The amount of fish that was following the king was nigh unbelievable to see. Their numbers were countless, and the only word a mind could muster to describe the spectacle was insane. Golden Growler followed the river on the rough ground past its banks. Still, it managed to move so smoothly that there was nary a shake or bump. But then, Hansen suddenly saw a crocodile-like creature that was around 10 meters long. When it saw the Golden Growler, it tried to eat it, Hansen, and Qin Xian. Hansen thought it was an ugly beast, as its body had thick, hardy scales and a mouthful of razor-blade-sharp teeth. The monster was a super creature, that much was certain. With its mouth that was comparable to a black hole, it sought to swallow the trio. Golden Growler did not shy away, though. It expanded the size of its body, making itself become a giant, Goliath-sized beast. The crocodile now looked like a scrawny lizard, and so Golden Growler stepped on it. Golden Growler, by this point, had 7 of its gene locks opened. Hansen had fed it much super flesh and many water drops to nurture its growth over time. But the speed at which it had developed was surprising, even to Hansenator, and the size it could grow to, if it so chose, was rather shocking to witness. Golden Growler had as many gene locks open as Hansen did with his Dongxian Sutra. Its primary talent was its ability to grow bigger, just as it had been back in the first God Sanctuary. But now, size wasn't everything. The bigger it grew, the stronger it became. And this scaled with how many gene locks it had opened, too. When Golden Growler opened its 7th gene lock, its vitality exceeded Hansen's. This didn't surprise Hansen, though. Golden Growler was special, as most creatures of the first God Sanctuary did not possess an ability. But Golden Growler could grow bigger or smaller on a whim, so Hansen had to wonder if it actually was a super creature from the first God Sanctuary. When Little Angel ate the other Golden Growler's flesh, she was able to evolve. It was a plausible theory. Regardless of its origins, however, Hansen thought it to be a remarkable thing that Golden Growler could evolve and become better. Golden Growler had 7 of its gene locks open, but it was now fighting a super creature with 9 gene locks open. The mouth of the creature Golden Growler had stomped on was frightening, but all the teeth in the world couldn't harm Golden Growler now, due to its size. When it was bitten, it was like a small nip, and no pain was felt. But for a creature with 7 gene locks open, engaging with a creature with 9 gene locks open was difficult. Golden Growler could not dish out a grand amount of damage, at all. But what it could do was still shocking enough to see, anyway. Golden Growler was a Mount Beast soul, so fighting was never expected to be its forte. Yet still, it was able to hold its ground against a super creature. It was shocking. But Qin Xian was more shocked than all, right now. The impacts and shockwaves were difficult for her to withstand, as they fought. Are creatures in the third God Sanctuary always this strong? Qin Xian was amazed, despite being a little worried. The first creature she had encountered just so happened to be a super creature. Hansen placed Golden Growler back in his sea of soul. It had grown too big, and he didn't want anyone to see it. Not wanting to waste any time, though, he summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Disloyal Knight used a halo to debuff the creature and buff Little Angel to become stronger. Little Angel swung her sword and left a deep, few-meter-wide cleft across the monster. The monster screamed, prompting Disloyal Knight to dash forward and strike the beast's jaw and send it flying. Little Angel flew towards it and chopped it to bits within the blink of an eye. Super creature Abyssal Beast killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Hansen was delighted, not expecting to achieve another super beast soul so soon. As Hansen relished the joy, Little Angel delivered the life Geno essence to him. He accepted it and then returned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Not bad, I got another beast soul. Hansen smiled as he told Qin Xian. Qin Xian looked at him with confusion rather than delight. She thought it was a sacred blood creature, but seeing the life Geno essence, it had struck her with a paralyzing shock that he had just killed a super creature with ease. It was unbelievable. Humans could collect super Geno points, but they'd still need to fight hard and struggle in the second God Sanctuary if they sought to obtain them. In the third God Sanctuary, slaying a super creature was unheard of. Hansen had just mopped the floor with one, though. It was then that she realized the mount she rode upon must have been a super creature, too, for it to initiate a battle with one so fearlessly. When Qin Xian finally managed to speak, she said, "Now I know how you were able to take down an Emperor-class shelter. You've blown the socks off people's power expectations. You're far better and stronger than anyone could have imagined." Hansen smiled warmly in response, and said, "When you obtain more Geno points, gene locks, and beast souls, the rest comes naturally. We're all capable of such feats, I am sure." Qin Xian shook her head and did not say anything more. She knew he was strong, but she almost felt as if she had been misled about the extent of the strength he had gained. It was bewildering how strong he truly was. When Hansen first came to the first God Sanctuary, he didn't even know what a creature was. Qin Xian was the person leading him. But now, Qin Xian had been left behind in the dust. He was the person who walked too fast and too far ahead. Reflecting over the past, she couldn't help but blush. Hansen said, "There are strong spirits on the heels, or fins rather, of the Fish King. It would be best if we avoid them and not alert them to our presence." "Whatever you say, Qin Xian." Hansen headed for the peak via a different road. He had done so to ensure Yiksha would not see the two. Along the way, Hansen mowed down a few sacred blood creatures on her behalf, so she could earn a handful of sacred Geno points and get a head start. The lower-tier Geno points could always be filled up at a later date, and a few slayings later, there was already far more sacred blood creature meat than she could eat in any reasonable amount of time. As she watched Hansen cut down such creatures in a flash, Qin Xian couldn't help but think, "This man is too powerful. If I ever seek to catch up, I'll have my work cut out for me." Qin Xian had managed to earn a lot of sacred Geno points in a small amount of time. She had received some help in the second God Sanctuary, but nothing compared to this sort of power leveling. Hansen also gave her some mutant and sacred blood beast souls, so she could chip in if she wanted to and tackle the weaker sorts by herself. But seeing Hansen kill so many high-level creatures with ease, when she triumphed over the lower variety, the feelings of success and accomplishment escaped her. Hansen refined the Abyssal Beast's life Geno essence, and with Ice Wolf God's life Geno essence, he had managed to reach a total of 81 super Geno points. Although he wasn't full, his body was practically equal to a super creature in strength and might. It was just a shame his Dongxian Sutra could not keep up with Hansen's rapidly rising power. It was sluggish, by comparison. Hansen really admired Dongxian Zi. It was difficult to practice the Dongxian Sutra, and for Dongxian Zi to practice it up until he broke through the vacuum, Hansen figured he must have possessed the power of a monster. Hansen was proud of his talents, but he still thought he paled in comparison to Dongxian Zi when he held himself up against the man. Those who succeed always have help to become better, and Hansen wanted to do the same. There were no more super creatures on the way, so the opportunity for another would have to wait a little while longer. After half a month of travel, they reached the mountain. There, they saw the big dragon-like waterfall. Because Hansen had taken a different path, the Fish King had yet to arrive. Hansen did not want to get too close, so he took the opportunity to poke around and find a nice cave to hide inside. When night fell, Hansen donned his night cloak and left the safety of the cave. He didn't know if Yiksha had arrived yet, but after searching all night, he had yet to find hide nor hair of the spirits. But what Hansen did find was a super creature residing inside the nearby lake. He didn't even need his Dongxian aura to sense it. The Fish King is not here, but does this mean other berserk super creatures want the vine, too? Hansen wondered. Hansen returned to the cave again, and there, he waited for the Fish King and Yiksha to show up. 2 days later, after dark, a strange noise sounded from the lake. It sounded as if someone had opened a can of soda right next to his ear. Hansen left Little Angel and Bauer behind, with instructions to protect Qin Xian. Wearing his night cloak, he snuck down to see what had occurred. Hansen stood on a cliffside overlooking the lake. At the water's center, bubbles began to arise. When they reached the surface of the water, they popped and boiled with an extreme amount of fizz. It was like the opening of a firmly shaken soda can. Is the super creature in the lake about to emerge? Hansen guessed as he observed the bubbly activity. But after a while of waiting for something to occur, nothing actually did. The bubbles continued to appear, and soon reached a frothy amount. It was as if the lake was boiling with the ferocity of a volcano. What is this super creature doing? Hansen thought to himself. Hansen's Dongxian aura picked up the movement of a rock nearby the lake. Hansen looked over at it with his proper eyesight, and lo and behold, he saw it. There was a rock, and as if by magic, it was rolling itself down towards the raging waters of the lake. Hansen wondered why the rock had started to move by itself. The large rock was not moving too quickly, and its coming was fairly gentle. But when it was a good 2 meters away from the lake's shore, it stopped. Hansen examined the way it had come, and the rock had left no trace or imprint in the earth it had rolled over. The rock was like a boulder. It was 10 meters high and had a diameter of 6 meters. It was a lumpy thing, and observing it from a distance initially gave the illusion of a miniature hill picking up stakes and moving location. Amidst Hansen's confusion around this strange happening, he then noticed a hole inside the boulder. Its diameter was a solid 1 meter at every angle. Hansen hadn't noticed it at first, and he believed it had only just appeared. It was like a hatch, or something cut out from its original structure. Soon after, something crawled out of the hole. It was a big red toad, scaled from head to toe. On its head, it wore a red pot as if it were a crown. It was a strange accessory to see adorning a toad. Is it looking for water? As Hansen asked himself this, his eyes flickered back to the hole the toad had emerged from. Weirdly, it was gone. Something most peculiar is cooking, that's for sure. Hansen made himself comfy in a position that was a little more hidden and watched intently. The toad was a super creature, that much was certain. While it was next to the waters of the lake, the red pot on its head opened. Hansen peered into it, and that was when he saw a number of eyes staring back at him. Hansen was currently garbed with the night cloak, though, so there was no chance he could have actually been spotted. From out of the pot, the triangle-shaped head of a snake emerged. While the pot might have looked separate, and more like an accessory to the toad, it was actually a part of the creature. It was rather confusing for Hansen to see. But the snake head he was seeing now was just as strange. It was composed of bones, and it did not even have a tongue to rattle and shake with a seething viciousness. It still had its fangs, though, and the eyes were red gems of a sinister light. When the snake came out and revealed more of itself, the rest of its body was seen to be the same. It was practically a skeleton snake. The snake head had looked as big as the pot, but the entire body must have been 6 meters long, not to mention its wide girth. How it had all fit inside the pot on the toad's head was quite the conundrum. The snake slithered around the toad, and then the toad seemed to issue it a command to enter the lake. Without hesitation, it followed the order and set off swimming to the center of the lake. The bubbles in the lake did not appear to be harmful, and the snake had no trouble as it swam. The toad issued another command to the snake, and after this, it started to dive. So, Mr. Bone Snake must be a scout. But who is the real puppet here? Is the toad here by its own volition, or is it also a goon for someone else? Hansen pondered. Suddenly, there was an explosion of bubbles. The water in the lake was thrown into turmoil. Soon after, things returned to semi-normal. The bubbles continued at their original pace and the waters were soothed. Blurg. The toad spat out some blood, and in shock, it began to fall back away from the water. The toad wished to reach the rock it had first emerged from, but something came out of the lake and grabbed the toad. The thing tried dragging the toad back in with it. The toad struggled, and its claws dug into the earth. The nails broke under the pull of that supremely powerful shadow. With long, skin-crawling marks in the earth for a wake, the toad was pulled into the black depths of the lake. The toad's struggle beneath the water was plain to see, and the lake was upset in response. It was pulled in deep. When things suddenly turned quiet, an unnerving mist dyed the surface of the lake red. Hansen was shocked at what he had just witnessed. The toad was a super creature, but it had been killed effortlessly. Whatever monster resided in the lake must have been extremely powerful to do such a thing. After the toad was dragged down into the murky depths of the lake, the boulder moved again. This time it rolled away from the water. It had barely reached a distance of 1 meter before the shadow reappeared. It grabbed the rock and tried to pull it back. The rock was too heavy for it to move in a hurry, though. And as it struggled, Hansen was finally able to get a good look at the enigma that had been residing inside the lake all that time. It was like an arm, but one that was plated all in copper. It was not too different from a snake, minus a head. When it came out to reach the boulder, it revealed itself to be at least 100 meters long. The rock tried its best to pull away from it, but it gave ground, bit by bit. It would soon be dragged in. When the rock was 2 meters away from the water's edge, a rocky explosion sounded as the boulder rose up off the ground. The boulder turned into a golem, and there were people behind it. Is that Yiksha and Blood River King down there? Were they hiding inside the rock this entire time? Hansen saw Yiksha and Blood River King down below, the latter in his signature red armor. There was a 6-armed monster with them, and it and the 2 spirits ran off while the golem stayed behind to hold back the snake as they made their escape. The black shape from the lake attacked the golem with a greater rage. But then another black shadow emerged. It went for the 3 that were daring an escape. Yiksha used his wings to avoid the initial strike. Blood River King and the 6-armed ape managed to evade the attack as well. But in the next second, many more of those black snake-like figures shot out of the lake. Yiksha brought out his black feather dagger, while Blood River King drew his sword to attack whatever was chasing them. A metallic noise sounded whenever they drew a cut across the black snakes. What's more, their weapons weren't formidable enough to slice through them. 2 king spirits and 2 super creatures were now trapped, as more and more monsters arose to eliminate their ability to flee. The golem did not relent in fighting back that horrible foe, and it was able to stand strong and not get dragged into the lake. But it wasn't long before even more of the black shadows emerged. A larger host of the black menace grabbed a hold of it, threw it down on the ground, and dragged it across the shore. The golem was pulled into the lake, and seeing it get pulled in like that, Hansen couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. It was a shocking scene to behold. What in the sanctuaries is this thing? Both Yiksha and Blood River King are unable to fight it? I'm lucky I didn't try to get any closer, Hansen thought to himself. Psi. While Yiksha and Blood River King fought side by side, the 6-armed ape was the next to get grabbed. It was unable to resist the strength of the pull, and it was immediately dragged away and down into the lake. Blood River King was furious when he saw that the 3 super creatures he had brought with him had been killed. They had all been dragged into the lake by one fearsome monster. He hyped himself to fight in honor of his fallen creatures, but at that second, Yiksha managed to muster the strength to cut through the monster and clear a way forward to escape. Run! Yiksha shouted. The monster was quick to recover, and it grabbed his arm. Then, a lot more did. They dragged him into the lake. Blood River King was touched by his seemingly heroic sacrifice, and so he took him up on the command and escaped. Yiksha was dragged into the lake, and once he was, Solace returned to the land. Hansen frowned, believing that something wasn't quite right. Yiksha was not the sort of person who was willing to sacrifice himself, especially if it was to merely save another. He was one of the 8 generals, too, so there was no way he could have been dragged in that easily. As Hansen mulled that puzzling happening, something floated up to the surface of the lake. Hansen squinted to get a good look, and he noticed it was a copper statue. It looked like a copper screen. But when it bobbed for a bit, and Hansen was able to get a better view, he realized it was actually a copper throne. The entire throne was adorned with a number of patterns. The seat had been composed by a number of copper, snake-like figures. Hansen did not know how many snakes had been intertwined to build it, but it clearly represented the snakes that had arisen to attack the party earlier. They seemed to have been built from copper, were thus inanimate, but they soon started to move. And they seemed to be pushing the throne to the surface of the water. A female spirit was sitting atop it, one that wore a black dress. Her legs were long and succulent, a highlight of the sight of her, sitting on the throne. She had long black hair, painting her as something of a femme fatale. She looked cold and unremorseful. "I brought you 3 super creatures, see? I should help you take the aqua vine." Yiksha emerged from the water, speaking to the woman in a polite and sickly tone. Hansen now understood Yiksha had been playing Blood River King like a fiddle. His cooperation had been a complete lie all along. He had only wanted Blood River King's super creatures, and he had gotten them successfully. Poor Blood River King. To think he actually believes he owes Yiksha his life, Hansen now knew not to underestimate Yiksha's cunning. The cold female spirit responded to Yiksha now, saying, "I acknowledge and appreciate the help you have given, but 3 super creatures are not enough to satiate the hunger of the serpent throne." Blood River King was very hesitant, and despite pressing him all that time, I could only manage to convince him to bring 3, Yiksha said in his defense. The female spirit responded, saying, "Understood. Still, you have brought me many over time. And when the flying fish comes, once I have killed it, I should meet the requirements for challenging the aqua vine. If I am successful, you will receive your reward then." "Thank you, my most gracious lady." Yiksha kneeled, as if in her service. "Scour the stream for the fish's location. Until it arrives, I must return to rest," the female spirit said. "Yes, milady." Yiksha bowed and then went off downstream. Hansen was shocked over what he had just witnessed. If what she said was true, it seemed Yiksha had managed to obtain for her more than just those 3 super creatures. But who is this female spirit? She must be an empress, if Yiksha so willingly obeys her. Hansen had no clue who he was now looking likely to deal with. Hansen reflected over his dealings with Yiksha, and he thought the spirit was a remarkable nemesis. Yiksha was clever and deceptive, as much as he was strong and mighty. He had even managed to trick Xiangyin. If his past behavior was anything to go by, Hansen thought it was unlikely Yiksha had the lake's female spirit's interests at heart. It was likely he was just using her, too, and his kneeling and kind words were just for show. "I don't like the fact that they're going to kill the Flying Fish King." Hansen frowned. Hansen had planned to wait until they started fighting the aqua vine before intervening. But now, if he wanted to save the Flying Fish King, he'd have to expose himself earlier than he wanted to. After all, there was no chance Hansen could make battle with the pest Yiksha, an empress, and whatever Goliath the aqua vine was, all by himself. Fighting alongside the Fish King was his only chance. If he wanted the fruit, or whatever other treasure might have been waiting, he'd need the fish to be his ally in the endeavor. Hansen then racked his mind, going over the many ways he might be able to save the Fish King from the trap that was waiting for it. But as he thought, he noticed one of the serpents moving the throne to the shore. It did so in a short amount of time. The empress went to sit on the throne, and her expression and posture suggested her mind was elsewhere, and she was deep in thought. The serpents moved around a lot, but the throne was stable as she sat. They were wriggling around like lecherous tentacles. The throne was being brought further past the shore, up the cliffside of a mountain. The Fish King is on its way. Where is she going? Han Sen, still in the night cloak, ventured forward to see what she was up to. The Empress was going up the mountain the Fish King would inevitably head for. Is she tricking the trickster? Has she tricked Yiksha, getting him out of the way so she can nab the fruit all for herself? As Han Sen followed, the more he saw and the more he reviewed this curious happening, he realized he was incorrect. The throne stopped before the mountain. Then, she stood up and said aloud, "Are you really going to remain guised in shadow? You should come out and greet me like a man." This came as a sudden shock to Han Sen, and he thought to himself, she knows I'm following her? I thought nothing could notice me while I wore the night cloak. Fear became the prevailing emotion Han Sen felt right now, but just as it settled in, a stone door revealed itself on the cliffside. Beyond it seemed to be a fairly deep cave. Han Sen felt major relief wash over him like a tide, and he comfortingly said to himself, "Phew. She wasn't talking to me. This night cloak helped me assassinate an emperor before, so I suppose it makes sense even she would not notice me." Han Sen looked into the cave and noticed it was pitch black inside. The throne was still in front of the cave, and on it, the Empress said, "Have you come to a decision regarding the offer I presented you?" A weird noise came out of the cave, like metal been scraped against rock. Han Sen envisioned a being chained up in the darkness. And whatever it was rattling the chains and beating them against the stone. The Empress did not say anything more. She waited outside the cave in silence. The sound of chains grew louder, suggesting it was coming closer. Han Sen leaned forward, eager to get a look at what was coming out of the cave. He really wanted to see. The noise of chains was now near the entrance, and something was ready to step out and make an appearance. When the moonlight revealed what had been kept from sight, Han Sen was given a shock. It was a man. His clothes were in tatters, and his hair was long and filthy. It masked much of his face, denying a view of his true identity. There were cuffs attached to each of his limbs, and the chains made a sordid sound when he moved. The chains drifted behind the man, reaching back into the dark recesses of the cave. They had been created with the same material that composed the Empress throne. But the most shocking thing about this entire affair was that the man was a human. Why has a human been chained up here? What could she possibly want with him? Han Sen frowned, looking at the disheveled man. "What is your decision? Will you help me?" The Empress seemed to be giving the prisoner an ultimatum. Han Sen was surprised. Emperors in the third god sanctuary were of a tier far above the rest that occupied the realm, and they knew it. Yet strangely, this Empress had come to ask the man, a human, for assistance politely. Is he really a human? Han Sen thought it was a bit far-fetched for an emperor-class spirit to behave in such a way before a human. The man raised his head to the night sky and said, "It has been a long time since my eyes were last able to lay sight on the moon." The Empress frowned, clearly more concerned with receiving the answer to her question. After a while, the man turned his gaze to the Empress. He asked, "Where is that which I want?" The Empress responded, saying, "The aqua fruit is on the precipice of maturing." "Do you know what that means?" "Where is it?" the man asked again. The Empress said, "This is your last chance, so answer me." The man laughed and balked. "You're wrong. This is your last chance. You do not fear death, do you? I find that an amusing surprise, given your kind can only live once." The Empress frowned. Han Sen's face changed, now confirming that the man truly was a human. There was no more doubt about that. The man replied, saying, "Oh, I fear death. But I also know you won't let me die." The Empress's ire was incited by what the man had just said, and anger flushed to her face in immediacy. The serpents beneath the seat were poised, ready to strike the madman. He did not care, though. He stood where he was, looking right at the Empress, as if inviting their strikes. The serpents glided forward, hissing. But then, the Empress raised her hand and gestured for them to leave him be. Fine. You can have it. But it will be in exchange for the aqua fruit, the Empress said. Okay. The man did not seem surprised. The Empress waved her hand, and then a copper key manifested in the air and flew towards each lock on the man's shackles. One by one, they fell down and released him from their cold, cruel clasp. The man did not seem excited about his freeing from incarceration. He merely walked calmly towards the lake. I can lock you up once more, as easily as I have just freed you. You know what it is you must do, the Empress said. The man kept walking, telling her, do not worry, I'm from the Blue Blood Special Forces. The aqua fruit will be yours, have no fear. The serpents beneath the throne began to move, as she followed him towards the lake. Hansen was in shock after what he had just heard, and he thought to himself, he's from the Blue Blood Special Forces. If he was trapped in there for 100 years, perhaps there is a chance he knew about Han Jinji. The Blue Blood Special Forces was a military unit of the Alliance. If he was who he claimed to be, though, it didn't make sense why the Empress had behaved that way before him. The Empress was asking the man to take the fruit for her, as if he was tremendously capable and accomplished for such a task. This was crazy. As the man walked, he removed the scraps of aged garments that still hopelessly clung to his body. Hansen was surprised that the man didn't look quite as disheveled when he was unclothed. The man was ripped, with hulking muscles that Hansen couldn't help but admire. The man looked strong enough to kill anything. But what was quite strange was that the blood vessels between his muscles were blue rather than green. The man walked into the lake and washed himself. With his hands and fingernails, he gave himself a haircut, too. Now, Hansen could see what his face looked like. The man's face was strong and proud. His features had been chiseled in a way that exuded manliness. If he was seen strolling the streets, Hansen believed women would get wet just seeing him. The Empress was sitting on her throne as he walked out of the lake, naked and on full display. Hansen watched his manhood swing wildly from left to right with each footstep. The Empress frowned and threw down Geno armor in front of him. The man put it on and then sat down. He looked out over the lake and said, the only way this could get any better is if there was a drink we could both share. Ugh. The Empress groaned. They merely sat, watching the view from the lakeside together. A period of time elapsed with neither of them doing anything. They must have been waiting for the fish to arrive. With the odds stacked against him, and the Empress now having this other, mystic human on her side, Hansen wasn't fancying his chances of emerging victorious. Hansen wanted to go downstream and see if he could stop the Fish King from coming. Even if the Fish King did not come, though, it wouldn't mean much. The Empress would still most likely nab the fruit she had come for. Trying to save the Fish King's life and fighting alongside it seemed the best chance of prevailing Hansen had. As Hansen reviewed his options, he began to hear movement stem from downstream. He saw a golden light, and ahead of it, Yiksha. He was running back, and a peculiar look crossed his face when he noticed the human sitting beside the Empress. Yiksha bowed and said, the Flying Fish King is here. Hansen now knew it was too late to stop what had been put into motion, so he quickly tried to think how he might best help the Fish King. The light of its presence was rapidly approaching, and the water was in turmoil as it came. Do you need to step away? Yiksha asked the Empress. The Empress said, I will watch. Are we killing it? Yiksha thought they would go and kill the flying fish once it arrived. Not yet. We will let the fish and vine do battle first. When things look dire for either of them, we will swoop in and clean up the mess. The Empress relayed to them the plan of action. Yiksha did not say anything, but he clearly seemed to be agitated by the presence of the human sitting comfortably beside the throne. The Empress had wanted to hunt down the flying fish originally, so he thought the human must have done or said something to change her mind. Yiksha did not know who the man was, and although sirens blared in his head urging him to do something, he didn't do anything. He did not want to upset or invoke the ire of the Empress at a time as crucial as this. The fish arrived at the lake and looked at the Empress. The Fish King eyed the audience warily, and he seemed upset with their presence there. It began to circle the lake, and not much more. The night was starting to fade by this point, and the sun was soon to raise its head above the horizon. When it did, the night cloak would be rendered useless. Han Sen hid in the forest and tried to mask his scents, instead. When his 7 gene locks of the Dongxian Sutra were open, Han Sen could simulate the energy of small plants. Han Sen had initially thought it to be a pointless boon, but in a time like this, he realized how handy it could be. Unless someone could see him with their naked eyes, Han Sen was just another shrub in the dense undergrowth of the forest floor. Han Sen was afraid that when the fighting began, the cave he had previously taken refuge in might collapse. Thus, he wasn't willing to hide there. Hiding in the forest was a far better option, and even if trees were toppled on top of him, they wouldn't hurt. The rising orb from the east began to bathe the land in the orange light of a new day. The waterfall was like a silver dragon, but then, curiously, it ran dry. And as the sun rose, the clouds in the sky began to disperse and fade away. Strange. Last time I was here, even during the daylight, the clouds could still be seen. And why has the waterfall now stopped? Han Sen frowned, concerned with the curious turn of events. On the peak of the mountain, Han Sen saw a purple dragon-like vine wriggle. The vine was massive, and it was surrounded by the bones of creatures it had drained the life out of through its leeching. Han Sen noticed there were 7 vines in total, each bearing an aqua fruit. The fruits looked like bells, and when the wind blew, the chiming of these bells could be heard. Each one was big, as well, not too unlike a grinding wheel. When Han Sen paid attention to each sounding bell, he noticed they each played a different note. Han Sen suddenly saw fairies begin to fly around the fruits. The fruits looked incredibly holy with the fairies that surrounded them like little angels. The flying fish could not resist the temptation, so it leapt into the sky, up towards the purple vine. The purple vine then swiftly moved. Like a lashing whip, it cast itself towards the Flying Fish King. The Flying Fish King seemed to have improved since it last tried to do battle with the vine. Its body shone brightly with the color of gold and its head was crowned with a glorious horn. In a flash, it leapt to the side and avoided the incoming attack. The flying fish managed to evade each lashing vine that tried to get it as it made its daring ascent. The Empress and the human watched the Fish King intently. Han Sen watched the Fish King evade the vines with ease, and noticed it was now only 10 meters away from grabbing one of its fruit. Suddenly, though, the fairies began to fly towards the fish like a swarm of angry bees. Han Sen was shocked. He initially believed the presence of the fairies to be some sort of an illusion. The fairies were real, and they were now all around the Fish King. The fairies carried a ribbon, and they seemed intent on wrapping the ribbon around the fish to capture it. More and more ribbons appeared in the hands of the fairies to tie the Fish King up. But the scales on the Fish King became spiky next, proving just enough to tear through the ribbons and escape. The fairies were not dismayed by this, though, and they looked happy to take things up a notch. Their gracious appearance was cast aside, as each of them turned into a mini skeleton. Then, they all leaped towards the Fish King. The Fish King's gold body was unable to prevent the advance of the skeletons. The now bony fiends were transparent, and the fish was unable to strike or even touch them. But when they tried biting into the Fish King, they were able to sink their teeth into its flesh and rip out small chunks. They were like a swarm of little maggots, all converging on the Fish King to nibble it to death. As they all bit into it, they dyed the surroundings red with blood. The Fish King wanted to rid itself of the skeletons that sought to eat it alive, but there was nothing it could do. Its scales could do nothing against the skeletal fairies, as they straddled a line between the physical and supernatural. They could not be touched by others, but they could touch anything they desired. The fish is almost done for. Is now the time we should strike? Yiksha asked aloud. The Empress seemed unconcerned, and replied, do not underestimate a creature with 10 gene locks open. They are stronger than you might imagine. Yiksha knew the Fish King could not be killed so easily, and he was actually trying to usher the Empress into attacking. If he did that, he could find his best chance to Judas her. With the Empress not yet willing to budge, Yiksha could do nothing. He returned to silence and waited. The Fish King then suddenly roared. Its body began to shine like a beacon of gold light as it grew in size. Large talons decked the feet that then sprouted out of the fish, as its entire body took the form of a dragon. It is no wonder Yiksha called it a flying dragon fish. Hansen was shocked, witnessing the fish's transformation. The dragon's head turned, shooting hot air at the skeletons that swarmed its new form. The skeletons were turned to dust by the power of that gust. Then, the Fish King turned around, ready to swallow the fruit it had long lusted for. The fairies all around the fruit were dead, and now there was nothing prohibiting the Dragon Fish King from consuming that which it had come for. The bell-looking fruit then shone green. The Dragon Fish King suddenly roared and fell backwards, all the way down into the lake below. As it fell, its body returned to that of a fish. Pang! The Fish King's impact with the water created manic waves, as its blood turned the lashing waters of the lake red. What are you waiting for? The speech of the Empress was directed towards the man. The man then stood up and approached the dried-up waterfall. The man was going to climb the whole way up. Hansen was shocked, and he thought to himself, he doesn't know how to fly. How is that possible? The man climbed the treacherous cliffside slowly. Who is that guy? Yiksha asked. He is the one who will collect the fruit. You should go and help him, the Empress directed. She remained seated on the throne as it began to move towards the lake. She was going for the Fish King. Yiksha was delighted, thinking he now had a chance of grabbing the fruit. He had been worried earlier. If he had to steal the fruit alongside the Empress, he'd have difficulty nabbing one. If the only thing that stood in his way was a human, one who couldn't fly, at that, there was nothing really stopping him. Yiksha was fairly confident he could collect the fruit the Fish King had just approached. The Fish King had triggered the aqua gas, so it was no longer a threat. Seeing the Empress head for the lake, Yiksha summoned his wings and followed after the man. Yiksha flew around the man, saying, "The Empress instructed me to help you. How do you plan on reaching the fruit?" Yiksha was not keen on the man, but there had to be a reason for him being there. The man must have had something the Empress wanted, so Yiksha wanted to find out exactly what that was. The man continued to climb, simply stating, "I will climb up here, and then I will climb up there. I will reach for the fruit with my hands, and with my hands, I will pick up the fruit. I will then climb down from there, and climb down from here." Yiksha thought he was talking crap, but he just smiled and said, "The fruit is a dangerous item. How exactly do you plan on grabbing it?" "She told me I can pick it just as easily as I would an apple," the man said. Yiksha was getting annoyed with the man, but he didn't let it show. He went ahead to say, "Well, you have to hurry. If the fruit manages to build up another cloud of gas to emit, nabbing it won't be so easy. Don't you see that I am climbing as fast as I can?" The man gave a smile. "Don't you know how to fly?" Yiksha was getting annoyed at the snail-like pace of the man. "No," the man said. "Really?" Yiksha was legitimately surprised. "Do you see any wings on my back?" "I don't," the man said. "Well, you take your time climbing this rock face like a sloth. I am going to go on ahead and grab the fruit for our Empress." Yiksha then departed, going upwards. This was his best chance. It was a now or never moment. Once he had one of the fruits in his hand, he could pocket it and run. Yiksha did not think the Empress could catch up with him, with the head start he'd get. When the Fish King fell, Hansen had snuck into the water to get a peek at its injuries. Hansen dived in deep, and when he approached the fish and got a good look, he was quite surprised at what he saw. There was a green pinecone in the Fish King's head. It was half embedded, and it shone an ominous green like a third eye. The light pulsated, and when the pinecone lit up, it caused the Fish King's body to twitch. The fish did not look like it had been dealt a grievous blow, but it seemed to be incapacitated. The fish was submitting to the water, and it was sinking fast. Is that what the fruit spat out? It knocked him unconscious, Hansen thought, as he swam towards the fish, clutching Taya. The Fish King was unable to move, so Hansen sought to remove the pinecone with his sword. Dong! Taya hit the pinecone but was unsuccessful in damaging it. Hansen stabbed it a few more times, but it proved to be far sturdier than he imagined. I'll dig it out then. Hansen opened the 9 gene locks of the Bloodpool Sutra, and it made Taya glow a spooky red. Then, Hansen skirted the placement of the pinecone with Taya. He had to plunge the sword fairly deep, and he could hear the cracking of the Fish King's bones as he went. The Fish King looked to be in pain following Hansen's treatment, but it did not do anything to stop him. It was, of course, much better for Hansen if the Fish King did not struggle. Hansen pulled Taya back and saw the precise area of the head that had connected with the pinecone. In that spot, there were several white lines drawn across the green item and the creature. They looked like veins. Hansen started cutting the lines, and he was able to slice them with ease. Apparently, they were far weaker than the pinecone itself. When they broke, the pinecone and the Fish King shook. The glow of the pinecone became dimmer, too, and it looked to have been weakened. Hansen continued to cut every vein he could find in a bid to free the pinecone from the Fish King's forehead. But the Fish King's skull was no laughing matter. It was rock hard, and doing so was rather difficult for Hansen. When he was about halfway done, his peaceful work seemed likely to get disrupted. The serpent creatures had reared their ugly heads and were on their way. That quick? Hansen knew the Empress would soon arrive. Then, Hansen hid behind the large body of the Fish King and watched as the woman glided through the water on her throne. He noticed it was just her there, and that she had come alone. Hansen thought he might stand a chance if he battled her and her alone. Hansen looked at the Empress and then looked at the embedded pinecone and how far he had to go. He chose not to hesitate and activated his Super King Spirit mode, then he stabbed the Fish King's forehead. Taya plunged a deep, searing pain into the Fish King's head. The Empress was coming from a different direction, so she couldn't see Hansen do this. Then, she commanded the serpents to begin consuming the Fish King. Hansen hurried with the deed, noticing their hungry maws open and come for the fish. Dong! Hansen managed to dig the pinecone out from its head, but a lot of blood came out as well. The Fish King woke up and immediately swung its body around in a spin, blasting both Hansen and the serpents away. The Empress was shocked by its sudden revitalization, as she knew full well the fruit had sprayed it. Hansen had made sure to simulate the Fish King's energy, so the Empress could not suspect there had been someone else there, and that they had freed the fish from its incapacitated state. The Fish King, when it was awake, saw the serpents and the Empress that wished it devoured. It doused them in a bright golden light. The golden light was like a laser, and Hansen watched as it went towards the Empress. The Empress did not even blink as one of the snakes pushed the throne away, out of the line of fire. Pang! The serpent's tail was then hit by the gold light, and it caused the entire lake to blow up in utter chaos. Hansen had already exited Super King Spirit mode by this stage, and he was out of the lake, safe and sound up in the air. He landed in the forest and made his life force replicate that of another plant. Horrible noises continued to emerge from the tumultuous lake, and the waters thrashed so wildly, it might as well have been raining for all those in its proximity. Hansen hid inside the forest, allowing himself to get wet. By now, the human had climbed up halfway. Yiksha, however, was at the peak after a brief flight up. Yiksha's body was exuding a black gas, and his wings weren't that far off a devil's. The fruit noticed Yiksha reaching for it, and it managed to pump out another cloud of gas. It hit Yiksha directly in his forehead. Yiksha was shocked, as he had not expected it to be able to spray twice. Fortunately, he had come prepared. As soon as his eyes caught sight of an aqua light, he dashed away from the fruit. But the light wasn't keen to let Yiksha slip away, and it bent its course mid-air, turning around to strike Yiksha in the back of his head. Then, the conniving spirit began to plummet all the way down the cliff. It is no wonder why the Empress wasn't willing to take them herself. Both the Fish King and Yiksha were destroyed in their attempts to obtain it. Hansen was relieved he had not tried to take the fruit before the others did. But if the Empress and Berserk super creatures could not take the fruit, why would she believe a human was capable? Hansen hid himself in the woods and started to watch the man intently. He was climbing at a very slow pace, and Hansen wasn't sure if the man was simply a poor climber, or if he was deliberately going slow in fear of what awaited him up top. The Empress was still fighting the Fish King. Now she could be seen rising up into the air, still seated firmly upon her throne. Despite fighting in the water for all that time, her clothes did not appear wet. And she was so still, it was as if she was inanimate. The Fish King leapt out of the lake in pursuit of her. Its mouth spat out torrents of water in her direction. The entire throne was bathed in a strange light, as the serpents bobbed and weaved to block and deflect every rocket of water that targeted their mistress. Hansen was in awe of how the Empress fought, and he was severely impressed by how adequate and capable the throne was in combat. Hansen had yet to see what the Empress herself was capable of, though, as the throne wasn't actually a part of her. They were two halves, clearly, but they were also separate entities. Does this mean the Empress and the throne are two Emperor-class beings? Hansen wondered to himself. For now, though, the victor of that fight had a long way to go before being determined. No one had the upper hand, and despite the crazy Fish King that was after her, the Empress seemed far more concerned with the man who was climbing. More often than not, her attention and eyes were locked on him. Hansen, when not observing the events of that battle, watched the man go, too. He was very slow. The man was clearly not in a rush, and if he continued at that agonizing pace, it'd take another half an hour for him to reach the top. Tidal waves were starting to drown the encompassing lands of the lake now, too. Hansen found himself hugging a tree to remain upright, as the water was up to his waist. There wouldn't be a forest for much longer, that was for sure. Something then began to float up from beneath the chaotic waves of the water. It was the pinecone Hansen had removed from the Fish King's head. It was bobbing along with the tumultuous waves, but strangely, it was coming for Hansen. He thought it might have been looking for another forehead to call home. Hansen was shocked when he thought about this. He knew he'd have to be careful, as there'd be no one around to help remove it from his forehead if it truly did plant itself there. Hansen swam away from it, but the pinecone was in hot pursuit. It seemed eager for his head. Something is wrong with it. Hansen clutched Taya tightly. If the pinecone got any closer, he'd activate Super King Spirit mode and give it a firm strike. The pinecone did not relent in drifting towards Hansen, though. So, Hansen did what he proposed to. He gave it a hit and watched it skip across the surface of the water a few meters. Hansen did not want to alert the Empress, however, so he made sure to do it gently. The pinecone came back, though. And whenever it came in range of Hansen, he'd make sure to whack it away. This happened a few times, as if he was playing tennis against an invisible opponent. Has it been losing its powers ever since I dug it out? Hansen hypothesized. Nothing much actually happened when he touched the pinecone with Taya. It was a very dull object, despite its desire to come after Hansen. Eventually, Hansen tried to touch it with his hand. The pinecone now proved to be little more than a lambent, emerald jewel of sorts. The white stuff that had wreathed the pinecone was gone now, and its parasitic look had vanished too. It really did look like a gem now. So, Hansen used his Dongxian aura to give it a scan. He was able to detect the presence of a life force within it. Hansen then thought, is this a seed belonging to the vine? If it is, does that mean I can grow my own aqua vine? The fruit it bears must be quite the treat, considering the effort that the Empress and Yiksha put into trying to get some. Hansen then recalled Yiksha's sudden descent. A pinecone had planted itself in him, too, so he thought he might as well go and grab that one. Yiksha was like a dead man now, one that had been flushed down the drain and left to float and bob on the water that had flooded the forest. Hansen saw the pinecone had embedded itself in the back of Yiksha's head. But a new conundrum was now posed to Hansen. Yiksha was being controlled by the pinecone, and thus, he could not return to his spirit stone. If Hansen removed the pinecone, that meant he would be saving Yiksha. Saving Yiksha was the last thing Hansen wanted, so he came up with an idea. Yiksha was unconscious, so Hansen was able to put him inside the cruel bottle without issue. All Hansen would have to do was take the pinecone and keep Yiksha trapped inside the cruel bottle. If he did that, Yiksha would still be robbed of his ability to return to his spirit stone, and thus, he would be trapped and unable to roam the third god's sanctuary, causing everyone grief. Hansen would like to find out what might happen if he died inside the bottle, as well. Thinking of that, Hansen immediately put him inside the bottle. Where did you get the aqua fruit from? Moment Queen squealed when she saw Yiksha. Wait, this is the aqua fruit? Hansen was surprised by the sudden twist. Hansen thought the bell-shaped fruit was the aqua fruit, but now that she had said this, he realized it was the pinecone itself that was the treasure he had come for. Still, this was Moment Queen, and he could never be sure if she was telling him the truth. It is the aqua fruit, but it isn't at the same time, Moment Queen said. That made no sense to Hansen. Hansen saw the man was nearing the top of the mountain. He was very close to the vine now, and Hansen was eager to see just how the man expected to retrieve the fruit. The rock climber was within arm's reach of the vine, and he reached his hand out to grab it. The purple vine was like a berserk super creature, and for the man to try and grab it with his hands, Hansen thought he was either incredibly daring or incredibly stupid. It was a crazy stunt either way. When the man grabbed hold of the vine had no reaction, though. In fact, it was as docile as any garden variety plant. How is that possible? Hansen wondered as he rubbed his eyes. The man, clutching the vine, now began to climb with a greater acceleration. None of the vines moved, and it was as if they were all asleep. It's no wonder the Empress wanted him to take the fruit. How does he do that? Is the vine not hostile to humans? Can I do that, too? The Empress could have found any human easily, if the vine did not care for the intrusion of humans. But then again, she had come to this person specifically. And the manner of her retrieval of him was rather curious, and indicative of them sharing a history together, in one way or another. So, how does this man make the vine docile? Hansen could not wrap his mind around it. The Empress continued to watch the man, despite the bluster of the rampaging fish, and a smile now crept across her face. She actually looked happy. The man had been climbing so slowly on purpose. And now, after reaching the vine, he went at a remarkable pace, given the tricky act of rock climbing. He went straight up towards the aqua fruit the Fish King had aimed for. Hansen and the Empress now watched with bated breath, keenly wondering if the man could take the fruit. The man was not in a rush to take it, that much was clear. But he plodded up at a steady pace and put his arms out. With one of his grisly fingernails, he ran a finger across the upturned palm of his other hand and cut across it. Hansen was shocked when he saw the blood. The man's veins were blue, and so the blood should have been red. But this man's blood was blue, and it came as quite a shock to Hansen. Blue blood? Is he Han Jinji? Hansen was extremely surprised, seeing the blue blood run from the self-inflicted wound. Then, the man ran his cut palm across the fruit and painted it with the blood. When the fruit came into contact with the blood, it began to tremble and shake as it absorbed the liquid. Then, its glow began to shine brighter. When the blood was all gone, the man moved to grab the fruit. Suddenly, the fruit flashed a blinding light. It surprised Hansen and brought visible shock to the Empress. The man grabbed hold of the light as if it were an object, and then, with his other free hand, he pulled the fruit. The fruit had no hostile reaction. The Empress, seeing his success, called out to the man and said, "Bring it down." The man did not hesitate to follow her command, and he began his descent. The Empress was still ignoring the Fish King, and now, she brought the entire throne over to the man. By this point, the Fish King knew it was not able to beat the Empress. It gave one last look at the aqua vine before turning tail and swimming downstream in retreat. Hansen was shocked. It was a strange turn of events, and it seemed as if they had all only come for this one fruit. No one dared touch the other 6. "Give me the fruit," the Empress said as she approached the man. The man ignored her and kept climbing back down the mountain. The Empress looked mad, and her impatience was clearly getting to her. Still, she held her tongue and did not say anything more until he had finished his descent. "Can I have it now?" the Empress was finally able to ask. "Where's what you owe me?" The man reached his free arm out to the Empress. The Empress brought something out and held it in front of the man. The man grabbed what he was owed and gave her the fruit, as promised. Then, upon her throne, she left. Hansen was surprised. The Empress had an incredible amount of power, and she didn't have to give him anything. She could have robbed him and gone on with her day. She respected the terms of their agreement, and this made Hansen believe the blue-blooded man possessed an untold power. The Empress had given him a wooden bottle. He opened it and drank the contents. Hansen wished to know what was inside. Suddenly, the man began walking in his direction. It made Hansen wonder whether or not he knew about his presence there. The man walked into the forest and frowned, noticing Hansen hiding. "Drop the fruit and you may leave with your life," the man said. The man had found Hansen, so there was no use in hiding any further. When Hansen emerged from the bushes, he did so drenched in water. "Friend, what are you talking about? What fruit?" Hansen played dumb. "Human?" The man's intimidating look turned to one of legitimate surprise. "We're of the same kind, are we not?" "My name is Han Senator, what is your name, friend?" Hansen thought this was the perfect opportunity to gather the information he wanted. The man answered, "I'm not your friend, buddy. And I have never been a friend of humans, so don't have the audacity to declare us one and the same." "You say that like you're not a human," Hansen said. The man said, "Don't mistake me for one of you mud-blooded lowlives. Pa, you talk too much. I was going to let you live, but now." After that, the man immediately threw a punch in Hansen's direction. Hansen did not expect his eagerness to fight, and he didn't think the man would have a disdain for humans and believe himself to be so different. But Hansen was certain the man was a human. As much as he would have loved to mull the situation some more, he didn't have the time to think. The fist was in front of his face, and he had little time to react. Hansen opened the 9 gene locks of his Blood Pulse Sutra. Pang! Hansen felt like he had tried to deflect an oncoming train, and the force sent him staggering backwards a number of steps. Hansen came to a stop after planting his feet and creating a pair of 100-meter-long skid marks in defiance of the force. Hansen's bones had cracked, and his arms had been utterly broken. So strong. Hansen was in shock, particularly so given that the man's punch was one derived of pure, raw strength. There was no element associated with the hit. The Blood Pulse Sutra? Are you from Blood Legion? The man was visibly surprised. You are? Hansen asked. Earlier, the man had said he was a member of the Blue Blood Special Forces. Now, was he suggesting he was a member of Blood Legion? The man smiled and said, I was afraid there weren't any more true descendants in this day and age, But if you practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, you must be a genuine disciple of Blood Legion. You must have heard the tale of the 13 members, then? I was one of them, I was God's retribution. The man went on to say, who is your master? And why is your Blood Pulse Sutra so weak? Hansen took a chance and said, I am a student of Qin Huaizhen. He taught me this before he died, so I do not know too much about the Legion. Qin Huaizhen? The man paused, as if in thought. Then he said, is Blood Legion doing that poorly? Are they teaching outsiders now? Hansen did not respond. If he spoke, he knew he'd have to choose his words carefully. He did not want to incite the ire of this man any further, as a mistake in what he said could result in his death. The man said, it is difficult to find someone who can learn this, and you must be the first of your lineage to carry this skill. You should use a title, but you are far too weak right now, and thus, cannot. Down the line, a few generations ahead of you, when your descendants become blue blood, they can bear a title. Hansen suddenly understood a lot more. Blood Pulse Sutra was used to strengthen your genes for those further down in your lineage. Each generation would be stronger than the last. The Shin men's successor said the Blood Pulse Sutra was a frightful thing, and that their fitness was far above everyone else's. And now, this man had just told him that each new generation in a lineage would be stronger than the last. And what's more, their blood would become blue. In turn, that meant every true member of Blood Legion should have blue blood. Time was what strengthened the Blood Pulse Sutra above all else. Vigorous practice of its teachings did not allow for much in the grander scheme of things. The best thing about the Blood Pulse Sutra was the evolution of genes from generation to generation. Many generations down the line, family members would become incredibly strong. Its ineffectiveness for the first generation was why Hansen, despite his vigorous study of the Blood Pulse Sutra, had yet to become much stronger than a super creature. People like God's retribution were the elite of the elite when it came to Blood Legion. Hansen thought to himself, if the 13 members were the ones who were born from families whose lineage reached back into ancient times, Han Jinji must have been one. But Baby Ghost told Hansen he had been kidnapped. If this new learning was true, why would he have been kidnapped? And the Qin family's blood was red and not blue, too. Hansen's mind was drowning in a vat of questions. But if Han Jinji was not one of the 13 members, he could not have been Hansen's great-grandfather. No one in the Han family had practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, that was true, but it'd take a few generations for the strength and potency of a Blood Legion lineage to lessen. Hansen should have still had some amount of blue blood. His father should have most certainly had some, for sure. Hansen knew his family had nothing to do with the blue-blooded, and he knew he couldn't have been a part of Blood Legion. If the Han family had nothing to do with Han Jinji, though, why would he possess the 9-life cat item? The man suddenly said, the 2 aqua fruit you possess can be kept. Consider them a gift from one member to another. After that, the man turned to leave. Seeing the man leave, Hansen had to ask, God's retribution, of the 13 members, was one of them named Han? No. You should leave now, the man said. Hansen wanted to ask something else, but the man left at a speed his eyes could not follow. It was as if the man had teleported away. Hansen knew how strong the man was, but he noticed the man did not seem to possess any special elements at all. Even if he could not fly, he could defy gravity with a jumping capability that was almost as good as having wings. Were Han Jinji and someone from the Qin family members of the 13 he spoke of? Hansen wondered. As Hansen mulled the question, he detected movement. When he looked in the direction of the disturbance, he noticed the Empress returning. As she always had been, she was firmly perched upon her throne. Hansen now understood why the man had told him to leave, but unfortunately for Hansen, he had not followed the advice. He wouldn't be able to leave without the Empress spotting him. God's retribution. How dare you trick me? The Empress was fuming with rage as her hands clutched the shattered remains of some gem. Closer inspection told Hansen it was the fruit. She saw Hansen, and although she knew he had done nothing to contribute to her being tricked, she wasn't quite willing to let him get away. Her anger had to go somewhere, and Hansen was as good a punching bag as any. The throne flew directly above Hansen with a speed that exceeded the capabilities of his phoenix techniques. As countless snakes took aim at Hansen, he couldn't help but think, why is she taking it out on me? Hansen summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight, then he used his ancient devil soldier. With Phoenix Sword and Taya equipped, he was ready to do battle. Disloyal Knight used blue lightning, and it drew a halo below every hostile creature in the vicinity. The light slowed the serpents down by a considerable amount, and it also weakened the power they possessed. Hansen and Little Angel were buffed, too, and they were now able to paralyze enemies. Unfortunately for Hansen, each individual snake possessed a power that was comparable to a berserk super creature. When Hansen tried attacking one of the slithering serpents, he could not hew its body in two. Still, the serpents were unable to do anything to Hansen either. The Empress was even angrier now. She had wanted to vent her rage on whatever creature or being she could find, and now she had been stalemated and was unable to do a thing. "Hey, Lady Empress, what's your problem?" "I'm just a simple traveler, passing by this scenic lake. We don't have a grudge, do we? Why don't we stop, before we get ahead of ourselves?" Hansen did not want to fight. Furthermore, she was a spirit and she could respawn. Hansen hadn't the faintest clue where she came from, so even if he was to struggle and defeat her, it would achieve nothing but a greater hatred and a grudge he might have to deal with further down the line. And since Hansen had just managed to obtain 2 aqua fruits, he was far keener on finding out what he could do with them. God's retribution knew the Empress would eventually return to the lake with a bloodlust, which was why he left the area in such a hurry and made sure to tell Hansen to make himself scarce, too. Hansen's mind had been preoccupied with the mound of questions that had taken root, that he didn't really concern himself with the warning he had been given by God's retribution. "You humans are the worst. I am going to kill you, and then I am going to kill him." There was no quelling the fire the Empress was breathing. And try as she might, the steam she wished to release was not going anywhere. She thought there had to be a connection between Hansen and God's retribution. They were both human, after all. It was far too much of a coincidence for her to have been played, and for there to be another human in the area, just moseying about. That was why she wanted to make Hansen her target. She believed he had to be in on the trick that had been played upon her. The throne was unable to capture Hansen, though, and this just bolstered her resolve and belief Hansen must have had a hand in the misdeed that had been performed upon her. Not many humans possessed such strength in the third god's sanctuary, and so the Empress thought that further confirmed a connection between the two. The Empress was looking severely annoyed by this point, and she actually stood up and left her throne. Her legs were so long and succulent to look at, she was like a most stunning queen to behold. Her fatal eyes stared at Hansen, and they were so intense, you'd believe they could drill holes in whatever surface they looked at. Hansen kept falling back in his evasions, in the hope he could develop enough space between the two of them to run off. Unfortunately, the throne could not be shaken, and its resolve to murder Hansen reflected its owner's desire. The Empress' eyes then began to glow, and the volume of light grew brighter and brighter. They soon resembled a couple of light bulbs. In those eyes, there was a copper statue. It was molded to the shape of Hansen. Hansen suddenly felt himself freeze. He was unable to move. When Hansen looked down, his flesh and bones had become copper. And lastly, his skin. Hansen was in shock. There was nothing he could do to prevent this from happening. Now, after seeing the shape inside the Empress' eyes, he understood what had happened. The Bloodpool Sutra had been unable to prevent this from happening, and all he could do now was watch himself turn into a copper statue. "You think I can be bullied so easily?" Hansen's eyes flashed with a white light that shot out to encompass his entire body. The Super King Spirit's power enabled Hansen to escape the clutches of the coppering. Nothing had yet been able to defeat Hansen and his Super King Spirit mode. And additional debilitative techniques had always been rendered useless against him in this form, like the toad that fired coins that formed the basis of saving money. Hansen was confident this was what it would take to escape what the Empress had started doing to him. When his transformation had finished, his entire body glowed white. The copper on his body had started fading away, slowly freeing him. Unfortunately, the copper was strong, and it would take a while for it all to disappear so Hansen could move as freely as he wished to. He'd have to stand his ground against whatever the Empress and her serpent throne sought to do for now. And already, the snakes were coming for him. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight were still in the area. They came to Hansen's side to protect him while he recovered from the Empress' frightening skill. It was a tricky situation, and one that he never had to deal with before. Hansen was helpless, and his life was truly in their hands. It made him sweat bullets. Hansen was going to summon all his king spirits so they could aid in protecting him. But suddenly, a splash of water was heard. It was very close. A gold-plated fish had arrived in his aid, and it helped repel the serpents that sought to kill Hansen. "Fish King?" Hansen exclaimed with glee. The Fish King flew above Hansen, arcing through the sky like a rainbow. It managed to subdue and suppress each and every attack the snakes tried to perform. The Empress's rage only increased, and now she sought to turn the fish to copper. She stared at it intently, as she had stared at Hansen earlier. Suddenly, a sound similar to that of a clicking finger was heard behind the Fish King. The sky had suddenly started to rain down coins. The Empress' vision of the Fish King was disturbed, and its copper rendition in her eyes vanished. The coins fell upon the snakes and the throne they carried, and the coins stuck to them like glue. Almost immediately, they struggled to move. And just when Hansen thought the Empress's anger could not increase, it did. She grabbed a copper spear from her throne. When she pulled it out, the very shape of the throne started to twist and look misshapen. The downpour of coins was not relenting, but this was not the cause of that transformation. The throne and the snakes were starting to come together to build something new, and when they all came together, one giant serpent beast appeared to fight. The Empress rode this new snake towards Hansen, a spear in hand. The snake was able to withstand the downpour of coins. Hansen was behind the fish, and the fish moved forward to attack the coming Empress. The Empress swung her spear and pierced it through the golden mist. She was going to drive it directly into the Fish King's head. Hansen grabbed Little Angel and kissed her, initiating the process of them combining into one supremely powerful entity. At that precise moment, a strong light prevented the spear from killing the Fish King. At the same time, Hansen was standing atop the Fish King in possession of a halo and white wings. In his hands, he wielded an angelic blade. "Kill!" Hansen exclaimed, and then the Fish King pushed forward to meet with the Empress and her crony. Hansen's eyes were filled with lightning as he came forward to engage the Empress with his angel sword. The Empress looked incredibly mad. She rode the snake to engage with the fish, spear raised, as if to joust with Hansen. The gold and copper light came into contact, with the sound of thunder being the first noise that could be heard. It was like the skies had just been torn asunder. They fought and fought, as the environment all around them was destroyed in the midst of their manic battle. Many of the tall trees had been sundered, toppled, or even lopped clean in half. The earth was cracked and thrown into turmoil, while the skies changed color. If one did not know any better, one would presume the world was ending and the apocalypse had come. It was a shame Hansen had only opened 9 of his gene locks. But still, with Little Angel, he could always find himself able to compete with emperors who had 10 gene locks open. Hansen had almost maxed out his super geno point tally, so he could take on this form for a much greater duration before finding himself knackered and weary. Still, the limit was there, and he knew he was on a timer. But Hansen did not want to leave and make himself scarce. The sword in Hansen's hand started to appear twisted. He made use of what he had learned with space and time, by speeding up the latter and teleporting via the former. Hansen had been researching this for a long time. He did not know which was the best way to do this, or when would be the best time. But now, seeing the Empress prove such a threat, Hansen made the decision to use what he had learned now. Hansen had learned a lot, but he had never put it into practice. He had a feeling that this would prove successful. The powers of time and space were gathering to become one. The Empress's spear was on its way over to Hansen once again, but then, it felt as if it was her eyes that were approaching instead. The Fish King's gold mist kept repelling that copper light as the region that encompassed the fighters turned to utter ruin. Suddenly, Hansen told the Fish King to stop. The mountain ahead was where Bauer and Qin Xian were hiding. If they were found, they'd be dead. Let's do it here, then. Hansen was brewing a monstrous amount of power. The Empress saw Hansen stop with the intent to grab the spear that she held. She spun it in a bid to strike him. But as the spear spun, it disappeared from her hands. Where it went, Hansen could not keep track of. He didn't much care for this, though. All Hansen wanted to do was focus on channeling energy and power into his greatsword for an attack of his own. The angelic sword drifted in and out of reality, hovering amidst shards of distorted dimensions. It was like the image of some magical blade, taken from an ancient tale. Hansen held it, now ready to slash the Empress. Die, the Empress yelled, as a creepy and excited look flashed across her face. The spear had appeared in front of Hansen. The Empress thought she could plunge the spear through Hansen's head before his sword landed a strike. Slash! The Empress' eyes opened wide in utter shock. Her body had been cut in half from a downward swing, and the face that dribbled blood across its center wore a look of fright. The serpent that had accompanied the Empress now looked terrified, and it swiftly tried to flee the scene. Hansen wasn't going to allow that, however. He gathered up another surge of power to unleash at it to prevent its departure. Due to the Empress having been killed, the giant snake was attempting to scramble and slither its way up over the rocks in a bid to escape the human. But it could not lose Hansen, and he was quick to remain at its tail. Qin Xian and Bauer had felt an earthquake just a moment ago, so they had exited the mouth of the cave to come take a look. When they came out, they saw a hazy mixture of gold and copper lights. The scenery all around was destroyed like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The lights were coming towards them, with a trail of destruction being left in its wake. Qin Xian grabbed Bauer and took off running. Qin Xian had only just arrived in the third god's sanctuary, so her effort was in vain. She was too weak to run from the lights. Not long after her attempt of flight, she heard something most monstrous come from someplace behind her. The copper light was on her heels, coming at a most fearsome speed. It was so close, and now Qin Xian was able to see what that copper light was. It was a giant copper snake, similar to the ones people used to worship long ago. Its life force was frighteningly strong. Qin Xian thought this had to be it, and that she was done for. She didn't think there'd be an escape from this predicament. She held Bauer as if she were a real baby. She thought it was most likely a pointless thing, but she did so anyway, as if to protect it. The snake wanted to dive down and head underground, and it was a simple misfortune for Bauer and Qin Xian to be in its way. Qin Xian shielded Bauer from the sight of the beast and watched it come down. She was a soldier, and she made sure to watch. She knew closing her eyes would not make a difference, and it would not reduce the danger that had befallen her. So she kept them open and stood strong. She did not let fear take hold, and she did not let the hope of a possible survival escape her. The mouth of the snake had come down from above, tenting their position, and in that moment, Qin Xian threw Bauer away. Qin Xian did not even know Bauer was a beast soul, she just thought by throwing her away, she might survive. After throwing her away, she faced her imminent death alone. Catcha! The serpent was about to close its teeth on her lonely body, but suddenly, another light flashed across her vision. Qin Xian suddenly saw the snake reel back as its head was hewn from its coiling body. After that, its body began to flail backwards as the light ran through it from top to tail. Vertically, down the center, the body was cut into two perfectly symmetrical halves. The snake had built up momentum though, and it leaned forward even in death. Qin Xian was still stood where she had been, as the rocky landscape around her began to crumble. She stumbled and grabbed a hefty stone to keep her balance. When the snake's flailing came to a stop, and the dust that had kicked up was all that could be seen, Qin Xian saw a gold light pierce the haze. There was a most beautiful goldfish coming towards her through the murk. She stumbled backwards. Even though it was a beautiful beast, she knew it was a creature. If the snake had been killed by the goldfish, then the goldfish had to be even more powerful than it. She wished to run, but Qin Xian was afraid that if she did start to flee, the fish would attack her. Bauer was waddling her way over to the goldfish as Qin Xian mulled her courses of action. "Bauer, be careful," Qin Xian pleaded, but it didn't stop her. Bauer jumped atop the goldfish's head, and then Qin Xian watched her jump into the arms of someone. Han Sen. Qin Xian looked at the figure and the fish in awe, and when the dust had cleared just enough, she saw Han Sen standing atop the creature. Han Sen was delighted as this occurred, because he was in the midst of hearing the announcement play. Berserk Super Creature Serpent Throne killed. Beast Soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was very weary now, but he was still in a jovial mood. After this latest adventure, he had earned much. And now, after this latest kill, he had also gotten a berserk beast soul. While he could always create his own, earning one and not having to wait out the evolution process was a brilliant thing. The Serpent Throne was a super creature with 10 gene locks open, so there was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that it would be a magnificent beast to have at his disposal. Han Sen looked into his sea of soul to get a look at its type. "I have armor and weapons already. This looks like a mount more than anything. But I don't really want a mount. If it is a shapeshift beast soul, I don't want to shapeshift into a chair either. Plus, I have my gold raven and ancient devil soldier beast souls for whenever I wish to shapeshift," Han Sen thought to himself. Berserk Super Beast Soul Serpent Throne, doll type. Doll type? What is that? I don't need an action figure, Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. Han Sen had discovered a lot of unique beast souls during his time in the Third God's Sanctuary, and the Alliance always rewarded the finders of new beast soul discoveries. That being said, Han Sen had not reported any of his findings. He had enough money as it was, so it was simple laziness that was prohibiting him from making the reports. Han Sen put Qin Xian on the Fish King and went downstream. Han Sen really appreciated the assistance of the Fish King. If it hadn't shown up even with Little Angel, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to buy the time necessary to build up the moves that brought an end to the fighting. Han Sen was going to call this new hyper-geno art that used space and time elements together, Ghost Slash. While the name did not bear any semblance to the space and time elements that fueled it, it was a name he had carefully selected due to the meanings that resided below the surface. Before humans entered their interstellar era, they could not interact, bend, or meld the actual elements of space and time. There were a number of ships, however, that disappeared and reappeared a few decades later. They were dubbed ghost ships due to having unwittingly stumbled through wormholes and traveled through time. What seemed like seconds of travel to those on board had actually been years for everyone else. The Ghost/Han Sen had formulated was similar, as it rapidly redefined and reduced the breadth of time when performed. It made the time and distance his attack had to travel next to nothing. While the opponent could see his attack appear like normal, they were completely oblivious to what he was actually doing. The space and time Han Sen operated in, during those brief moments of attack, were different. His attack was impossible to block. The Empress was stronger than Han Sen, there was no doubt about that. Ghost Slash should have been able to injure her, but not kill her. But Ghost Slash ignored the general rules of space and time. She was going to stab Hansen with her spear, so, being unable to dodge, she had completely opened herself up and made herself susceptible to a one-hit kill. Seeing this, it drove a fear into Serpent Throne's heart that made it flee. This also made it drop its guard, allowing Hansen to one-hit kill it, as well. And of course, it was Hansen's, combining with Little Angel, that upped his strength enough to deliver the power required to achieve the 2 kills. Hansen was happy with Ghost Slash, though. It wasn't what he believed it would be, but due to its unstoppability, he liked it a lot. The Fish King took the 3 of them to a nearby shelter, then Hansen led Qin Xian back to Thunder Hell Shelter. There were still 6 aqua fruits back on the vine, but none had dared take them. And Hansen, in the meantime, was simply glad he had managed to obtain 2. Qin Xian was shocked upon her arrival at the shelter. She couldn't believe all the king spirits and super creatures that occupied the place, each in service of Hansen. Qin Xian was not surprised Hansen had managed to obtain a number of super beast souls, but she had believed it to be impossible for him to make super creatures and king spirits willingly obey him. Qin Xian had learned Queen was still traveling with Hansen, and she wished to meet with her, but when they arrived, Queen was out hunting. Hansen got all the meat Queen would ever need for her, but she still insisted on hunting by herself to hone her talents. Once Hansen had recovered from his state of weariness, he was planning on returning to Blood River Shelter and conquering the place. That was still unfinished business. Blood River King had just lost 3 super creatures, so Hansen thought he wouldn't have too much trouble taking it down with just Little Angel and Disloyal Knight by his side. Hansen went to his room and summoned Moment Queen. "Are you enjoying life inside the cruel bottle?" Hansen asked. Moment Queen knew what he had actually summoned her for, and so she said, "Maybe now I can finish what I was trying to tell you. That which is embedded inside the king spirit's head is the core of an aqua fruit." "Is there a difference?" Hansen asked. Moment Queen said, "Among the third god sanctuary's emperor-class plants, aqua fruit is undoubtedly in the top 10. They can allow emperors to open gene locks. If they have 10 gene locks open already, the fruit can allow them to open the holy door. But spirits don't really know what it does. And they don't know that the fruit itself can only be used to open a few lower-level gene locks." "Spirits? Are you trying to tell me you aren't an ordinary king spirit?" Hansen wondered. The Empress had been tricked by God's retribution. 3 cores had been obtained in total. 1 had been taken by the blue-blooded man, while 2 had been retrieved by Hansen. Moment Queen sighed and said, "It is pointless if you learn more about me. Just tell me what I must do to earn back my freedom." "Well, I can't quite confirm the validity of what you have told me just yet," Hansen said. Moment Queen paused for some time, and when she resumed her speech, she said, "If I said I was an empress, would you believe me?" "Of course I would." Hansen had seen a few empresses in his time, so he wasn't afraid of them. And with the knowledge she possessed, despite how much she had tried to twist it and mislead Hansen in the past, the fact she might have been an empress at one point in time was not unbelievable. Furthermore, she once managed to break the contract between them. That was something he had never seen a spirit do before. Moment Queen went on to say, "I failed my ascension of the 10 steps of the holy door, and following my failure, I was captured by my enemy. After that, they cast me back to the second god's sanctuary. That means what you told me before, in the beginning, was false." "No, it's true. I killed the son of an emperor." "What was his title?" "No god." When Hansen heard this, he almost spat out the water he had just taken a swig of. Hansen had heard about no god before, when he was competing in the third god sanctuary's divinities bout, but he was too weak to reach the top 10. No god reigned supreme, beating out all other challengers to become number 1. If no god was her enemy, she must have been powerful. But somehow, she had been repeatedly bullied by Hansen. "Are you lying to me?" Hansen thought she might have read the list of spirits that competed in the tourney and was fabricating another falsehood. Moment Queen pleaded, not many king spirits know about the aqua fruit core. You have many king spirits in your service, so why don't you ask them? See if they know. Hansen already believed her, though. He maintained a dubious guise, but he knew she possessed a lot of knowledge, and the manner she spoke carried a weight of earnestness this time. Moment Queen proceeded to tell Hansen how to use the core, but she told him he could only use one. Using any more than one could be harmful. What's more, it only worked with certainty on spirits. It could work on humans, but there was no guarantee it'd help. Hansen planned on getting the core out of Yiksha's head, to begin with. He wanted Moment Queen to do it, but she said if she did, it would latch onto her instead. It was quite like a parasite. She'd also need a pure weapon to dig it out. Hansen was caught off guard by her comments, as he had managed to dig another one out of the Fish King with no issue. Was it because of my Bloodpulse Sutra? I mean, God's retribution managed to grab a fruit without becoming a host to the parasite. And Bloodpulse Sutra is something we both have in common, Hansen wondered. Hansen entered the bottle and cut the core out of Yiksha's head. Moment Queen was shocked to witness this. Hansen was able to touch the core with no adverse effects. Yiksha woke up, and when he saw Hansen, he spared no time in trying to attack. His fury was so great, the black smoke that billowed around him was nearly asphyxiating. The cruel bottle was a separate dimension of sorts, but that was the extent of it. It couldn't suppress an individual's power. Hansen was not afraid, though. Nowadays, he had the capacity to defeat emperors. Hansen pulled out his phoenix sword and swung it towards Yiksha. When Yiksha saw the sword, it suddenly disappeared. Then it was Yiksha's arm that was missing. Yiksha's face twisted in disbelief of how powerful Hansen had become. Hansen didn't want to kill him, though, as he did not know what would happen if Yiksha died. If he couldn't resurrect, then it'd be a waste. Hansen wished to ask Yiksha about Azura and Dragon King, especially about the former. He thought there was a connection between Azura and the Shura. Yiksha was one of the 8 generals, so there was a hearty chance Hansen could learn something off the fiend. Hansen coldly told him, "Do you know what this is?" "What? Where am I? What is this place?" Yiksha could not feel his spirit stone, so a legitimate fear was taking hold of him. "That is not for you to know. What you need to know, and in turn tell me, is whether you wish to live or die." Hansen carried himself in a menacing way. Yiksha said, "I'm a king spirit. Do you really think I am afraid of death?" Hansen replied, "Tell me, what happened between the 8 generals and ancient devil emperor? If your answer satisfies my curiosity, I will let you live. If it doesn't, we'll play a game called, Let's See If the King Spirit Can Resurrect." Yiksha's face turned grim, and he said, "How can I know you'll free me if I tell you what you want to know? I didn't promise I would, but I'm not too concerned about a weakling like you. I can kill you on a whim, so the ball is indefinitely in your court. What happens next is entirely up to you." Hansen left the cruel bottle to give him time to think. After this, he freed Moment Queen as well. Now that Hansen was much stronger, there was little to fear. And what's more, he might have need of her knowledge soon. "This is your last chance," Hansen told her. "How do I use this thing?" Hansen wondered, as he eyed the aqua core he held. Moment Queen said it would only work for spirits, so Hansen had to weigh whether or not there was danger in taking it himself. After all, opening 10 gene locks would be a remarkable thing. Hansen fingered the cores for a while, but he didn't make use of them. It was a risk to do so, and he didn't like committing to uncertainties. Plus, opening his 10th gene lock was only a matter of time anyway. It wasn't worth the risk, all in all. If there were adverse side effects to the consumption of the aqua fruit cores, they could be lethal. As such, he chose to leave them be for now. Purple Emperor was an emperor, but due to its deprivation of nutrition before birth, it lacked the power to equal others of its class. If Hansen gave him an aqua fruit, there was a chance that could be fixed, and the spirit would be as fit as a fiddle with all 10 gene locks open. With an emperor like that by his side, Hansen would have no trouble taking on and taking down Saint Fan's shelter. He summoned Purple Emperor, peeled away the fruit, and fed him the core. Purple Emperor had no clue what it was, but since Hansen commanded him to consume it, he did not hesitate in swallowing it. When the core slid down his throat, it dissolved into a gentle liquid that reinvigorated his body. Hansen felt a change in Purple Emperor's life force, and the color of his body started to turn a certain shade of green. When the new color grew, the Emperor's overall color became a mixture of purple and blue. Boom! Purple Emperor's body began to leak gas. He hadn't farted, it was just that this gas was starting to seep out of the pores on his body. Most people wouldn't be able to notice a difference, but through the use of Dongxian aura, Hansen could see that Purple Emperor had been reborn. He was a totally different spirit now. Hansen was delighted with the results. It had actually become difficult to sense Purple Emperor's life force now, which painted him like some sort of silent reaper. Hansen brought him over to the training room. After a session of practice, 1 versus 1, with no transformations involved, Hansen was hopeless against him. That core is the bee's knees. I should save the other one for the silver fox. Hansen decided to work on opening the 10th gene lock by himself, so he saved the second for his favorite pet. When Hansen found the silver fox, he teased him with the core. Hansen wanted to spend more time with the silver fox, and when the time came to open the holy door, he hoped they could ascend together. But when the silver fox looked at the core, his interest quickly diminished. Then he walked away and went to rest elsewhere. All these emperors are fighting for this thing, and you have no interest? Hansen thought. If the silver fox wasn't going to eat it, then neither was Hansen. Then who should I give it to? Hansen could not decide. It seemed the aqua fruit was not to everyone's tastes. He had a few king spirits in his service, though, ones he could help. But such numbers proved troublesome for this decision. He liked them all, and providing a boon to just one was a difficult choice. Well, I guess I'll just pocket it for now. Hansen thought about giving it to the Fish King, but he imagined it might become a demigod immediately after. With the Fish King in the water, nothing could threaten Hansen there. They were now buddies of a sort, after all. And if the Fish King ascended, it would only be a matter of time before something else took its place. Let me take down Blood River Shelter first. Hansen took the silver fox and Bauer with him. He kept Purple Emperor in the shelter, as taking the silver fox would be much safer for him. Hansen approached the shelter, and as he went, he thought about the battle Geno essences he had collected. They had the term Geno essence in their title, but they most certainly weren't like life Geno essences. Hansen had tried absorbing them through his usual trick of simulating energy flows, but he wasn't successful. Hansen couldn't find a way in which he could make use of them. Shui Yuqing was in Blood River Shelter, and the man hoped the Shui family would come to his rescue, or at least take the item so he could die without worry. But a while had passed since Hansen had been given the message, and no one had yet come. Today, however, he saw Hansen once again. Gritting his teeth to bear the pain once more, he crucified himself and started driving the boat over to meet with him. "Young man, did you deliver the message?" Shui Yuqing asked. Hansen shook his head and said, "Sorry, I was a little busy collecting fruit." Shui Yuqing looked concerned and seemed to be in a worried rush. He said, "You have to believe me. If you deliver the intel, you will be rewarded handsomely." Hansen responded with an explanation, saying, "Calm down, Pops. I don't need to ask for the aid of anyone. The Shui family are actually the ones who requested that I help you guys out. I have come here to save you. That's why I was here before, but then something else came up. But I'm here now to help." "Are you kidding me?" Shui Yuqing asked, his tone suggesting that it was a legitimate question. "Do you remember this?" Hansen pulled out an item Shui Fian had given him. It's the ice ring. In that case, you just need to find Shui Chen. If you show him that ring, he'll give you the item. Then, all you must do is take it home. Shui Fian looked relieved after seeing the ring. And ease had definitely been brought to his worries. Hansen thought it best to show the ring instead of wasting any more time. Hansen put it away now, and said, I'm taking down Blood River Shelter, so you can be that elusive items mailman and save me the trouble. You jest, surely. How might you do such a thing? Shui Yuqing's face was painted with a mixture of varying emotions. This is no joke. We'll conquer it, just the three of us. Hansen raised a finger to point at the silver fox and Bauer each. Shui Yuqing balked. Stop joking, man. We need to be serious now and discuss how we get you inside. We've got plans to formulate. Hansen didn't say anything more, and simply proceeded towards the shelter. Shui Yuqing still thought Hansen was joking, but seeing him walk forward unrelentingly, he quickly followed after him. What are you thinking, man? Shui Yuqing's face was looking grimmer by the second. He was now writhing in his disbelief, which made him bleed even more. I am going to take the shelter. Didn't I already tell you that? Hansen said. Did the Shui family really ask you to come here? Shui Yuqing was looking confused now. One man, accompanied by a little fox and a baby for backup, was going to waltz up and attempt to conquer a heavily fortified castle. He thought Hansen must have had a death wish, or at least an ardent desire, to feel the insides of a creature's stomach. This was a king-class shelter, so it seemed unfathomable for a young man to so simply proclaim he was going to take it. Shui Yuqing had been stuck in that shelter for a long time, so it was no surprise he had no idea who Hansen was and what he had accomplished. Therefore, Hansen thought it best if he showed the man what he was capable of, rather than wasting time explaining. Don't follow me. I don't want you to get involved, and I'd rather not have the master of this place think you betrayed him, Hansen said. Then, he quickened his pace. Shui Yuqing was shocked, seeing how fast Hansen and his allies were now going. But this is a king spirit's shelter. Even if he is able to defeat the creatures, there's no way he can defeat the spirits that reside here, Shui Yuqing thought to himself, as he tried to keep his eyes on the speeding Hansen. He didn't think Hansen would be able to get close. Even in the waters of the river that served as a wide moat for the shelter, there resided a large super creature. The old man thought it'd gobble Hansen up before he crossed. Hansen did not hide his life force, though. He wasn't planning on assassinating Blood River King and being stealthy with his approach. With the silver fox by his side, Hansen had complete confidence in being able to tackle the shelter. He walked with a swagger, his body moving as if to say, come and get some. Blood River Shelter only had 4 super creatures left, so Hansen planned to kill them all at once and earn 4 life geno-essences. If he managed to get those, he believed he'd be fully maxed out. Unless he encountered a being that had opened 10 gene locks, Hansen did not believe he'd fight anything stronger than him after that. But when Hansen came close to the shelter, the creatures started running off before he even had a chance to breach the walls. It was as if Hansen was carrying a wretched disease or something. The tentacle monster that resided in the river seemed to have disappeared as well. Why are they all gone? After thinking this, Hansen looked at the silver fox on his shoulders and remembered something. I remember now, when you're around, everyone runs. Hansen was recalling their times in the second god's sanctuary. The silver fox was a berserk super creature now, so not even super creatures would stay to challenge him. Shui Yuqing was watching Hansen as he went, and he was in utter shock. He thought everything would come out to attack the young man, but rather than do that, they all ran off in fear. Shui Yuqing, seeing them run, could hardly believe what his eyes were telling him. Hansen reached the main island without trouble. The monster with tentacles was a complete no-show. Did that super creature fall asleep or something? Shui Yuqing was amazed. As strong as Hansen was, however, the creatures were mainly just afraid of the silver fox. Seeing them all run off, Hansen pulled out his swords and sprinted after them. He had to nab them all before they disappeared. Shuichen was watering the trees as this transpired. An alarm sounded, indicating something was attacking the shelter. Who in the sanctuaries would attack this place? Shuichen said, with genuine curiosity. But he couldn't disobey his orders to check it out. Strangely, the creatures Blood River King owned were shivering. Perhaps it was because they were forced to go to the shelter's defense. Shuichen saw the super creatures behaving in a similar manner, too, though. And this made him start to worry over his well-being. If the sacred blood creatures were that scared, the enemy had to be incredibly fearsome. If so, they'd be merciless. And to Shuichen, that meant he'd not likely survive such a siege. I still need to deliver that item, though. I can't die yet. Death was also guaranteed if Shuichen disobeyed his orders, though. The spirit would surely kill him if he abandoned his post. No matter how slowly Shuichen walked, reaching the gate was only a matter of time, anyway. Shuichen then caught sight of Blood River King and his other spirits approaching. Strangely, they did not look afraid. Shuichen saw 3 super creatures looking very annoyed. What kind of enemy can incite such a reaction within them? Shuichen looked over to the Blood River then, and he saw a young man approaching. He had a fox and a little girl on his shoulders. That looks like a human. Shuichen observed the presence of a young man approaching, but he couldn't be entirely sure he was a human, given the brashness an individual would require to actually stroll up to a shelter such as that. Furthermore, if it really was a young human, why would they all be in such a state of panic, and why would Blood River King himself be concerned? Who dares approach? Blood River King called out to the figure below their walls. The spirit was unfamiliar with Hansen, and therefore, he did not know how strong Hansen was. With his creatures all acting up, however, he knew he wasn't dealing with someone ordinary. Even Blood River King knew he should be cautious. Hansen saw the 3 super creatures and responded by saying, I am Human Emperor, Han Senator. If you pass me your spirit stone, I'll let you live. After Blood River Shelter, I am going to take down each and every shelter in the 3rd God Sanctuary, so that when Ji Yanran and Mom make the jump, they can do so in safety, Hansen told himself. He was not strong enough to do that just yet, but this would go on to be the humble beginning of that venture. Human Emperor. These 2 words, this name, would someday freeze hearts. But having just been used for the first time, it was an unfamiliar title. It confused the inhabitants of the shelter. But at least it told Shuichen that the person who had come was a human. Blood River King replied to Hansen's demand, saying, how dare a human call himself an emperor? Hansen didn't submit a verbal reply, and instead drew his phoenix sword. Shuichen was in awe, thinking the young man approaching was far more reckless than anyone in the Shui family. That, in itself, was quite a feat. Blood River King drew his greatsword. Powers were to collide, and Shuichen knew a big fight was brewing. But in the next second, that did not turn out to be true. Instead, Shuichen was just made speechless, frozen in shock. Blood River King's eyes were wide open, rolling in their sockets as the head that carried them was sent tumbling through the air. Before Blood River King could even ready his sword after he unsheathed it, he had been beheaded. Every being in the shelter was now either in shock, fright, or absolute panic. Whatever the case was, everything and everyone wanted to up stakes and escape. Blood River King had been killed practically before the fight began. Whoever remained to combat such a foe would be a fool, after all. Hansen didn't want to let the super creatures get away, though. So he flew up into the air and chased each of them down like an airborne hound. Shuichen saw Hansen and the silver fox swoop down at the creatures like a pair of hawks, and he was gobsmacked. Wherever they went, all that remained on the ground following their reascent was a mound of fallen creatures and spirits and a pool of blood. Now that is what you call unstoppable. Chen was jumping for joy in his heart. The young man that had come to assault the shelter had amazed him. It filled him with a surge of energy he hadn't felt in a long time. But most of all, it gave him a sense of hope. It told him there was a chance of achieving a future in the third God's sanctuary, where humans weren't always reduced to slavery. If he takes down this shelter and breaks the spirit stone, does that mean our contracts will be destroyed as well? Will we be free? Shui Yuqing wondered. Shui Yuqing saw Han Sen commit to slaying every super creature that previously inhabited the shelter, and the act genuinely surprised him. Since when can humans achieve that much strength? Shui Yuqing was amazed by what he saw. 2 of the super creatures had been killed in less than 2 seconds. The other super creature was finely attuned with the elements of earth. It tunneled underground as quickly as it could, but even when Han Sen drove his sword under in pursuit, it managed to escape. It was gone. Han Sen didn't concern himself with escape too much, though. He simply proceeded to the spirit hall of the shelter. Han Sen swung his sword to kill the faithful spirit servants, felling each one with a casual whisk of his blade. The rest of the creatures were allowed to escape as freely as they may, as long as they did not get in his way. Shui Yuqing drove the boat closer to the shelter. He was still hanging from the pins, so although he couldn't dismount, he could still see everything. Shui Yuqing was reveling in sheer delight, the possibilities of which he thought had long since abandoned him. In this joy, tears filled his eyes and rolled to soak his cheeks. Oh God, I have made it to this day. Han Sen entered the spirit hall. Blood River King had yet to respawn, and it made Han Sen notice the fact that different spirits possessed different respawn times. Thunder Hell Emperor could respawn instantly, for instance. Han Sen flew over to the statue and took the stone in his hand. Han Sen could faintly hear the sound of Blood River King crying inside the gem he now held. The next second, the spirit stone collapsed into a mound of broken glass. It had chosen not to obey Han Sen. The moment it was destroyed, though, Shui Yuqing and Shui Chen's contracts were broken. The two looked at each other in utter happiness. Following this short conquest, Han Sen had received 0 beast souls and earned 2 life geno essences. Han Sen knew he probably spent all his luck in his last adventure to get the Berserk Super Beast Soul and the fruit cores. He sent Shui Chen and Shui Yuqing back to the Alliance to fulfill the task Han Sen had promised to do for their family. Han Sen stood in Blood River Shelter alone now. He looked at the spirit statue and squinted. In Han Sen's Sea of Soul, the Serpent Throne was showing visible excitement towards it. Does this thing like it? I still don't even know what a doll beast soul is used for, anyway. Han Sen summoned it. When the Serpent Throne appeared, it turned and immediately ran towards the spirit statue. The Serpent Throne became a physical manifestation of light, and then it entered the slot that used to contain the spirit stone. When the blinding light dimmed, the statue's forehead was revealed to now contain a brand new spirit stone. This one possessed the image of a snake. I thought this was a doll-type beast soul. So why did it just become a spirit stone? Han Sen was confused. As he mulled the oddity, he noticed another image inside the spirit stone. It was hazy, like little more than a reflection, but its faint outline suggested the shape of a human. Blood River King? Han Sen was quickly given a shock, as the human image cleared to reveal it was actually Blood River King. It was different, however, and it seemed to be a replica of the spirit that used to preside over the shelter. But it was a replica built from copper, and it had a texture that mirrored the Serpent Throne itself. Master, I am Serpent Throne. The Copper Blood River King appeared before Han Sen and knelt, as if in service. What are you? Han Sen wasn't sure what to respond with, as this was all new to him. Master, I am a copy of Blood River King's genes. I am his replica, a doll in his image and being. I possess his powers, to their full extent. I am him in every way, save mind. The Serpent Throne elucidated the curious happening. Han Sen asked, so you'll look like this forever? You can put me inside any statue. Do so, and I will reflect the image of the last spirit to occupy that shelter, Serpent Throne said. Hansen was delighted. It was a powerful berserk super creature. This meant, even though it could make use of Blood River King's powers, the output would be greater than the original spirits. And what's more, it was a beast soul. There was no danger or fear of betrayal, it would do Hansen's bidding without question. Hansen needed to take down Saint Fan's shelter, and now he couldn't help but imagine the prospect of having a Saint Fan copycat bow before him. Can you resurrect like a spirit? Hansen asked. I am just a clone. Even after death, I can produce another copy of your chosen spirit, but it can take a while. That is the only restriction, Serpent Throne said. Very good. Hansen escorted the doll to the battleground so he could test its strength. It really did have Blood River King's powers, just at a greater level. For all intents and purposes, it was now a faster and stronger Blood River King. Hansen was now dying to locate an emperor shelter he could take over, so he could have a copy of an emperor. The copy had no fixed power limit, and the power of the shelter was what dictated the power of the copy. Hansen currently had Thunder Hell shelter for an emperor shelter, but first, he wanted to try it out in his underground shelter. Hansen was super-duper curious who the last master of the underground shelter was. Although it was not able to copy the mind of the previous lord, he'd at the very least like to get a good look at their appearance. Hansen went to the underground shelter's spirit hall and summoned Serpent Throne. It entered the spirit stone slot, like before. However, generating the doll took much longer this time. After a while, a copper light was cast into the hall right before Hansen. The image was materializing. Hansen examined the doll with great curiosity, as its image was completely different than Blood River King's. This new presence was quite astonishing. It was a female spirit, one with horns and draconic wings. She had armor scaled like the hide of a dragon, and she looked like a valkyrie. Who is this spirit? Hansen asked, with his jaw agape. Apologies, but I only copied the genes that form their person. Identities and former knowledge are impossible to replicate, Serpent Throne said. Then, how many gene locks do you have opened? Hansen asked. 10, the Serpent Throne answered. This really is an Emperor-class shelter. Hansen wasn't very surprised. With the abilities the shelter possessed, it was difficult to believe it could have once been owned by anything less than an emperor. It was unique and special and far beyond any other shelter they had seen before. After this, he took the Valkyrie doll to the battlegrounds, keen for a showcase of her powers. He expected great things from an empress that once ruled his OG shelter in the third god's sanctuary. After entering and readying themselves, Hansen expected to be greeted by a multitude of explosions and flashy lights. What actually transpired subverted his expectations, and all he could hear was a low rumble, accompanied by the formation of what could best be guessed to be a black hole. But soon after, the head of a black dragon appeared out of the dark, swirling vortex. It came out of the fierce pit, roaring with its intimidating teeth on full display. Drops of saliva accompanied the visible exhaust of breath, which was, admittedly, not the sweetest smelling. And then, the body and wings of this magnificent beast emerged. Valkyrie then leapt atop the glorious beast and rode it as if she was a dragon knight from an old storybook. Strangely, it didn't look as if she herself could fight, though. Instead, she just rode the beast, commanding it to attack in her stead. She had to be some sort of summoner or beast master. Hansen imagined her to rely solely on the support of a creature in her command. The black dragon's power was not too different than that of the fish, all in terms of might and strength. While this wasn't what he expected, Hansen was still happy with the results. All in all, this just meant Hansen had acquired the service and powers of another emperor that had 10 of its gene locks open. Master, can you allow me to display to you the full extent of my might and strength? I believe it will be to your liking, the doll asked with a bubbly attitude, as if eager to impress her master. Wait, You mean you can do something aside from summoning and riding a dragon? What you saw previously was just me stretching out, Dal said. Okay then, skip the opening acts and get on with the real show, Hansen said, looking at Dal. If summoning and riding a dragon was just flexing her muscles, then how strong must the spirit have been? Can it summon a flock of dragons, maybe? Hansen tried guessing what was about to occur. When the doll moved into the performance that it wished to show off, Hansen was amazed. The doll swung its hand and sliced the dragon's head clean off. Hansen had seen many chefs in action before, but he had never seen one make the effort to cook a dragon. Her hands were like the finest blades, and they skirted, shaved, and slit the body of the dragon with mesmerizing precision. In a flash, the creature had been gutted. Then, the meat was thrown on to sizzle and cook. The doll summoned a frying pan out of thin air to cook the meat. This was something else that surprised Hansen. Hansen now knew why there were so many bones scattered across the underground shelter, as well. The master of the shelter must have adored food and been an avid diner of creatures. It was no wonder other creatures did not dare come close. When the chef brought the dish out to Hansen, he snapped out of his shock-rot daze. Can I really eat this? Hansen asked. The frightening dragon that had been summoned from a black vortex was now food. Hansen struggled with the concept of it being something he could actually eat. Oh, yes. You can eat it, Dal said. Hansen took in a good whiff, and he noted how the finely cooked meat reminded him of his experience in the restaurant named Doria. The marvelous ingredients that composed the meal he had just been given could not easily be found in the Alliance, if at all. Hansen put some of the meat in his mouth, and he was given a shock. The meat was incredibly juicy and succulent, and the sauce that glazed his mouth delivered his taste buds a substance that was nothing short of ecstasy-inducing. A second later, after the pause that was brought on by the surprise, Hansen resumed eating the meat with a ravenous appetite. Bauer leapt into Hansen's arms after that. She wanted some too, and she made sure to grab a big and juicy piece of meat that hung from a bone. Ah, Bauer was in equal delight. She scoffed down the meat and spat out the bone. Her jaw operated like a machine as she mowed through all the meat she could. Hansen's eyes were actually tearing up, having never tasted something so delicious. Hansen ate as much as he could, and as soon as he was done with one portion of meat, Dal delivered another. Eventually, he was too stuffed to go on. But somehow, Bauer was able to eat more than him, and she went on for a while after. Hansen felt as if his stomach was going to explode if he went on much further. And just as he lay back to revel in the wistful memory of that meal, he heard an announcement play. Self-Geno point +1. Hansen was surprised, not expecting the meal to give him a self-Geno point. During his stint in the Valley of Time, Hansen had consumed a lot of fruit. He had achieved a staggering 900 self-Geno points and opened 9 gene locks of Super King Spirit mode in the process. But after that, there weren't any more effects. And ever since then, Hansen had not been able to claim a single self-Geno point extra. You could imagine the shock, realizing Dal's food could actually provide him some. Unfortunately for him, he was too full right now. And if he went on, he wouldn't be far off eating the entire dragon. Can I keep the meat and eat it later? Hansen asked. You can keep it, but each creature can only provide one self-Geno point. Eating more at a later time will not provide you any more, Dal answered. Hansen then thought of another question to ask, so he said, can you summon another ingredient? Like, at a whim? I can summon a fresh one once a month, but the creature or ingredient is random. But keep in mind that they can also provide you with different types of Geno points. Different types of Geno points? Hansen frowned. Dal had no answer to this, as she had no idea what they could be either. After all, she could only copy others. She didn't have the knowledge to inform Hansen about things that were not inherent to her true self. Hansen was disappointed by the lengthy time frame between each meal. Still, each meal could be shared. And since there was far more than he could have hoped to eat by himself, he could share it with the rest of his companions, so they could all receive Geno points together. Hansen didn't think it would do them any harm. Before Hansen could invite the silver fox over to eat, he had already sneaked in and started munching away. So, Hansen called the rest of the people over to come and eat the meat. Thorn Queen received a self-Geno point. Woo, you mad lad. My food is like dog food compared to this stuff. Xie King exclaimed. Golden Growler and Meowth ate their fair share, too, while Little Angel only ate a small amount. Back in the Alliance, Xue Fian sent Hansen a message. She thanked him greatly for saving Shui Yuqing and Xue Chen, and retrieving the item they had been missing all that time. She invited Hansen over to a vacation planet owned by the Xue family. And then, they sent a ship to pick him up. It had been a long time since Hansen had taken a holiday, so he decided to take Ji Yanran and Bauer. Before he went, though, Xie King gave him a comic for reading material. It was the second installment in his overbearing President Love Luo series, and he wanted Hansen to upload and distribute it on his behalf. Last time, Hansen set up an auto-release system. Once a day, a chapter would be released. He had never seen the results or what became of it. Hansen brought Ji Yanran, Bauer, and Zero with him on the spacecraft to visit Auto Planet. Auto Planet was one big holiday resort, and a single ticket was all it took for a visitor to enjoy the plethora of services available there. Chasing respite, you could eat and play to your heart's content. After being given access to the planet, everything there was free. Aside from the caveat that you couldn't take anything home with you, as that would be theft. Since only the most high-class citizens could typically afford a vacation planet, tickets were very expensive. Those who went there were the sorts with fat wallets and thick purses. And for certain additional services, people were expected to open said currency holders to experience them. Hansen's ticket was all-inclusive, however. He would be able to enjoy every single service available at his own pleasure and disclosure. Nothing was off-limits for his visit. That being said, he wasn't interested in making use of any of the special services. He was happy enough with what the ordinary tickets provided. Right now, Bauer was playing with an animal that looked like an oversized, brightly capped mushroom. This, like the rest of Planet Auto's wildlife, was a tame creature. The animals that roamed the planet were mostly docile, friendly, and highly intelligent. Mushroom-like creatures were also the dominant species, able to be seen more than any other animal. They were plush, cuddly, and lacking limbs. Whether that was their reason for not being hostile was up for debate. Hansen and Ji Yanran were in the sea, enjoying the water and sunshine. Zero was spread out on the beach, gorging on a slightly concerning swathe of foods and drinks. Hansen suddenly recalled that he hadn't yet uploaded the second volume of Overbearing President Love Luo. Not wanting to disappoint his friend, no matter how eccentric he may have been, Hansen decided to depart the sea and return to the beach to sort out what he had promised Xie King. He separated the chapters and set them up for automatic release at a certain time each and every day. Excuse me? As Hansen was sorting it out, a woman spoke to him in a hushed, almost trembling tone. Hansen looked up and saw two girls standing nearby. They looked to be about 18 years old, and the way they stood was almost as if they were unsure if they might be provoking a wild animal. May I help you, ladies? Hansen asked the two. As he did, he thought to himself, it sucks to be famous. Not even sunglasses can hide my hot looks. Perhaps I should get a pair for my abs, too. And in regards to having so many fans, I should really work on my signature. Are you Xie King? The girls had a jittery stance, and the pitch of their voices was erratic. Xie King? No. Hansen vehemently denied it. Well, we happened to see you uploading the second volume just now, but don't worry. We won't tell anyone you're him. Oh, gosh. We are your biggest fans. And the wait for a new volume has been so painful. The initial nervousness of the girls had been washed away by a sudden burst of excitement, and they now spoke to Han Sen with a near-rabid look in their eyes. Han Sen tried telling them he wasn't Xie King, but nothing he said made them believe it. They just thought he was being humble, and not fond of the limelight. "Bossman, your secret is ours. We pledge this to you. We won't whisper this to another soul." "You can count on it," the girls said, and then they left, giggling violently to themselves. Han Sen quickly opened Skynet and hurried over to the website he had released Xie King's comic on. "Keep going, Bossman. Don't let it end here. I'm really loving your comic. If you ever need a baby maker, I'm your gal. PM me. A lady with long legs and big boobs is seeking your love. Mr. President, feel free to arrange a hookup so you can fondle my boobs to your heart's content. Mr. President, I've just hit 18. I suppose now I can leave you my number for some raunchy fun. You are my god. Capital G. You saved my soul. Mr. President, when is the next release? Please update the comic with a new volume. I'm dying to find out what happens next. Still no new update? I'm jonesing for my next fix here." The comic was far more popular than Han Sen could have anticipated. Across the entire webcomic community, the comic had surged from the lowly positions of unknown authors without an established fandom to the lofty position of number 2 on the Power Rankings chart. It was quite the surprise, considering updates were so infrequent. It had been half a month since the last update, so its continued charting was something that was almost unheard of. The Power Rankings were a fickle thing, too. If the updates came at a steady pace, it'd undoubtedly reach first place on the chart. I'm a super aristocrat. How can Xie King write some ridiculous comic and achieve such widespread fame and acclaim? Han Sen felt as if he had been shortchanged. "Pa. Quite the charmer, huh? What did you do this time to end up merrily chatting with 2 young girls while your wife was left to swim alone?" Han Sen turned around to see Ji Yanran, with a fire blazing in her eyes. Few things terrified Han Senator. He could stand up to emperor-class spirits without fear, but before his wife's scorn, his knees were jelly and his resolve was wet salt. "No, you misunderstand. You've misunderstood the misunderstanding." They were talking with who they believed to be Xie King. After that, Han Sen did his best to explain who Xie King was. And then he proceeded to tell her about the comic. Ji Yanran had encountered spirits before, but she had never forged a friendship with one, as Han Sen did with many. "I thought spirits were all heinous, murdering, hall-dwelling, boss battle-type fiends?" Ji Yanran said, with a confused look. "Many of them are, but Xie King is special, that's for sure," Han Sen said. Han Sen then turned to look at Bauer, who seemed to have grown a following of her own. She was more popular than the much-adored wildlife of the resort, judging from the crowd that had gathered. Han Sen then saw the group approach, with a short-haired girl carrying Bauer in her arms. "I am a professional warframe operator of the Alliance. My name is Xia Yusen, are you Bauer's father?" The girl was polite in her introduction and subsequent questioning. "Yes." "Has she been misbehaving again?" Han Sen asked, standing up. "No, she's a delightful thing. But she did mention her father was a remarkable warframe operator, and even went so far as to strike up a bet on your behalf. If you win, we'll deliver a shipload of candy to her from my home planet. If you lose, we are provided the opportunity to spend a few days in Bauer's company," Xie Yusen explained succinctly, not wanting a misunderstanding. Han Sen looked at Bauer, who was staring back at him with pleading eyes. She clearly wanted Han Sen to take the woman up on the bet. But it was clear to Han Sen that all she wanted was the candy that was up for grabs. "Okay, let's have a match." Han Sen smiled. "You're serious? You want to challenge me?" Xie Yusen was legitimately surprised. WAA was the top warframe league across the entire alliance. Those who were eligible to compete in such a league were the best of the best, true professionals in every sense of the word. They might not have received much fame, but that was no slight to their talents. Hansen put Bauer on his shoulder and said, "If Bauer made this deal, I'd be foolish to turn this down. I wouldn't want to disappoint her." A young man then stepped forward to ask Hansen, "You know what the WAA is, don't you?" Hansen shook his head to tell them he didn't. Aside from those who were invested in the Warframe community, it was not likely people would know about each league there was. Hansen spent most of his time in the sanctuaries, so he genuinely had no clue as to what the WAA was. Xiaoyusen, and all who followed her, were given a shock. "Might I ask, where did you learn to operate a Warframe?" Xiaoyusen nervously asked. "Oh, let's see. I think it was during my time in the military school," Hansen said. Everyone was becoming breathless with their repeated gasps. The crowd that had come now looked amongst themselves, all with looks of confusion on their faces. What Hansen had just told them was basically the equivalent of learning a sport through what you've seen on the telly. "We'll go to the holographic room. There's no need to make use of real warframes." "We like Bauer," Xiaoyusen said. "Okay." Hansen then turned around and asked Ji Yanran and Zero, "Would you two like to wait here, or would you like to come and watch?" "We'd love to go," Ji Yanran exclaimed, pulling Zero roughly by her arms. Everyone promptly went to the holographic room. The opponents took their positions. Xiaoyusen winked to Bauer and said, "If your father loses, you are ours." "My daddy-o won't lose," Bauer said, emotionlessly. Her flat tone was almost creepy. "Bauer, I would like you to remember this word, professional. That's what I am." After that, Xiaoyusen entered the holographic machine. Hansen then passed Bauer over to Ji Yanran. After that, he entered the holographic machine. After the two entered the battleground, the lobby displayed a screen for all spectators to watch. "Go Dad!" Bauer shouted, in support of Hansen. Bauer then punched the palm of her other hand, proclaiming, "When I win, all that candy will be mine." Everyone in the lobby had gathered around to watch. Then, another woman appeared there, wearing sunglasses. "Xiaoqing, why are you here?" The woman looked shocked at seeing everyone there. A young man turned around then and asked, "Why have you come here, sister?" Hearing Yu Xiaoqing call her sister, everyone turned to look at her. "Is that your big sister?" "Is that our idol?" another young man asked. "How many sisters do I have?" Yu Xiaoqing said, with a long roll of his eyes. "You're Yu Qianxuan?" Everyone gasped in shock. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing herself to be the ace operator that she was. Yu Xiaoqing was a professional, but even he could not compete with the talents of Yu Qianxuan. "What are you doing here?" Yu Qianxuan asked. Yu Xiaoqing explained what was going on, which prompted Yu Qianxuan to then ask, "Why are you trying to hustle a random person?" "The little girl is too cute. We want to spend some time with her. We told her father we're from the WAA, and yet he still agreed," Yu Xiaoqing pleaded in defense. Yu Qianxuan did not say anything more, as the match was about to begin. She was shocked, seeing Hansen's warframe. SKTS? Who uses an old model like that in this day and age? I'm surprised that thing is not a rusted mound of bolts and scrap. Yu Xiaoqing wanted to laugh, but he noticed something, and then went on to ask, "Sister, didn't you advertise this model?" "Yes. It has been many years since then," Yu Qianxuan said. She had done many adverts for Super Warframes in the past, but the SKTS was the only model she had not operated herself. She sighed and then said, "It is a shame this guy did not take a career as a Warframe operator. He'd be a legend." Yu Qianxuan seemed to take great interest in the fight that was about to unfold, and so she watched the screen intently. Xiaoyusen recognized Hansen's warframe and identified it as the supremely outdated SKTS. This did not boost her confidence, though. She was humble enough to realize she had underestimated her opponent. But she herself was using a Sky Warrior, a model that was, for all intents and purposes, better than the SKTS. The SKTS did not have much in terms of weaponry and firepower, so even though its infrastructure was weaker and more fragile, it wasn't as if it made up for it with greater damage output. She wanted to showcase her agility, so she pulled out her laser sword and ran forward. Hansen had not operated a warframe for a while, so he chose to use the old SKTS. After all, it was the model he was most comfortable with and knowledgeable about. Hansen moved around and got into the groove of its use again, despite acknowledging he was still quite rusty. Fortunately, Hansen had a high fitness. So, any bumps he took as he got comfy with the SKTS again were no big deal. Hansen laughed, seeing his opponent come at him with a close-quarter combat weapon. It surprised even him that she did not seek to use ranged weaponry. If she was a real soldier, she wouldn't behave that way. The warframes of the Alliance were mostly for show, so range was favored in almost every way. It was strange how she wished to showcase her talents and impress the audience through close-quarter combat. Seeing the Sky Warrior approach, Hansen wasn't going to fall back or be intimidated. Eagerly, he thrust forward to meet with it, his own laser sword in hand. The SKTS lacked mobility in comparison to the opposition, however. The speed and thrusting capabilities were inferior to the model he was going up against, which put him at a disadvantage when it came to the needs for agility, and there'd be no way around that. Still, Hansen wasn't fazed by this. At the end of the day, he firmly believed the victor was determined by the operator's skill. Everything boiled down to how well the operator controlled their machine in the thick of things, from the delicate ballet of movement to the timing of attack, and all the little things in between. It wasn't too far off battling without being inside such a machine. Hansen might not have been able to drive as well as Xiaoyusen, and the lack of recent practice with warframes would usually result in a loss and the opponent being stronger. But Hansen had a higher fitness and a better level of judgment, and with that, he was going to even the odds. Xiaoyusen was only an evolver, so her fitness wasn't even comparable. Of course, fitness was not the end-all, be-all of warframe operation. His higher fitness level would help to close the gap, but he still needed to control his warframe well. And that came down to raw, simple talent with the machines. Hansen's skill with the warframe was still a little rusty, though, so he knew he had to rely on his fitness and judgment to help even the odds. The audience were chatting a lot before the match, but when the fight began, they all fell silent. Weird. This guy looks sloppy, but then, why is Xiaoyusen having a hard time defeating him? This should have been over real quick. Is she playing poorly on purpose? No way. The SKTS was inferior on all fronts, and it wasn't being operated as smoothly as it could have been. The audience was primarily composed of self-asserted professionals. They might not have been the best in existence, but they really were proficient and knowledgeable when it came to watching and using warframes. They could all clearly see that Hansen was a little rusty. But the Sky Warrior, despite all its bells and whistles, and the fact it was taking every advantage, seemed to be the one getting beaten back. It was a perplexing sight, and for all intents and purposes, it should not have been happening. Xiaoyusen, on the field of play, was unsure of what was going on herself. Because Hansen hadn't used a warframe in a long time, so he often made mistakes. Yet in a warframe fight, a mistake could very well be fatal, and a killing strike could come before the operator even acknowledged the blunder they had made. Knowing and understanding the constant mistakes he was making, she felt as if she should have destroyed him several times over by now. But as time went on, she realized she couldn't. She wished to take advantage of every slip Hansen made, but whenever she tried to, she was unsuccessful. It was frustrating, and it was starting to get her flustered. She almost thought he had to be purposefully playing with her. When Hansen made a mistake, it almost seemed deliberate. He'd slip in a spot she didn't expect him to be, or he'd simply be too far away for her to reach. Some mistakes even enabled Hansen to dodge her attacks. This battle was starting to stress Xiaoyusen out, as it was unlike anything she had ever had to deal with before. If she was to be beaten by someone who was much stronger, plain and simple, that would be fine. But this opponent was, for all accounts, supposed to be much weaker. And yet, no matter what she tried, she could not defeat him. She knew she could, and she knew she should have been able to, but she just couldn't. She kept on attacking, not realizing she had been pushed into a corner. Hansen found himself having a lot of fun with his warframe, and it took him back to his days in the military school. Am I getting old, thinking about the past? Nostalgia is the quotidian beast of aging, Hansen thought. Hansen was using Heavenly Go to dictate his movements. Hansen made many mistakes, but he was able to predict each move his opponent was going to make, which had his mistakes fall in spots where he would be fine. Hansen wished the fight would last longer, and he found it disappointing that he was so close to finishing her off. Xia Yusen kept on attacking without reprieve, unaware of where Hansen had led her. The audience, seeing everything, knew the Sky Warrior would be backed into a corner soon, and when that happened, her abilities would be severely limited. What's going on? Yu Xiaoqing asked. The professionals in the audience were not the best operators out there, and even they were perplexed by what had happened. Yu Qianxuan was in a league of her own, so if anyone could elucidate the bewildering proceedings, it'd be her. Yu Qianxuan helped to clear things up by saying, "You have unwittingly tried to hustle an elite." No way. He makes too many mistakes to be considered an elite. If we made those mistakes, the coach would be yelling at us until he was blue in the face. Yu Xiaoqing didn't believe what he had been told. Others were of a similar opinion, not believing Hansen was a pro. Yu Qianxuan went on to say, "You might operate your warframes better than he does, but on a real battleground, this man would kill you." Are you pulling my leg? Is he really that good? The struggle to believe her was real. While they were talking, the Sky Warrior was pushed into a corner. And when she herself realized what had happened, it was too late for her to do anything. The SKTS struck her warframe, breaking it completely. Xia Yusen exited the holographic machine with red eyes. She was not afraid of losing, but it felt as if she had been misled. The opponent was weak, and she had not at all anticipated such a defeat. She was an adult, though. Her eyes were very red, but she did not cry. Xia Yusen returned to Yu Xiaoqing's side and saw Yu Qianxuan beside him, also. She asked, "Qianxuan?" Yu Qianxuan stroked her head gently and told her, "It's fine. There is no need for shame, you have merely encountered a genuine professional, that's all." Did he pretend to be a noob to trick me? Did he hustle me? Xia Yusen's sadness started to develop an undercurrent of frustration and anger. Not really, Yu Qianxuan said. She looked over to the holographic machine and then said, "But let me give him a go." Yes. Avenge my defeat, Su Xiaoqing proclaimed. There is no vengeance to be had, Yu Qianxuan rebutted. But before she reached the machine, Hansen came strolling out as casually as he had first entered. Hansen. Yu Qianxuan? When they crossed paths, they spoke each other's names in startled surprise. You two know each other? Su Xiaoqing asked. Su Qianxuan said, "Don't tell me you don't know about humanity's first super aristocrat?" The expressions of the two young ones now turned to shock, and they both squealed, "This guy is the Hansen?" Yu Qianxuan said nothing more to them. Instead, she merely waved to Hansen and spoke to him like the old friend he was. "Long time, no see." "You haven't changed a bit," Hansen said. Everyone was now fighting amongst each other to talk to Hansen, and Xia Yusen's bitterness had turned to complete sweetness. She would have felt terrible, losing the way she had to some commoner. But she was happy to let a superstar like Hansen pound her all day. Matching with a person like that, she felt she had been extremely fortuitous. Winning or losing did not concern her at all if she was going up against him. It was privilege enough to share the same air with him, she thought. Furthermore, she was still just an evolver. Hansen, on the other hand, had managed to take down an emperor's shelter in the third god sanctuary. Yu Qianxuan then introduced her friends to Hansen, while he also introduced to them his wife, Ji Yanran, and his companion, Zero. Hansen felt very relaxed after that, and he had a good time in the company of his new acquaintances. Pressure was omnipresent back in the sanctuaries. This vacation came at the right time, he felt. It had really done him a lot of good, having a holiday like this, after the trials he had recently overcome. After the holiday was over, though, he decided to return to the sanctuary. Hansen, Super Body, Super King Spirit. Level, Surpasser. Lifespan, 400. Evolution requirement, 100 Geno points. Owned Geno points, 100 ordinary Geno points, 100 primitive Geno points, 100 mutant Geno points, 100 sacred Geno points, 93 super Geno points. Hansen only needed 7 more points to completely max out. His fitness was 3,700, a staggering sum. When Hansen eventually reached demigod status, however, he'd do so at the number of 7,000. Hansen asked Drybone King about Saint Fan Shelter. Hansen had Little Silver, Purple Emperor, and now Serpent Throne for diligent companions, and he believed it would be enough to take on Saint Fan. Hansen actually had an advantage over the spirits. While he only lived once, he had no spirit stone. And having no spirit stone meant nothing worthwhile could be stolen while he was away. Even if Thunderhell Shelter was claimed by another force, in the time he would be gone, he could return and promptly reclaim it. Drybone King told Hansen everything he could about Saint Fan Emperor and his shelter. Hansen could paint a greater picture and imagine how well fortified the place would be, with the super creatures that protected it. It would be a fight more difficult than what had previously taken place on the plains. The primary problem with assaulting the place, though, would be securing the initial insertion point. Hansen could not walk right up to the shelter, as there was a broad, moat-like lake of holy water encircling it. To get across, he'd need, at the very least, the protection only Water Fairy could provide. Hansen approached her and asked if she also had the ability to bring Blue Dinosaur. Water Fairy answered his request by telling him, "I can do that, but none of you will be able to do battle across the holy water. If Saint Fan attacks us as we cross, there will be nothing I can do to stop him. Is there another way we might be able to get in?" Hansen asked, with a frown. Water Fairy suggested, "You could always blow up the lake it sits at the center of." Blow up the lake? Hansen paused for a minute, then rephrased her request to see if he understood. "You mean to suggest we drain the water, or at least get it away, by blowing it up?" "Precisely. The holy water is a purified substance, it's not actually water. It conducts raw power. If we feed it enough power, and go beyond what it can naturally hold, we can blow it all up," Water Fairy said. "I love this idea. Blowing things up never gets old." Hansen was keen on the idea, and so after hearing that, he hastily rallied his troops and set off on a march to Saint Fan's shelter. The lake that encompassed the shelter was further encircled by a wide emerald expanse. Rodman hailed from East Crack Planet. He had been stuck at that shelter ever since he became a surpasser, and that was 70 years ago. The only thing he was allowed to do there was water the flowers every day. The holy flowers resided in the center of the shelter like a big parasol. They were like some shield generator, too, as they kept the holy water from penetrating the shelter. There were 200 humans there, suffering in the same conditions he was. Some had been there 2 years, whereas others had been there an entire century. Regardless of their circumstances, they were practically one and the same. Once they entered the shelter, they were completely robbed of their freedom. Rodman often thought about ending his own life, but he could never muster up the last bit of courage required for the act. All the humans, spirits, and creatures of the shelter were able to become a part of Saint Fan Emperor, reduced to a bulbous, fleshy mass whenever the wretched spirit desired the transformation. Many of the elder people considered committing suicide to avoid such a ghastly fate. But they knew that if they tried, Saint Fan would have them resurrected and forced to endure a punishment far greater than any that a grueling death could deal them. Rodman was more hopeless than ever, acknowledging the grisly doom that might inevitably await him. Mustering the strength to march on as a slave each and every day, with a wicked noose such as that above their heads, was a monumental achievement, especially with the knowledge that not even the mercy of death could ever be obtained. For the human residents of St. Fan's Shelter, hope was nothing more than a hazy memory of some ancient concept they were once familiar with. It was a distant stranger that never ventured there anymore. Like he did every other day, Rodman went to fetch water for the flowers. The waters might as well have been prison walls, and he wished for nothing more than to view the sky above with perfect clarity. Having to see the sky through the dreamy current of the water made it seem unreal. But then, all of a sudden, Rodman noticed the flicker of a foreign shadow. He could immediately tell it was a human, a young man, no less. He recognized this because the young man was wearing a battle suit that belonged to the Alliance. Rodman had seen something similar to this 2 years ago, and it wasn't exactly customary for spirits to don the garb of humans. But it was lovely to see, as it was a reminder of home. Has he come from another shelter? If he has, he needs to make himself scarce. If the spirits see him, he's going to have a bad time. As Rodman thought of this, more dark figures started to come into sight. He saw a shadow shaped like a big dinosaur, a spirit that looked like a skeleton, and many others. Rodman was disappointed by this, though, thinking the young man was probably a slave to the spirits that were accompanying him. Rodman wished it was one big bunch of humans he had seen, perhaps that would restore some of the hope that had long since abandoned him. I think too much, same as always. What a fool I am, to think people can be free in this wretched realm. Ugh, I should have just stayed home and become a family man. Rodman almost laughed, but he knew it was a laugh brought on by the years of torture and slavery. He had been driven mad over the years, or so he felt. But just as he thought to disregard the shadows that seemed to be headed his way, the young man did something. The young man had turned to say something to the spirits and creatures that had come with him, and they seemed to diligently listen and do whatever it was they were instructed to do. Is this an illusion brought on by the spores of that latest funky flower? Rodman rubbed his eyes to make sure what he saw was legit. Why would spirits and creatures listen to the commands issued by a human? I really need to watch myself with those plants. They even gave me a rash last week, Rodman thought, realizing his vision was unimpaired. It was strange, seeing the young man there, standing atop the lake. He wasn't quite sure what they were planning, but regardless, he had never seen anything like this transpire before. After a short while of discussion, the group split up. When Rodman watched what happened next, he slapped his own jaw in disbelief. Rodman had only seen super creatures and king spirits possess the power he was now witnessing. What are they doing, gathering up power like that? Rodman pondered. He had lived here for more than a few decades, and this was the first time he had ever seen anyone venture this close. Venturing near and causing trouble seemed like a fool's errand, but he had the sneaking suspicion they wouldn't be doing what they were if they didn't have a plan. A massive light erupted across the whole lake, and that was when Rodman noticed something. Boom! What he saw then was something he'd likely never forget. The lake water had been dyed with a strange color, and then it blew up. An explosion occurred, and all the water of the lake went with it. Only faint raindrops followed after that. Rodman could now see the outside world fully. He could see the sky, rain, and grass again, and there, he saw the young man. It wasn't just a human with a pleasant face, it was a human with a pleasant face and confidence. It was a young man who looked happy and carefree, and not one who was miserable and hopeless. In St. Fan's Shelter, sadness was the primary craft of human expression. A miserable thing, but alas, that was it. Okay, lads. It's time for an even greater display of your powers. Rodman heard the declaration the young man issued, and then the spirits and creatures rampaged forward. Are they actually obeying this young man? Who in the sanctuaries is he? Rodman was frozen stiff, suspended by sheer disbelief. The next second, an angry voice sounded from the shelter. Who blew up my lake? Saint Fan madly cried out. Human Emperor Hansen, you scrub. Rodman heard this and then thought, can humans truly rival emperors in strength? Is this the sort of stuff I've been missing out on during my years in this sordid armpit of the third god's sanctuary? But suddenly, Rodman lost all control of his body. He was pulled over towards Saint Fan. It wasn't just him, either. Every living thing was drawn towards the enraged spirit, from the creatures to the plants. Is this young man enough of a threat for Saint Fan to draw everything to him? Rodman wondered, but he believed it. And it was this belief that made him happy, even with the wretched circumstance that was about to befall him. Rodman was drawn to and became a part of Saint Fan and lost all control of his body. Whether it was a fortunate thing or not, though, his mind was still his own. He could see and mull over everything that was about to happen. When Hansen saw Saint Fan absorb every living being in the shelter, he was taken aback. He was going to grab the spirit stone while the silver fox kept it busy, but that didn't seem a likely possibility now. All right, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Hansen drew Taya and his phoenix sword. The silver fox and purple emperor flew up high, ready to swoop. Serpent Throne had taken on the form of the chef, straight from Hell's Kitchen. She was ready to slice and dice whichever foe came her way, like Satan's personal butcher. Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, Xie Qing King, Dry Bone King, Qing Sun King, Thorn Queen, Blue Dinosaur, Metal Eater, and even Moment Queen now rushed forward like the Light Brigade. They were to be a merciless wave of death and destruction. Saint Fan had absorbed a ludicrous number of creatures, spirits, and other life forms, but against the wrath of 3 emperors, not even he was sure he could triumph. The tides had turned on him. The silver fox gathered up a large charge of lightning, and tried to fry Saint Fan's body with it. Purple Emperor lopped off a large chunk of Saint Fan's fleshy, bulbous body. The strike was so clean, it could not regenerate. The chef's cleaver peeled fine slices of the spirit's wretched biomass off, like strips of beef, ready to be thrown into a hot pot. Hansen didn't do half as much as he was expected to, and he was more or less like an onlooker, observing Saint Fan's beating. But suddenly, Saint Fan's original form began to take shape. He spoke, stern and sullen, to say, Hansen, are you really going to kill me? You are already dead, Hansen said. Saint Fan laughed and proclaimed, sure, you can kill me. That much is obvious by now. But by killing me, you doom the lives of all the others, too. Saint Fan gestured, and then a number of humans were revealed as being a part of the ugly, horrendous mush that formed the spirit's mutated body. Hansen frowned, never imagining Saint Fan would use humans. And he thought it even sicker that Saint Fan would use them as a negotiating chip. So, do you want this to continue? Killing me means killing them. Their blood will, I assure you, stain your hands. Can you really tolerate their deaths on your conscience? Saint Fan said with a callous tone. Saint Fan could read the minds of the humans he had absorbed, and he knew this hostage trick would work. It wouldn't work on spirits, but it most certainly worked on the humans. Hansen didn't relent. He frowned at the nagging of his conscience, but he still allowed the attack to continue. He had to kill Saint Fan. There was no question there. For as long as he lived, the humans that joined his shelter were already as good as dead. But still, it hurt Hansen to even fathom having to be the direct result of a human's death. Rodman was surprised, more than anything. The human was such a threat to Saint Fan that the spirit had to use such a dirty trick. Rodman didn't think he could become any more disgusted with Saint Fan's behavior, and more than anything, he wanted the spirit to pay. With his now hideous, grotesque face, he managed to yell out, "Kill him! Pay us no heed." The other humans also began to speak out with their pained, distorted voices. It was like a chant, in which they urged Hansen to go forward with what he had planned to do and not look back. They wanted him to bring an end to Saint Fan. Yes, kill the pig. We have endured far too much as it is. Our lives, for the most part, have been good. We will thank you and send you our warmest wishes from the afterlife. Please. End our torment and slay this horrid spirit. Free us. Rodman and the others all told Hansen to kill the spirit and not think about saving them. Saint Fan merely watched. Saint Fan had allowed them to speak this way. If he had wanted them silent, he would have shut them up. Saint Fan thought if they did this, it would lighten Hansen's resolve to free them, rather than harden it. He thought it would give Hansen cold feet, and he'd not proceed with what he had come to the shelter to do. Hansen frowned. He acknowledged saving them would be impossible. Killing Saint Fan would result in the deaths of them all, but if the monster spirit wasn't killed, they'd all remain as slaves. It was impossible to get Saint Fan to free them, too. And Saint Fan knew that the humans were the best hope he had of survival, at this point. Hansen thought Saint Fan's shelter couldn't be moved, but then, the spirit absorbed the entire construct into him. If Saint Fan got away, carrying the shelter with him, Hansen might never find him again. Saint Fan did not know Hansen would come here with another 2 emperors. And neither did he expect Hansen to have so many troops, with enough power to blow up the lake. As he mulled all this, his belief Hansen would let him go began to wane. He wanted to get out of there, before the attacks resumed. Kill him. Rodman exclaimed. Saint Fan smiled. Saint Fan's mind changed again, thinking now, after a long pause, Hansen might not be able to do it. Hansen was incredibly angry. He knew he could kill Saint Fan with ease, but he couldn't just kill the humans. Little Silver knew Hansen was hesitating, and he knew the reasons why. If it wasn't for the humans, even the furry fox knew Saint Fan would be dead now. I am so sorry, guys. Hansen gritted his teeth, and after a deep breath issued his final command. Take him down. His companions heard the order and then moved into attack. Saint Fan was shocked, and so then he took over the minds of the humans. Please save us. You murderer. You're actually going to do this? You were the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the spirits, not humans. You were supposed to bring balance to the sanctuary, not leave it in darkness. I'm so young. I'm not ready to die. What about my wife and kids? You can't do this. Please, help me. I'm begging you, don't do this. The silver fox doubted the legitimacy of these cries. He suspected it was Saint Fan controlling their minds, but still, even Little Silver was feeling bad about moving in to fulfill the command he had been issued. Suddenly, though, a red beam hit Saint Fan's eyebrow. Everyone was shocked by what happened. Even Saint Fan's face twitched, as an expression of horrid surprise suddenly overcame him. Between his 2 eyebrows was a wound that bled. The Emperor could regenerate broken tissue, so the small, phantom wound that had been inflicted should have been fine and nothing of much concern. But it bled profusely, with no sign of recovery. And from the twitching muscles of his face, one could suspect Saint Fan was in some sort of agony. And with his utter silence and refusal to move, the entire scene was like a paused videotape, cliffhanging a big reveal. Suddenly, cracks began to form across the disheveled biomass. From afar, it looked like the ugliest vase in the market had been broken, then put back together again with swathes of glue. Roar! Saint Fan roared to the skies above as his webbed-looking body began to fall apart. Creatures, spirits, and humans all began to fall out of the mucus-laden mound of flesh. Somehow, they had been spared from the biomass and set free without damage to their bodies. Even the shelter and its holy flower had fallen out of the horrendous mass, seemingly without harm. Saint Fan's forehead was cascading blood, and the fact that the wound was so small added to the creepiness of the scene. It was extremely unnerving. Blurg! Saint Fan spat out some blood from his mouth now, and a red light then flew out in Hansen's direction. Saint Fan was on the precipice of being done, and when he teetered to the brink and plummeted off, he did so in the grisliest fashion possible. His body, and what remained of the biomass, exploded into a bloody, snotty mess across the region. The red light did not seem to venture towards the shelter, but all the same, Hansen heard a spirit stone-like gem shatter. The sound was unmistakable. The humans were all in disbelief, rolling around trying to regain composure after what had just happened. And what's more, they felt the contracts binding them to Saint Fan break. They looked around, stunned. The joy they sought to feel caught up to them through the days, and the spirits and creatures that had escaped the biomass with them tried to flee. Hansen commanded his companions to go after the super creatures. Then, he turned around to look at someone who had tagged along, unannounced. He turned to look at Zero. Zero's hair was a little purplish, but that color was on the retreat and had almost vanished. The humans moved forward to thank Hans Senator. They saw the red light head in Hansen's direction, and thus believed it was he who had unleashed that magnificent blow. He wasn't keen to correct them, though. And after the brief session of applause, Hansen raced over to the spirit hall. There, he saw Saint Fan's spirit stone in pieces. The humans all returned to the Alliance with much excitement. Some of them had been trapped inside the shelter for over a century, so they weren't even sure if their friends or family would still be there. They had a most strange mood as they returned home. All in all, Hansen's companions had managed to slay 7 super creatures and 6 king spirits. Through doing this, they had obtained 7 life geno-essences and 1 beast soul. Hansen gladly accepted the spoils of war. Rodman's return shook the Alliance to its very core, as he announced that Hansen had taken down another Emperor's shelter and saved 200 humans in the process. The humans were fine with giving their statements to the media, and recounting their tale of what happened on the day they were saved. A documentary was made about it, and it was aptly titled, The First Human Emperor. Right now, Hansen was more interested in Zero, though. Hansen knew it was her who had killed Saint Fan, yet she accepted no fanfare and was not keen to even let others know it was her who had stepped in to save the day. Hansen remembered the red light, and he found it oddly reminiscent of the bone dagger she had once procured, under the strangest of conditions. That was fuel for his mind to wander and think. Hansen did not know if it was the bony knife itself, or if it was the Azura Sutra's power that propelled the skill she had unleashed to resolve the situation. Zero, do you mind telling me how you killed Saint Fan? Hansen asked her in as gentle a tone of voice as he could fabricate. You taught me, Zero said. I did? Ah, you mean the Azura Sutra thing I once asked you to read? Hansen half asked her, thinking he knew what she meant but wanting a confirmation of her all the same. Zero nodded, and then added the simple sentence, and the dagger. Hansen knew it had to be one of the two, but it seemed as if she didn't quite know which one either. Hansen trusted Zero, but the Azura Sutra was incredibly powerful and so was she. It was almost frightening. But it looked like the curiosity that was Zero, and the mysteries surrounding her, were still present. Answers might not be achieved that day, but the event had renewed Hansen's interest in who she was, that much was for sure. This was why Hansen never took to practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, amongst other reasons. It was weaker than the Dongxian Sutra, and not as pure as the Azura Sutra. But what concerned Hansen the most was the fact Zero had come along and attacked. Hansen could have killed Saint Fan, but the humans would have died along with the spirit. Hansen could think of only one possibility for how Zero had separated the spirit from the rest. He believed the Azura Sutra had a target select, where damage was only wrought upon those who the caster wished to deal damage. The Azura Sutra might have well been the only skill there that allowed for the killing of Saint Fan, while saving the humans at the same time. That's the reason why Godslayer Luo is so famous. Ugh, I need to sort this out with little Yen, and I need to become a demigod quickly, Hansen thought to himself. Godslayer Luo was a famous demigod, one held in a regard that was high above all others. 2 years went by, and over that time, Hansen sent out Purple Emperor to take down a number of shelters to pave the realm for more common human occupation. While he had managed to take down many shelters of a lesser rank, he had also been able to take down 3 Emperor shelters. Han Sen had maxed out his geno points and practiced enough to open 9 gene locks for the Dongxian Sutra and Jade Skin. For some reason, no matter what he tried, he was unable to open his 10th. And his inability to do so, after so much time had elapsed, was rather frustrating. The same applied for the Bloodpulse Sutra, as well. That, the Dongxian Sutra, and Jade Skin were all stuck with 9 gene locks open. Han Sen had almost managed to collect 1,000 geno points. Once he reached 4 digits, he theorized he could unlock the elusive 10th gene locks that had escaped him. Of course, that was all just educated guesswork. But everyone needed a target or goal to aim for, and that was his for the meantime. But Han Sen had been practicing Life Door consistently throughout the 2 years, as well, and he desperately wanted a breakthrough with it by this point. This was something else that was refusing to budge. Purple Emperor wanted more and more shelters to conquer and expand their influence and strength, but they soon moved as far as they could go. The human-occupied portion of the third god sanctuary they had managed to etch out was eventually bordered by mighty enemies not even they were able to overcome. It was a shame their expansion had come to an end, but Han Sen valued the prospect that there were still greater challenges for him to overcome someday. Needless to say, over the course of those 2 years, Han Sen had saved countless humans from the clutches of tyrannical spirits and made a name for himself far and wide across the sanctuary. To the spirits, he was an absolute menace of an emperor, and not a person looked on fondly. That, of course, was a result of him being a human, more than anything. And because of these deeds, new surpassers were able to spawn safely inside liberated shelters. The looming threat of doom after entering the sanctuary was no longer too strong, and evolvers were keener than ever to make the jump. Han Sen was hailed as a hero, and rightly so. Knowing he had gone as far as he could go in terms of strength, Han Sen decided it would be best to spend more time with his family. Going out with his family often, he found himself happier than he had been in a long time. Life was, for all intents and purposes, good. Han Sen asked Uncle Bug how he might open Life Door, but he didn't receive an answer that helped. It took him 20 years to open it, and he was never sure what instigated the success, and he had no clue if there was an easier or better way to open it, either. Uncle Bug did say he taught his family Life Door, though. And strangely, no matter how much they tried to master it, no one had been successful. So, even though Han Sen continued his practice with it, he put it on the back burner most of the time. He wasn't going to focus on it 100%, and instead, he opted to spend more time with his family. Han Sen, Ji Yanran, and Bauer were currently playing. Bauer was on a swing, which Han Sen merrily pushed. He suddenly froze, for some strange reason, despite having a blank mind that was not occupied with the thought of anything. Han Sen stopped pushing the swing, which prompted Bauer to suddenly leap onto Han Sen's back and ask, "Dad, why are you ignoring me?" Her voice was like an explosion, sounding directly in his eardrum. It made him shiver. But the shiver seemed to extend beyond a mere goosebump. He felt his life door open. All of a sudden, he felt revitalized. He felt as if he had been reborn anew. Han Sen had no idea how his life door had opened. "What are you laughing at?" Ji Yanran asked, noticing his sudden burst of merriment and laughter. "You guys are my lucky charms." Han Sen kissed Bauer and kissed Ji Yanran with a thick smooch. It really was just as Uncle Bug said. How it unlocked, he had no idea. This was the strangest thing Han Sen had ever taken the time to learn. But Han Sen wasn't one to question his blessings. He was grateful for its opening, and that was it. He wasn't keen on learning the specifics. When Life Door finished, Han Sen's body felt much better, yes, but no standout change could be noticed. Han Sen could feel the 9 life cap pendant pulsate with a certain energy, though. It was different from the power he occasionally felt when practicing the Bloodpulse Sutra. Now, the 9 life cap pendant felt like an actual creature, with its very own life force. It was just a pendant, so how or why it might have been alive confused Han Sen. Hansen examined the pendant in closer detail, but he couldn't really learn anything new about it. And the technology available didn't elucidate anything for him either. Hansen borrowed Baishan's machine for the test. It was an inanimate object, as it should have been. Back in the sanctuary, just as Hansen was going to check out another shelter, he frowned as he noticed something else. Hansen felt a strong creature inside the shelter, and it wasn't one that belonged to him. The scariest thing was that it was lurking someplace near the spirit hall. This was Hansen's favorite shelter, so intruders weren't the sort of thing to bring a smile to his face. Thinking unwelcome guests had come to invade, Hansen's attitude quickly turned sour. "Why are you hiding?" Hansen called out, as he looked at a pile of bones. Nothing responded, so Hansen threw his fist into the bones to see if something was inside. A light flashed away from his incoming punch to evade it. He was keen to throw another punch, but something stayed his hand. It was the voice of a female, and it said, "I came all this way with an invitation, that is all. I came here to invite you to partake in the dining of holy baby fruit. Perhaps you are as brutish as the tales suggest, and had I known your behavior would be this wild, I wouldn't have come." Well, well, well. Look who it is. Empty witch? Why are you here? And if my eyes really aren't playing tricks on me, please tell me there's a good reason for your presence here. Last I recall, you weren't the fondest of company one could keep. Hansen was surprised, seeing the mini lady. Back in the second god's sanctuary, the empty witch had used the empty vine to access the third god's sanctuary. That was the first and last time Hansen had met her, and it followed hot on the heels of a grueling adventure. The circumstances of their first encounter were not very pleasant, that was for sure. Empty Witch stuttered to say, "Well, can I just be the first to congratulate you on your accomplishments? I can't believe you've managed to take down as many emperor shelters as the tales tell." "Well, you're not the first. And for all you know, I just got a little lucky. I caught one emperor when he was napping," Hansen said. Empty Witch proceeded to tell him, "If you think these attempts at a jest are charming, I can only admit that you are gravely mistaken." Hansen merely smiled and said, "Jokes aside then, come on, tell me why you're here." "The holy baby fruit is going to ripen soon. Miss Lotus wants every emperor to try it. You may not be a spirit, but you're an emperor all the same. Because of this, she has extended you a very special invitation," Empty Witch explained. Then, after a brief pause, she jumped to ask, "Where is the Holy Spirit?" "She's not here," Hansen plainly stated. Ji Yanran had joined an aircraft expedition, along with Bauer. Empty Witch looked disappointed, but she moved forward to ask, "Can you bring her here? I would very much like to see her. Bauer is too busy to come right now." "Anyway, keep explaining," Hansen said. "That's disappointing. Ugh, I don't know why I came all this way." Empty Witch rolled her eyes. Hansen said, "Why is the Lotus Empress being so kind as to invite us all to eat this fruit? Holy baby fruit is an emperor-class genoplant. Only she can grow these, and every 10,000 years, she invites emperors from all across the sanctuary to taste them. It's your lucky day, it would seem," Empty Witch finished saying. Hansen did not say anything in response. It was a very strange proposition, one Hansen thought to be a little fishy. Plus, if he went, he'd be a sole human venturing into all-spirit territory. It could have been a trap. Even if he was to consider going, he knew he'd have to take many precautions. Empty Witch could see the expression of doubt lurking behind Hansen's cold facade, and she tried to bring him ease by saying, "Don't worry, there are many people there who despise each other. In the shadows of evil Lotus Shelter, though, none would dare cause a scene. You'll be safe." "Roger that, but I think I'll pass," Hansen said. Hansen wasn't going to willingly place his life in the hands of others and take someone like her at her word. Normal Geno fruit no longer worked on Hansen, and if Lotus Empress was willing to issue it out as a gift, he didn't think it could be anything all that special. I suspected you might look upon such an event with suspicion, and I'd wager that is because you don't really know what this whole thing is. But don't worry, I have a sneaking suspicion of my own. A suspicion that suggests you will change your mind. Empty Witch then threw something to Hansen. Hansen examined the item and noticed it to be a lotus flower. This is her invitation. I suggest you ask your spirit buddies what holy baby fruit is. I'm sure you are more inclined to believe them than me. And once you change your mind, this is your ticket. Empty Witch paused, and then, with bright and glittering eyes, jumped to say, bring the Holy Spirit, too. I still want to meet her. I'm off now, to go visit another emperor and hand him his invitation. He's a grumpy fellow, but thankfully, they don't shoot the messengers. Anyway, Mr. Hansen, I implore that you take the time to ask around and think about it. Empty Witch then swiftly flew away. Hansen frowned. Empty Witch was able to sneak inside the shelter without being detected. She was good. Becoming this strong in such a short time meant Lotus Empress must have been quite something. Empty Witch didn't seem particularly special, yet her Empress had trained her extremely well. Hansen asked his companions about holy baby fruit and whether or not Lotus Empress could be trusted. This event had been going on for a long time, and it was confirmed to be safe. No deaths or dangers had ever been reported as occurring there before either. Every holy baby fruit bestowed upon someone gave them one self-geno point. And emperors had actually received 2 at the last event. And one holy baby fruit, out of all the ones to be given out, possessed a holy baby inside. If you were lucky enough to receive that one, you could open a gene lock. If you had already opened 10 gene locks, you could open the door and become a demigod. 40,000 years ago, an emperor ate the holy baby and immediately became a demigod. There were 3,000 fruits up for grabs, though. Getting the right one was sheer luck. Why doesn't she eat the fruit herself, then? Hansen found it too good to be true. Hansen thought only a crazy fool would hand out such wondrous gifts willy-nilly. Drybone King, the source of Hansen's information, explained, the legends say it is because she is unable to eat them. Instead of letting them go to waste, though, she charitably hands them out. Pretty much every emperor has tasted her fruit, and it kind of means they owe her one in return. It's a way for her to earn respect more than anything. If spirits want more fruit, they must maintain their pleasantness with her. That's interesting, Hansen thought. Baby Ghost told Hansen, some berserk super creatures receive invitations, too. And while you hold that invitation of hers, you won't be provoked when you're out and about. Unless you go looking for a fight and start one, of course. It sounds like quite the fruit, Hansen said with a smile. If you were an emperor who had not opened 10 gene locks, you wouldn't get invited. Oh, what I wouldn't give to try it out myself, Baby Ghost said. I'm afraid I'd be killed before my lips ever touched the skin of the fruit, Hansen said. It was obvious Hansen's invitation was not one of simple courtesy. Lotus Empress had, after all, marked him back in the second god's sanctuary. He was a human with only 9 gene locks open, so that alone was enough for the sirens in his head to start wailing. While Hansen thought about what he should do, the item given to him by Lotus Empress lit up. A video played before him, like some botanical hologram. Hansen watched it intently, and recognized the figure in the image before him as Lotus Empress herself. This is just a recording. I am concerned that you will not attend, and if you are not planning to, I would like to assuage your fears and tell you something. Understanding it was a simple video, Hansen did not respond. Lotus Empress went on to say, I would like to make a deal. You are strong, there is no doubt about that, but you cannot open 10 gene locks. If you attend, you can come speak with me. I will elucidate the reasons why. One way or another, however, we will meet again. If you do not show up at the Holy Baby Fruit event, I will be paying you a visit instead. After that, the video disappeared. There's a proper reason why I can't open 10 gene locks? Hansen frowned at the thought. Hansen thought she could have been bluffing, enticing him to come, but then again, it made sense. He hadn't had the 9th gene lock for the Donxian Sutra and Jade Skin open for long, but Bloodpulse Sutra's 9th gene lock was opened years ago, and it had yet to improve. There had to be some sort of issue prohibiting his advancement. With his talent, and the Geno treasures he possessed, it only seemed natural that he'd have gone further by now. The fact he hadn't was plain weird. Perhaps there was truth to her words, and just maybe, she'd be able to help him. Saint Fan Emperor was dead, but Hansen wished he could ask him a thing or two about why he had been chosen. So, curious about this entire thing, Hansen decided to scope the event out. He wasn't afraid. But just in case, Hansen decided to bring along his most trusted companions. His OG, his old guard, was to come along, in the event that a conflict arose. With them there, he'd feel a lot more secure, and if things turned sour, the chances of flight were much higher. With the Silver Fox by his side, in particular, there was no danger on the road there. And Hansen even had the invitation from the Lotus Empress on full display. It would take a long time to get where they had to go, and in the midst of their journey, Empty Witch appeared out of nowhere. She came and pledged her desire to escort Hansen and his fellows the rest of the way. Evil Lotus Shelter had been constructed on an island, situated in the middle of a vast lake. There were many lotuses around it. Its construct was quite different from other shelters Hansen had been to, such as Blood River Shelter. It was also far prettier and a whole lot grander than the likes of St. Fan Shelter. Hansen did not bring Bauer, which disappointed Empty Witch once again. Aside from that, the journey was uneventful. When they arrived, they were led into the gardens without a problem. They were to wait on the green for the event to begin. Hansen and the Silver Fox had to live in the garden for a while, but the entire time they were there, they could not see Lotus Empress. Hansen asked Empty Witch about her perpetual absence, and he was told that Lotus Empress was in the middle of practice, and that she'd only reveal herself when the fruit was ripe. Since the trip had gone so smoothly, Hansen had made good time. He had traveled so quickly, he had arrived 10 days early. Empty Witch suggested Hansen bring the rest of his companions to observe a curiosity of the shelter. "What strange thing do you want us to see?" Hansen asked. "This is Evil Lotus Shelter now, but this was where Night Empress was born. This is the site where she became a demigod, as well. She left a luminous stone behind when she left," Empty Witch explained. "And what is so fascinating about a stone that glows?" Hansen asked. Even in the Alliance, glowing rocks were nothing special. Empty Witch rolled her eyes and pleaded, "This is not a normal stone. This is a Geno treasure, as a matter of fact." She cherished it, and wanted nothing more than to bring it to the Fourth God Sanctuary. Unfortunately, it could not withstand the fires of the 10 steps of the Holy Door, and it rolled back and fell to where it now still lies. It fell into the lake and became the luminous stone that we now know it as. Unfortunately, the flames did a number on it, and the power it once possessed has waned. Many emperors see it and become inspired. "If it wasn't for the Holy Spirit, I wouldn't have brought you. I'll give it a look, then." Hansen followed after Empty Witch, alongside the Silver Fox. Before he reached there, however, Hansen felt something vibrate inside his pocket. It was the Jew, and Hansen had no idea why it was behaving so strangely. Hansen knew it was an item from the Fourth God Sanctuary, and it could trigger the demigod altar. It could also bring demigods back into the Third God Sanctuary. Now that the Jew was shaking, Hansen thought, "Is it setting up a demigod altar?" Fortunately, the Jew was only shaking. Nothing else happened. Hansen knew that, for as long as there was no alcohol inside it, there shouldn't be any more incidents. For all he knew, it could have been having alcoholic withdrawals. But as he continued to walk, the shaking of the Jew became more vigorous. When Empty Witch brought Hansen over to the west side of the shelter, it started to vibrate like mad. "There it is. When it is dark, you can see it shining bright like a comet," Empty Witch said, as she pointed towards the object. Hansen looked in that direction and saw a very smooth black rock. If Empty Witch had not mentioned it to Han Sen, he never would have guessed it was once a treasure. That must be the luminous stone. If I pour wine into the Jew, I bet you I can summon her, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen did not know if there was any particular use to summoning demigods. He had asked Moment Queen about it, and she had no clue. All she could tell him was that various treasures, belonging to demigods, were known to have been left over in the third god's sanctuary, and that was it. If I want to know the answer to this, it looks like I'll have to accept Dragon King's proposal, Han Sen thought to himself. If it was an ordinary king spirit, Han Sen would have gladly given him the egg already. But he was one of the 8 generals, and he had a connection to Azura. Han Sen wasn't entirely sure if he should be trusted. And Yiksha, all this time, had not said a word to Han Sen about what happened with Ancient Devil Emperor, either. Even under the threat of death, he remained silent. This made Han Sen even more curious over the events that had transpired. Han Sen thought that if he could figure out what had occurred, he'd understand a lot more. Azura might have been related to the Shura, and the Shura were related to the Luo family. Zero could practice the Azura Sutra and the falsified Sky Sutra, and on her back, she possessed a 9-life cat tattoo. Furthermore, there was a connection between Blood Legion and Han Jinji. Han Sen felt all this was connected somehow, and it was all just one big jigsaw puzzle. There was only one problem: he didn't know what the whole picture looked like. And he wasn't even sure if he had all the pieces of the puzzle. Han Sen needed more information, he felt. He had ownership over 2 key figures in this plot, but they refused to loosen their tongues about it. All he knew was that Azura betrayed Ancient Devil Emperor somehow. The only other lead Han Sen had was in Baby Ghost. He once told Han Sen he was the vice leader of Blood Legion, despite being a spirit. Han Sen wished he could crack open Baby Ghost's brain to get a peek at what hidden knowledge he possessed and refused to reveal. As it got dark now, though, Han Sen heard footsteps approaching. There was a spirit coming. He looked colder than the black of space, and many star-like orbs surrounded his presence. He did not look like the friendly sort. When he saw who this spirit was, he knew why, too. He was Moving Star Emperor, and he had ranked 10th place in Divinity's bout. He was also Han Sen's biggest enemy in the northwestern regions that he was practically ruling. He was Han Sen's roadblock for expansion, and after 2 years of skirmishes and fighting, neither side had yet to prevail over the other. The spirits all whispered how powerful he was. But Moving Star Emperor was not one sole spirit. He had a host of powerful subordinates hanging on his beck and call. It was through their support that Han Sen was unable to defeat him. Moving Star Emperor would have liked nothing more than to kill Han Sen then and there. Many of his subordinates had died during the battles he and Han Sen had waged, and it brought him great pain and anguish. He thought Han Sen was a cheater, too, since he frequently used Holy Rhino and Little Silver for healing during their fights. Han Sen's tactics were infuriating. How could a pathetic human have been invited here? Moving Star Emperor said, with a cold half-rhetorical question of insult and disdain. Moving Star Emperor didn't start a fight, though. It just went to show how much influence Lotus Empress had over those who were attending. She can invite whoever she wishes to, Empty Witch answered. Han Sen was quite shocked, following this. Moving Star Emperor did nothing to Empty Witch. Empty Witch had only opened 9 gene locks, but she could talk down to whoever visited there, because she knew Lotus Empress had her back. Moving Star Emperor looked over to the luminous stone, though. And due to the night starting to settle in, it was beginning to glow. The darker it became, the brighter the light was. The light it emitted was warm, and it was beautiful in the way it scattered across all the lotuses around it. Han Sen felt as if there was a rhythm to the way that light pulsated, but he couldn't hear anything to suggest there might have been music playing. Perhaps silence is the greatest music. Han Sen could feel it, but he could not hear it. He wasn't quite sure what he was witnessing, truth be told. But it was more than just a simple glowing rock. This dirty, downtrodden, filthy race can understand? Moving Star Emperor said, with a clear effort to provoke Han Sen. He didn't dare to attack physically, but sticks and stones, and all that. Han Sen did not participate in their battles, and he allowed Purple Emperor to lead. Therefore, Moving Star Emperor only had second-hand tales to estimate just how powerful Han Sen might have been. He was eager to learn the truth firsthand. If he could instigate a conflict right then and there, he thought it would be brilliant. Han Sen looked at Moving Star Emperor and said, "Are you saying those that don't understand are filthy? Why don't you go ahead and explain what the luminous stone is, then?" Moving Star Emperor rebutted with, "Pa. You don't deserve to know." Wow, now you look like some pompous idiot who is only pretending to be superior. You shouldn't go around telling people you're an emperor, much less a spirit. Even talking to someone as thick as you has me feeling embarrassed. Han Sen wasn't willing to let this go so easily, and so he said a lot of mean things. Before his enemy, he'd never concede. Moving Star Emperor was notorious, but he had quite the reputation, though. Between spirits, disputes were often settled through battle. The opportunity to sort things out through discussions, as most humans did, rarely arose. Knowing he might be at a disadvantage made Moving Star Emperor extremely angry. If he wasn't an evil lotus shelter, he'd already would have been trying to kill Han Sen through the tried and true method of a pummeling. He wanted to provoke Han Sen and get the human to attack him first so he could feign being the victim. But now, he found himself being the one ready to instigate a fight. Moving Star Emperor managed to swallow that big, bitter pill and reversed the dialogue instead. He said, "If you think it is that simple, then why don't you tell me?" Han Sen explained it succinctly, "The luminous stone is a path of light." Moving Star Emperor addressed that hypothesis with disdain. "Nonsense. Night Empress practiced the path of darkness. It is a Geno treasure attuned with the element of dark. Dark is the complete opposite of light." Pa. What a cheap race, only capable of talking crap. Han Sen was not mad. Humans knew a lot, and the Alliance possessed swathes of knowledge. Spirits could not understand things beyond the surface, and they could not understand things on a deeper level. Their development was in a whole different ballpark. Perhaps no human could beat Moving Star Emperor through physical means, but giving him a verbal beatdown was nearly child's play. Han Sen smiled and told the Emperor, "You are ignorant. Light and dark are two sides of the same coin. They both exist at the expense of each other. Light is dark, and dark is light. She may have practiced along a path of darkness, but she could also use the light element. It's simple. Light is light, dark is dark. How can the two exist together? If she was still here, she'd kill you for talking such drivel." Moving Star Emperor rebutted. Han Sen pointed at the lotus plants which were bathing in the soft glow, then he pointed to the darkness the light did not reach. He said, "Now tell me, which is dark and which is light?" Moving Star Emperor said, "Of course the area with the luminous stone is light." "Are you sure it's light?" Han Sen asked, with a smile. "Of course, do you think I'm blind?" "I'm not." Moving Star Emperor said with frustration. Han Sen then cast fire and lit up the other side of the lake. The luminous stone could glow, but its glow was rather faint. The light it emitted was not very strong. But Han Sen's fireball was so bright, it made the stone's side dark. "Now you tell me, which side is dark, and which side is light?" Han Sen smiled again. Moving Star Emperor gave an ugly look, and it prompted Han Sen to explain, "Dark and light are one and the same, see? Light is the absence of darkness, and darkness is the absence of light. They are two sides of the same coin, but both are dependent on each other." Night Empress sought darkness, but used light to guide her practice. She sought darkness through the light she possessed. A dumb *SS like you would never understand, my boy. Moving Star Emperor's face turned green. He was not an expert when it came to analyses like this, and so he had no clue how he should respond. Clap. 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 Hansen turned around and saw a spirit clapping her hands gently. It was Lotus Empress herself. Lotus Empress spoke, saying, "Seeking darkness through the light? If my mother was still here in the third god's sanctuary, she'd be very fond of you. She'd relish the opportunity to meet someone else who understood her." Empty Witch flew close to her master and said, "Miss Lotus, the luminous stone really is of the light element?" Due to the fact the luminous stone was blackened and charred by the fires of Holy Door, and its life force had been depleted, and it looked to be of dark. Lotus nodded and said, "This was her only light element treasure. She left all the dark treasures here, but she only wished to take this one. It was once called the Stone of Light. The light was merely drained due to its incineration." When Moving Star Emperor heard this, he looked even worse. He looked as if he was going to faint. He didn't expect her most important treasure was not of the element of dark. "I thought it was pretty simple, really. I was just bringing it up in idle chit-chat," Hansen said. Hansen really was just saying it simply, without meaning for it to come across as a lesson. His knowledge was vast, and so it made him go above and beyond a simple explanation. Still, he couldn't really learn much from observing the stone. It wasn't that Hansen was stupid, it was just that he hadn't reached that level of genius yet. Many dark and light emperors had visited this shelter in the past, but they only learned a small amount. The melody and rhythm of the pulsating light came from the fourth god's sanctuary, so not being able to understand it was normal for someone who wasn't a demigod. Moving Star Emperor greeted Lotus Empress and then left, thinking it was pointless for him to remain there with them. He was more than a little embarrassed, too, more fuel to the fire of hatred he kept stoked for Hansen. When Moving Star Emperor took his leave, Lotus Empress sat down. Softly, she bid for Hansen to do the same, sit down. Hansen approached her and did as she told him. Lotus Empress looked at Hansen and said, "To be honest, when I first saw you in the second god's sanctuary, I didn't think too highly of you. I didn't think you'd go on to become what you are today. You killed Saint Fan, that is something many spirits have tried to do before, but always failed in their attempts. For my deeds to impress a gorgeous empress such as you, I can only say that it is a most magnificent honor," Hansen said. Lotus Empress said, "You have conquered 3 emperor shelters. We are on the same level, practically. There is no need for you to be so gracious and polite. Today is a great day, and you should allow for some informality to take precedence. And feel free to simply call me Lotus. You said in your video thingy that you wanted to make some sort of deal. What kind of deal did you have in mind?" Hansen asked. "Wow. You are very forward, and perhaps that is why you have achieved so much in the short time you have occupied the third god's sanctuary, but there is no need to rush, I assure you. That being said, there is much to discuss. So, our talk of it might take a while when the time comes. After the fruit event, maybe?" Lotus Empress suggested, and then went on to ask Hansen, "Do you know why I hold this event?" "I'm not entirely sure. If I had this amount of fruit, I'd eat them all myself. And if I couldn't, I'd make a bed out of them and just sleep on the things. And yes, if you think charity isn't exactly one of my strong suits, well, you're right," Hansen said, in a half-jest. Lotus Empress found it funny. She giggled a little and said, "You humans are quite hilarious, I must say. A little weak overall, but you are an exception to that rule." "I'll take that as a compliment, thank you." Hansen smiled. Lotus Empress returned to the conversation and said, "The reason why I hold this event is because I must choose a helper. Yes, that is how I might best describe it. And this time you are the one I have had my eye on. This thing you need help with, is it associated with the deal you wish to make?" Hansen asked. Lotus nodded and said, "When I first saw you, I knew you could help me. That is why I left a mark on you. I was going to bring you straight to my shelter, but somehow, your mark was erased. I was worried, for a time." She then went on to say, "I didn't expect that you not only survived, but you achieved so much by starting from scratch. With your help, I will definitely succeed in what I am planning to do, I am sure of it. But I haven't agreed to anything yet, Hansen said, with a slight smile. Lotus said, you will. And that is because what I am planning to give you cannot be given by anyone else, and it is precisely what you need. Really? What is it? Hansen's curiosity was most certainly piqued. You'll find out soon enough. First, the event. Then, I will tell you. And if you think I am being coy because the task I want your help with is something sordid, allay those fears. It is not all that bad, I can guarantee it. She sounded confident. To have such confidence was rare, and she must have earned quite a bit of experience from making similar deals in the past, to be so sure. Hansen asked, what is so special about me, then? What made you take notice of me? Lotus said, you're special because you aren't. Is that a compliment? Hansen asked with a wry smile, as it was an oxymoron. Lotus Empress went on to explain. Yes. As spirits, we are all attuned to a certain element in particular. Your body, however, isn't. And I need someone as flexible as you. But all humans are like this, Hansen said. Lotus shook her head and said, I have examined many humans, since long before you stepped foot in even the first god sanctuary. Humans have no elements to begin with, that is true, but by the time they reach the second god sanctuary, they start to become associated with one in particular. And when you reach the third god sanctuary, that association is settled and fixed. You are different in this regard. I initially thought you'd be like every other human, but your body still has no element it focuses on. That's not right. I have absorbed many spirit genes, and even maxed out my fire gene tally, Hansen said. That's different, but your body is still the same. Lotus stood up, then went on to say, enjoy your time here. For as long as you remain on these grounds, no one will dare attempt to bring you harm. Hansen did not understand why his body was special. And he wasn't sure why he was special for not being special, as she had mentioned. Hansen looked over to the luminous stone, and without earning any inspiration, he decided to return to his quarters where he could rest. Hansen summoned Dragon King and said, okay, listen up you. I am ready and willing to give you this egg, even if you don't want to open up about this entire kerfuffle with your general buddies, but you must serve me for 100 years. Okay. Dragon King did not hesitate to agree. 100 years might have been a long time for humans, but it wasn't for spirits. Hansen summoned Thorn Queen to take the egg and give it to Dragon King. Dragon King was exuberantly happy now. He inspected the egg and immediately wished to drill into it. Not yet. If you go in now, heaven knows when you'll finally come out. Tell me first, what is the point of summoning demigods? Hansen asked. Dragon King told Hansen, demigods return for genes. Why would demigods require genes from the third god sanctuary? Hansen wasn't sure how or why this would be. Dragon King admitted, I'm not sure either. I have only seen this transpire once, in which a demigod returned and went on a search for genes. To return, a sacrifice of many super creatures and king spirit stones was necessary. What can demigods do? Hansen asked. The demigod I saw would fulfill the wishes of the person who aided them in gathering the components of a sacrifice and doing the ritual. Often that service took the form of killing someone. But you must collect a lot for sacrifice, and I can only suggest that you don't do it, Dragon King said. Hansen said, the demigod you saw, was it a spirit summoned by ancient Devil Emperor? I cannot comment on that, Dragon King answered. Hansen rebutted with a theory, saying, if these sacrifices are so costly, were you offered up as a component of the ritual? Is that why you rebelled and betrayed ancient Devil Emperor? Dragon King said nothing further, and simply went towards the egg. Hansen didn't stop him, though. He believed he was getting closer to the truth, anyway, and he had answered what he had initially wanted to know. Hansen did not know how long it would take for the egg to hatch, but he gave it back to Thorn Queen and told her to hold on to it. Hansen stayed at Evil Lotus Shelter for a few days, and every spirit that arrived had their 10th gene lock open. Hansen recognized a few of the emperors from Divinity's bout. 4 of the figures that were in the top 10 of Divinity's bout had come, which made Hansen wonder about those who hadn't come. But since the spirits around came from all the different corners of the third god's sanctuary, Hansen didn't stick out too much. Many hadn't a clue who he was or had never so much as heard his name. When the event started, super creatures and emperors were everywhere. Hansen made a rough count of 500, but he knew there were countless emperors who hadn't made the guest list. It had to be a highly curated list, that much was certain. The top 3 from Divinity's bout were not seen there, and Hansen couldn't imagine why emperors so strong would not be invited or would choose not to come. And it was quite disappointing for him, too, as he really wanted to catch a glimpse of the notorious no-god emperor. It was time for Lotus Empress to announce and reveal herself to all those who had come, and when she appeared before them all, everyone went silent. You could have heard a pin drop in the stillness that preceded her speech. When she did finally talk, she issued a command to her subordinates to begin distributing 2 fruits to each of the guests that had come. Hansen and the Silver Fox received 2 each. While Little Silver gobbled them both up with nary a moment to breathe, Hansen decided to spend some time inspecting them. The fruits were creamy and semi-transparent, but they had the faint outlines of delicate patterns etched all across them. They were pretty things, almost like jewels. And what's more, Hansen was able to see a hidden energy radiating from within. Then, Hansen decided to take a bite. It was juicy and incredibly sweet. After Hansen ate the first fruit in its entirety, he heard a message play, gaining self-geno point. So, he proceeded to eat the other. He heard the same message play again. I only need 15 more to max out. It's a shame one person can only receive 2, Hansen thought. Hansen looked around and noticed everyone had finished their fruit lunch before him. They all stood where they were, but they were turning left and right as if they were searching for something or someone, but what it was, Hansen wasn't too sure. Then he remembered there was supposed to be a fruit that allowed one emperor to become a demigod. The spirits were all looking around, hoping to find out who was fortunate enough to receive it. Whether they'd congratulate or scorn that fortunate person was another matter entirely. I can only suppose this is not your first time here. I have 3,000 of these fruits, but I have only distributed 1,000. The other 2,000 will have to be earned, Lotus Empress said aloud, when no winner seemed to arise. We know the rules, hurry up, an emperor boldly shouted back. Lotus Empress smiled, and then a monster bearing a jade drum walked out. Hansen was both surprised and amused by the creature's appearance, as it looked something like a cross between a turtle and a kirin. The jade drum it possessed was actually a part of the creature, too. It was attached, growing out of the creature's back. Its life force was strong, though, and it was clear that it had opened 10 gene locks. Hansen had already guessed she possessed creatures with 10 gene locks open, but this just confirmed it. His admiration for Lotus Empress was starting to grow. If you hit it once, you can earn a fruit. Who would like to give it a try? Lotus Empress announced. Let me try. An eager emperor jumped before the drum beast and tried striking the instrument with all his might. Hansen was curious, wondering what was going on. This game that they were all playing seemed too simple to be true, and he was curious to learn if there was a catch. He imagined there would have to be, but that was just his suspicious nature. The emperor was a moody-looking sort, and he wielded the element of fire. He leaped towards the drum, ready to unleash an impressive amount of power on it, with a fire that was even greater than the flames that wreathed Hansen in his gold raven form. Hansen heard the beat of a drum sound, but it had almost completely escaped his hearing. It was very quiet, for some strange reason. Is that really a drum? Hansen thought it didn't seem right for so much power to result in such a small amount of noise. The emperor frowned. Then he interlocked the fingers of both hands to form some sort of dome around a new flame he was conjuring. With great fervor, he unleashed another fireborn punch at the drum. The power used was frightening, but the sound emitted by the drum was even quieter than the first time he had hit it. The emperor hit the drum a third time, then, to the greeting of silence. Failing to sound the drum at all, the spirit looked embarrassed and tried to avoid eye contact with the feverish crowd that had gathered to watch the proceedings. Hansen was surprised. The emperor had 10 open gene locks, and he had thrown a punch carried by terrible fire. Why could he not sound the drum? After this emperor, a few other emperors decided to give the drum a few shots of their own. They all failed to make any sound worth noting. Even a few super creatures were giving it a go, but most of them lacked the ability to play the drum, same as the rest. But then came one super creature that managed to hit the drum 7 times, and produced 7 firm acoustical sounds. This earned the creature 7 baby fruits. The super creature gobbled them all up at once, but it wasn't lucky enough to earn the real holy baby fruit. That was something that came as a relief to those who had yet to try their hand. Many emperors and super creatures followed, and it was startling to see that only a few were able to play the drum properly and earn themselves a reward. But Hansen noticed the ones that could produce sound with the drum were the ones that were lacking in strength compared to the others. Whether that was by design or not, he could not tell. With Hansen's Dongxian aura, he could read their individual strength. And it told him that the emperors with the most strength were the ones that could barely register a sound when hitting the drum. Hansen observed the event, but he could not establish any logical reason as to why this was. So, what do you think? Would you like to give it a try? Empty Witch asked Hansen. Hansen shook his head and responded, not many people can knock it and create a sound, but I'll give it a go sometime later, I suppose. Hansen wanted to watch for a little longer. Once he figured out the trick, he believed he'd have a greater chance of success. There is no skill involved. It's all luck, Empty Witch said, suspecting his goal. But then she went on to say, I know you'll succeed, though. Why? Hansen asked. Lotus Empress was sure, Empty Witch said. Hansen looked over at Lotus Empress, watching members of the audience step forward to try to beat the drum. By now, only 10 of them had managed to successfully sound the drum 7 times. Seeing no one else eager to try, Hansen thought now was as good a time as any to test his luck. Hansen was the only human attending the event. A lot of people looked upon him with disdain, particularly so when they realized he only had 9 gene locks open. Hansen walked in front of the drum and used jade skin, which made his fist look like jade. Jade skin was much stronger than the Blood Pulse Sutra, and he had started using it more often now. Pang! An explosive drumbeat reverberated across the entire plaza. It was ear-poundingly loud, and nobody else had come remotely close to producing a sound as shocking as that. Pang! 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 Hansen kept on hitting the drum, and he hit it 7 times in no time at all. If he was able to go any further, he believed he'd be kicking up one heck of a drum solo. Weird. I didn't apply any special techniques, so why did everyone else seem to struggle? Hansen pondered the strange turn of events. Everyone looked on Hansen with disbelief, none too sure of what they should be thinking about the boy. He was the first being that had ever managed to hit it so loudly. You can now accept the fruit you earned, Lotus Empress said. Hansen walked over to the pile of fruit and examined the trove, wondering which he should take. All the fruit was here, and he could select it himself and try his luck. Hansen wanted to find the real fruit, so he used his Dongxian aura to see if he could spot something the others couldn't. His Dongxian Sutra had 9 gene locks open, so he was able to sense and observe a lot more with the aura. When it came to detecting, analyzing, and understanding life forces, the Dongxian Sutra had proved exceptional since opening 9 gene locks. With the Dongxian aura, nothing was a hazy blur of lights anymore. Everything was like a 3D image or model for him to examine with stunning clarity in his mind. This also included the energy flow, which he could examine with far greater depth. Hansen compared it to having X-ray vision goggles designed for looking at women. Others saw them dressed up all fancy, but he could see exactly what their naked bodies were like. But truthfully, it went even further than that, and Hansen had the proficiency to examine their internal organs, even. In the past, Hansen wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between the fruit, and their life forces would practically have been indistinguishable from each other. But now, Hansen could detect the one that looked different from the rest. The fruit that snagged his attention possessed a life force that was weaker than the rest, and what's more, it felt human. It wasn't just a mere fruit. It had life inside it. This must be it, Hansen assumed. Hansen went forward and grabbed the fruit he determined to be the special one. After taking hold of it, though, he was suddenly overwhelmed with a most frightening feeling. This horrible aura began to suffocate the entire shelter. A person was descending onto the plaza, and seeing him, everyone was shocked. Even Lotus Empress was. This person must be quite special, for his presence to influence the dull expression on her face, Hansen thought to himself, as he turned to look at the scene. Hansen knew about this shadow, though. He was no god emperor, the spirit who had ranked first place in divinity's bout. No god emperor was robed in black, and his hair was tied up. His figure was intimidatingly tall and wide. It is a great honor for me to know I am now hosting the almighty No God Emperor. I implore you to take a seat, and I hope you find the hospitality to your liking, Lotus Empress stated. No God Emperor was not there to participate like the rest, however. He responded by saying, I am here for the fruit, each and every one. The guests and hosts alike were shocked at hearing the demand. Lotus Empress was not too surprised, and she never expected him to be the sort who would join in the merriment of the event. Seemingly prepared for this, and having no fear, she said, in this place, there are rules. If you have come all this way, you must abide them. I will grant you 2. If you want any more, you will beat the drum. Rules were meant to be broken, was No God Emperor's callous reply. Lotus Empress's face turned to fright, not expecting him to shoot her down like that, twice. She cast a wall of lotus flowers around the fruit to prevent No God Emperor from reaching them. If Night Empress was still here, I might not be so brash. No God Emperor was now walking, speaking as he went. No God Emperor stepped before the fruit. Hansen had only just picked up one when No God Emperor arrived before him and said, put it back. Hansen ignored him, then took the 6 others he had won via the drumming. Everyone was in shock as they witnessed someone disregard what No God Emperor had told them. There was no competition, and no one there could stand up to that bully. Hansen had to be insane. Many emperors had been killed by No God Emperor, some for merely sneezing in his presence. Hansen was only just a human, too. Such behavior was suicidal. Moving Star Emperor was amongst the gasping audience, but he thought to himself, nice. He's going to get rid of that annoying human once and for all. No God Emperor did not say a word. He teleported directly in front of Hansen and broadened his stance. Pang! A lotus appeared in front of Hansen, but it was quickly shattered. Lotus Empress looked at No God Emperor and said, this is not your shelter. No God looked at Lotus Empress, and then she summoned a host of additional lotuses. No God did not even move. It seemed his eyes were enough to kill a foe, as the protective flowers were cut down wherever his eyes trailed. Hansen was surprised. If he had to make battle with No God Emperor, he'd have no choice but to open his 10th gene lock. The drum beast waddled over towards Lotus Empress and spawned a dome of green vines to shield her from what might occur next. Do you really want to make yourself an enemy of mine? No God Emperor coldly half-asked. You started this, Lotus Empress responded. No God Emperor's hands turned upwards to reveal a black hole on each palm. He looked ready to suck in everything in the vicinity. The drum beast did its best to stand strong and not fall prey to the creepy, cosmic wind that sought to pull it away, but its grip was failing. And as it was, the drum upon its back was pounding with a noise. It was so loud and continuous, it was giving the collected audience a headache. The vines were slipping away, releasing the protective shield it had tried to use to encapsulate Lotus Empress. Realizing this, Lotus Empress knew she had to move away, and to do this, she stepped on a raised lotus flower like a platform. Everyone in the audience was falling back, not wanting to get themselves involved and potentially invoke the ire of no god emperor upon themselves. This no god is an arrogant chump. Hansen held the fruit and took a few steps back himself, eager to watch what might soon occur. Of course he is. He became the top son of God by ranking first in divinity's bout. That's a feat that would inflate anyone's ego. And you know how spirits can be. Empty Witch paused for a brief moment, before going on to say, even I don't know if Lotus Empress can repel him. The dimensions of the plaza, and the plane of reality it stood in, was beginning to distort and twist. Without his Dongxian aura, Hansen wouldn't have been able to see a single thing with even a remote modicum of clarity. Suddenly, Hansen found himself without words. He wasn't sure what he could say. It was 2 versus 1 already, and it would be a horrible, awry thing if she were to still lose. Empty Witch knew things were going bad, and so she shouted at everyone there, requesting their aid. You have all come here as guests. You have received the fruits, should you not help your hostess, who has been so charitable to you all? But the spirits there acted as if they had not heard her plea, and one by one, they began to slip away and leave the shelter. No one was willing to defy no god emperor and make him their enemy, all for the reward of only a few fruit. I need to help her, then, Hansen thought to himself. He was still suspicious of whatever Lotus Empress wanted with him, and he knew he shouldn't be trusting her fully, but no god emperor was a figure who he hated. He knew if one of them had to die that night, it should be him. And besides, if Lotus Empress did die, Hansen might not learn the reason for his inability to open his 10th gene locks. And what's more, this fight had all started because Hansen had defied no god emperor's command to drop the fruit he had picked up. Hansen decided to join in. "Pa. Fool," Moving Star Emperor said aloud. He had remained there, keen to see what his most despised human might do. Hansen ran towards the battleground, but he felt something was amiss. The plaza looked bigger than it had earlier, and the illusion of a greater size seemed to expand until the cobbled ground stretched on for a distance that could only be assumed to be infinite. Has the battle twisted the dimension this much? It is no wonder I couldn't feel the shockwaves earlier. Hansen saw no god approaching Lotus Empress, each step a cruel and merciless stride. Hansen hadn't opened his 10th gene lock, so unless he used Super King Spirit mode and combined with Little Angel, he didn't think he stood much of a chance. Hansen didn't go right up to no god emperor yet, though. First, he approached the wounded beast with a stealthy run. When he neared it, he whispered, "I'm here to help." Lotus Empress thought Hansen was using the creature for cover and merely hiding. She thought that was a futile and silly endeavor. Hansen summoned Disloyal Knight next. The halo appeared, imbuing its boons upon Lotus Empress, the drum beast, and the green vines. Lotus Empress was delighted to see him chip in. Hansen allowed Disloyal Knight to remain behind the creature, but he was surprised he had not weakened no god emperor. It looks like he's immune to the halo, Hansen realized. Great. Still, it was better to have the halo active than not. Disloyal Knight would still be supporting Hansen and his allies, and that was better than not having him out. Hansen, however, knew this fight was truly being waged between no god and Lotus Empress. Without Lotus Empress there, the drum beast and its vines would have been killed in no time. Hansen felt that, even if he did have 10 gene locks active, he wouldn't be able to defeat no god emperor. There was a frightening aura of menace around that spirit. No god was almost indestructible, and every move it made was lethal. He thought it'd only take a disapproving look from no god emperor to take down even the mightiest of super creatures. Where such power came from intrigued Han's senator, and further, he wondered what element no god emperor was attuned to, which element fueled such gross amounts of strength. But amidst all this, Hansen could tell Lotus Empress was not an unworthy opponent. Her delicate grace belied the truth of her power, and she was special in more ways than one. No matter how much power no God Emperor applied to his strikes, he could not damage Lotus Empress in the least. While the lotuses she created for protection were destroyed, replacements were created with just as much ease. The drum beast and green vines were hiding behind the lotus shields, however, hardly even attempting to attack their foe. The lotus flowers also seemed to be applying strain to the dimension they inhabited, as well, and the twisting dimension wasn't entirely the work of no God Emperor. It made Hansen think to himself, if I open 10 gene locks, will I be as powerful as them? As Hansen imagined himself carrying such power, he saw no God Emperor reach a hand up to his head. Strange. What in the sanctuaries is he doing? It'd be nice if he wanted to kill himself. Hansen watched him in curious confusion. Lotus Empress seemed to understand what he sought to do, though. And when she saw him lift his hand up, her face turned grim as she and her subordinates took a step back. No God Emperor unsheathed a sword. Out of his head. The sword was dull, sullen, and almost unremarkable to look at it with its lack of sheen and reflection. It was as if it chewed up all the light that sought to rest on it. When the sword was fully drawn, a new power seemed to manifest inside no God Emperor. It made Hansen feel queasy when he tried to comprehend it. If what had just transpired was the image of a calm sea, now it was one in a typhoon of epic proportions. Hansen now knew he had made a mistake by trying to join in. Looking back, he thought it'd be obvious that no god wouldn't show all his cards and reveal the true extent of his power at the beginning. But now he was, and Hansen knew they were all in peril. No God Emperor swung his sword towards the drum beast. More accurately, it was aimed at Hansen, who was still crouched behind it. Hansen saw this attack, but he could not sense any power in its weight. If anything, that just added to his concern. Suddenly, the creeping of pain began to overwhelm his shoulder from behind. The pauldron of his armor was cut off. Hansen then saw what had happened to the drum beast. It had been cut in two. It died. But strangely, even after understanding the extent of such power that had been unleashed from that one strike, Hansen could not feel it. I can't believe he killed a 10-gene lock super creature with one strike. Hansen was in utter disbelief. Go. Lotus Empress grabbed Hansen and placed him on her lotus platform and then took off in flight, abandoning evil lotus shelter. Before Hansen could understand what had happened, he woke up as if he had been restored to consciousness. He was in the mountains someplace. Hansen saw Lotus Empress and asked, was it okay to just leave like that? Can't he take your spirit stone? Lotus Empress responded by saying, it's not my shelter. It is a copy of my mother's shelter that I occupy for show. Hansen felt relief, knowing they had gotten away. He didn't want Lotus Empress to get killed on his behalf. I wanted to help you, but I just made it worse, Hansen told her. Lotus Empress comforted him and brought ease to these thoughts, saying, it wasn't your fault he wanted all the fruit for himself. I wouldn't have allowed him to take it, anyway, and a battle such as that was bound to take place, no matter what. All that poor fruit, Hansen said. That's fine. No one can eat more than 9, anyway. After that, your body doesn't receive any benefits, Lotus Empress explained. Hansen patted the silver fox, telling him, I might not have been able to eat them, but this guy could. As they spoke, the space before them cracked. Like a vortex that had just opened in the fabric of the dimension, no God Emperor came stomping out. No God Emperor. Empty Witch exclaimed. Hansen and Lotus Empress's faces changed, both equally surprised to see he had been hunting them. You're really this persistent? Lotus Empress said. Leave me the fruit you took and go. No God Emperor was referring to Hansen. I ain't leaving **T. Hansen pulled out Taya, and with a burst of courage, he leaped towards no God Emperor. No God Emperor spun no God sword and went forward to meet him. Arg! Hansen's shoulder was cut, and if he had evaded him a split second later, his arm would have been hewn completely off. Han Sen's Taya managed to find its target, no God Emperor's chest. But it seemed to have been imbued with some sort of power that repelled direct attacks. Han Sen's sword pinged off like rubber after coming into contact. Han Sen's shoulder was starting to heal already, though, so there was no need for a period of rest. Han Sen's jade skin had opened 9 gene locks, so his passive recovery was better than ever. But now, Han Sen well and truly knew he could not defeat no God Emperor even if he made use of Super King Spirit. And with his transformation time still being limited, he couldn't use it indefinitely. He'd eventually run out, and it was at that point Han Sen would meet certain death. That being said, no God Emperor did not expect to get hit. And he was surprised he hadn't been able to break Taya's blade. A second later, though, no God Emperor was back to attacking. He swung his sword without delay, employing its magic of being nigh untraceable. Even with his 8th sense, Han Sen could not feel that blade coming. Go! Lotus Empress pulled Han Sen back and escaped with him just as they had earlier. But this time, after the smallest of a break, no God Emperor found them and was on them. Wherever they went, he followed. Han Sen still knew he'd have to open his 10th gene lock if he wished to have a chance in fighting their pursuant, but that didn't seem likely to happen anytime soon. Han Sen was still able to use the Dongxian Sutra to keep an eye on where no God Emperor would next appear, so that was sufficient to keep them on the lam for a while, despite knowing it would not last forever. But not even the Dongxian Sutra could guarantee his survival in face-to-face combat. Even with its usage, every evasion or dodge took extreme effort. And if all he could do against no god was dodge, then there'd be no point standing up to him. So they had to keep moving, with Lotus Empress teleporting them shortly after no God Emperor appeared. And it never took him long to show up. "Let's go back to Evil Lotus Shelter," Han Sen suddenly said. Lotus replied, saying, "Why go there? There are emperors and super creatures there, but they don't want to help us. We don't need their help, but perhaps there is a way I can stop his rampage," Han Sen said. "And what would that be?" Lotus Empress asked with curiosity. "It's hard for me to explain, so take us back and I'll show you." Han Sen was planning to use the Jew and summon the altar, using the emperors and super creatures there as a sacrifice. Lotus Empress nodded, and then they teleported back to the plaza. Han Sen saw that a lot of the emperors and super creatures had yet to leave, and the fruit was still there untouched. Han Sen started sucking them into the cruel bottle, in the event that he needed those as an extra sacrifice. "Put them back." Moving Star Emperor bellowed, as he fired a number of star-like orbs at Han. Senator Han Sen was shocked at his sudden inability to break the stars that sought to slice him up. So Han Sen dodged them instead. And then, he said, "This is none of your business." Moving Star Emperor did not say anything, and there was no guarantee he was even listening. He just smiled queerly. Han Sen was surprised to see every spirit and creature close in on them, then. "We were tasked to guard these fruits. If even one is missing, no God Emperor vowed to kill us all." "Leave the fruit and run," an emperor explained. "You're a bunch of pussies. You call yourselves emperors? Have some backbone and stand up for yourselves," Han Sen lectured them, while collecting every fruit there. "This entire thing is the fault of this cheap human. We should just kill him and be done with it," Moving Star Emperor proclaimed. Many of the emperors there were in agreement, and they walked towards him. Lotus Empress wished to say something, but she saw a vortex appear in the sky again. Just like before, no God Emperor came out, breathing a nasty fire. "Now, to the luminous stone at once," Han Sen commanded. She didn't know what Han Sen was thinking or what he was planning, but any plan was better than no plan. And with the confidence in his voice, she trusted him. Without hesitation, she took him to where he needed to go. "What are you planning to do?" Lotus Empress inquired. "Have a drink of wine," Han Sen said. Han Sen brought out his Jew and poured some wine into it. "Is now the best time for you and I to share a drink?" Lotus Empress wasn't sure if this was a jest or not. Their enemies were coming closer, yet it was rather perplexing to see Hansen so calm when doing this. "Enjoy the swallow, because that'll be your last," Moving Star Emperor said. Hansen looked at the crowd that had gathered, and raising a glass, he proclaimed, "Anytime's the only time, baby. And to all of you, leave now and you'll live. If you remain, you'll suffer the consequences." After that, Hansen necked the wine. "This guy is so full of crap," Moving Star Emperor started to mock him again, but something took him by surprise. The entire shelter was suddenly trapped in a darkness that not even an emperor could see through. The entire place had turned black, like an infinite, suffocating abyss. The only point of light was that of the Jew, a sole beacon in a sea of darkness. It guided Han Senator, and in turn, Hansen guided Lotus Empress. He led her through the realm of black until he reached another point of light. They approached it, and there their eyes focused on a glowing goddess statue. "It looks like Mother." Lotus Empress spoke as if her mind was vacant, drifting in a far-off reverie. She couldn't take her eyes off it. Without the Jew, the other emperors and super creatures were frightened. They had unwittingly found themselves trapped in a dark place no eyes could pierce. No God Emperor frowned and swung his no God sword in an attempt to form of a vortex and exit the black prison he had been led to. Upon the altar, the Jew flew above the statue depicting a goddess and set the stone ablaze with a mesmerizing fire. The statue started to slowly come alive, with a single hand raised. A life force began to sputter through the dark, drifting into the palm of the hand as if it were accepting a blessing. The last time Hansen triggered the altar, there was no sacrifice on offer. In retrospect, that may have been why the statues were displeased and wished to kill him. This time, things were different. There were countless emperors and super creatures in the area, and there were none of them that Hansen and Lotus Empress were particularly fond of and wanted to keep around. From out of the dark behind them, screams now began to erupt. There were cries of fright and bellows of agony, as the collective felt their life forces being stolen. It wasn't happening too fast to stop, but it was going at a speed that would soon see it over if nothing drastic was done. "What's going on? What have you done? We can talk about this. We can talk things through. Why are you doing this to me? What did I ever do to offend you?" No one could escape the darkness and the draining of their life, and all they could do now was fall to their knees, begging and pleading for a mercy they weren't going to receive. No God Emperor wasn't like them, though. He scanned what little of the darkness he could in an attempt to locate Hansen and Lotus Empress. While his vision had been hampered by the darkness, his life force was the only one that wasn't draining. He could grip and hold it tight, not allowing the smallest modicum to seep out. "Let me see what you're both up to, eh?" No God Emperor was fearless. He hadn't seen what it was like for a demigod to arrive in the third god's sanctuary, though. He had no clue what was actually transpiring, and thus, that bravery could do him a disservice. Not many people had seen a demigod return to the third god's sanctuary. Even Moment Queen hadn't heard of such a ritual. Lotus Empress, in the midst of all that was going on, appeared to be just as clueless. She asked Hansen, "What is going on?" Hansen was fairly aware of what was happening, despite his surprise and awe at it all. The Blood River King he had unknowingly tried to summon before was so weak, he now assumed, because its sacrifice hadn't been strong enough. Now, things were very different. An incredible source of power was being drawn to the statue as if it were a conduit. "This is an altar to summon a demigod. The person I am hoping to summon is the prior owner of the luminous stone." She herself, Night Empress, Hansen explained. Lotus was extremely surprised to hear this, and almost found it difficult to believe. She asked him, "Can you really summon Mother?" "I hope so, and from what best I can tell, it seems to be working," Hansen said. "This is great." Lotus Empress stared at the statue with utter glee, like a wide-eyed child on the precipice of seeing something awesome unfold. After absorbing the exorbitant amount of life forces, the statue was beginning to resemble an actual person. It seemed to be taking on the shape of Night Empress, alive and in the flesh. Suddenly, the statue's forehead began to glow and illuminate the entire area. Everyone could now see the altar Hansen and Lotus Empress were situated near. Most of the creatures and spirits had suffered a loss of half their life force. Unfortunately for the two near the altar, no God Emperor was as powerful as ever. He came striding towards Hansen now, swinging his sword with the immediate desire to cut him down. As this happened, a strong force landed on Hansen just as it came. The power of no God Emperor finally started to get sapped, and the force and power the spirit had unleashed were absorbed by the statue that had previously brought the land pure darkness. No God Emperor could not believe his power had been robbed, just as he was about to kill the pestering human once and for all. The statue then opened its eyes to look upon the crowd that had gathered. Lotus Empress noticed the eyes were eyes that belonged to her mother, and without hesitation, she found herself running to the statue, calling, "Mother, I missed you so much." Night Empress held her hair as this occurred, and said, "I did not expect you'd be able to summon me here to the third god sanctuary." "Oh, Mother. That wasn't me. That was Han Sr." Lotus Empress then went on to explain everything that had transpired that day. "How dare you disrespect my daughter and all she has built for herself?" Night Empress looked upon all the creatures and spirits in the vicinity with unparalleled anger. And in return, every other being felt incredibly frightened. Before Night Empress became a demigod, she was the strongest in the third god sanctuary, without equal. If they had known Lotus Empress was her descendant, they wouldn't have dared to treat her as they had.